we had sex at 8:30. Metaphor for what?
I mean, some things are literal.
I was just checking. Okay, moving right along. Since we're not talking about that stuff, let's talk about you in an interview that you did on Hotbox TV. They said, "What is Johnny Polygon about?" And you said, "Bitches, blunts, and beaches."
Did I really?
You did. Quote.
I do not remember
quote,
that.
I know you don't. Yeah, it was a Hotbox TV. If anybody understands what that means.
That's not true.
So should we go deeper into that about like what that means for you, like who your favorite bitch?
Is there deeper into that?
Maybe, I think so. I mean, first of all, it's an excellent use of alliteration.
Yes.
I don't think there was nothing else you really could say if you decided that B was the letter we were gonna go with.
I do remember what you're talking about now. Yeah.
So who's your favorite?
That's what happens when you get interviewed by your friends. It's like,
and then there's no.
And then they have huge internet followings, and then the next thing you know, 100,000 people have seen you being sarcastic with your
sarcasm.
Your
okay.
Yeah.
So okay, let's talk about lyrical content. First of all, I'm curious, has anyone ever come up to you and said you are my favorite MC?
I mean, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when they say that, what do they say about you that makes you their favorite?
Wow, that is a really uncomfortable question.
Is it?
I always think that the shortest conversation you should ever have is like how awesome you are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is the balance that you kind of have with admirers and fans.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, you want to.
But it's also contrary to hip hop, right? Hip hop is really all about how awesome you are. And
yeah, but that's like so.
No. All right.
I think if you're talking about how awesome you are, you must not really think you're that awesome.
The reason why I'm asking this question, so in hip hop, which a lot of people don't understand, they think it's like one small thing. It's a big umbrella of a thing, and under that you have so many different kinds of people. I can understand that there are hip hop purists who would look at you and be like, that ain't hip hop, that's not enough, it's too much singing or whatever. And then you have people from another generation and like, this is a great balance of lyrics, but also like melody and like other kind of things going on.
Yeah.
So if someone does come up to you and say specifically that you're my favorite MC, that's big because what you're doing is actually an amalgamation of a whole bunch of other things that a lot of average hip hop artists is not doing.
And I still have a piece of me that, I think you have to have that to even be an MC. You know what I mean?
So is it flow? Is it flow?
I think it's flow. I think it's just more about like what your truth is. You know what I mean? So it's like the people who are like really connecting with your lyrics, it's not because you said so many metaphors so fast, so complicated. It's the simple stuff that they're like, yeah, I just had sex at 8:32. Like.
Okay. So finding cool ways to say the simple stuff that people can relate to. I got you. You do consider yourself a bit of a storyteller. You in visuals and being able to direct and paint pictures around the songs is also important. But there's something about you that is really interesting. I'm curious how all of this is going to spill over into that. You want to do children's books.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's talk about the Johnny Polygon children book. Like, what does that look like?
I've been tossing around the idea for a little bit, but it's just like I just wanted to do a children's book just like about death.
Of course.
But it's not like so like not in like a dark way, but just like, there's kids who experience, like some people experience loss before other people, and most kids stuff is all like candy and clouds and and there's nowhere where they can really like understand like grief.
Gotcha.
So it's
so you want to attack big issues and make it simple or accessible for young people? Just that one. Yeah. So after the death book, that's it for children's stories.
Maybe I'll do like a death 2 or something.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have no need to go any further on that topic. This is Johnny Polygon. We're going to go into, I believe we're going to do another song now.
Nice.
Yeah, we're going to do it. This song is called Riot Song. I'm going to take 10% of whatever you're making because I feel like I'm helping you out so much. Teamwork makes the dream work. Johnny Polygon, B-side, Riot Song. Thank you, Oklahoma.
Culture Cinematic.
Ladies, Culture Cinematic. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Culture Cinematic. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Johnny's world, full of Christian girls. She runs away from the summer and the day that she's gonna return are none of my concern. 'Cause we run away from the waterfall. No stranger to wonderful at all. These are the things I want to know. And she stays quiet and calm when there's a riot. But there's a riot going on. A riot going on. Listen, baby, she stays quiet and calm. But there's a riot going on. A riot going on outside her window. Look and tell me what you see. Is it you and me? Is it you and me? People are the root of all evil. Ain't much you can do except believe in more and more. Every day, oh, even though we found a way to love, they swear it's all because of what? Because of us. And she stays quiet and calm when there's a riot. But there's a riot going on. Yeah, a riot going on. Yeah, listen, baby, she stays quiet and calm. But there's a riot going on. A riot going on outside her window. Look and tell me what you see. Yeah. Is it you and me? I had to pause, react to it. She don't know the half of it. I wonder if it matters, if she knows it's all an accident. But she's a pacifist and she won't give me the time of day. And she's always just been that way. And that's the reason why I just stay calm and collected. Hope you all accept it. Music is my message. I'll use it as a weapon. They say the pen is mightier than the sword. Depending on what type of love you're in more trouble than before. And she stays quiet and calm when there's a riot. But there's a riot going on. A riot going on. Listen, baby, she stays quiet and calm. But there's a riot going on. A riot going on outside her window.
Johnny, this is a lightning round. We want to get these last things in very quickly so we can do this last song. First of all, I'm excited. When you turn 80, you're going to listen back to your whole catalog. I'm like, damn it, I was talking about love. I ain't realize it. I'm moving right along. Okay, so singing versus rapping, which one is your favorite? Which one do you enjoy doing the most? Go.
I mean, there's apples and oranges.
Okay. We went into fruit. All right, Johnny. I'm going to go with singing because I could feel it when you were really going there for that.
Right. I didn't really do much rap
band
stuff
versus drum machine. Band versus drum machine. So you have a couple of different configurations for what you show up on stage.
The band, of course.
Oh, the band, of course. Band, turn and look that way so we can get.
I would not trade them in for a piece of easily transportable machinery.
Good, let's leave it at that.
Never.
Let's really quickly, let's name your top 5 influences as far as MCs go.
Let's see. I don't know about the other 4, but probably number 1 would probably be Slug from Atmosphere.
Wow, that's the first time in life that I have ever heard that. Slug from Atmosphere.
Yeah.
Google search tonight. Yes. Okay. And so the 4 is just some ambiguous version of who knows what.
The other 4 are like, whatever, Pac, Biggie.
You know, like Nas, like all of those guys, but whatever.
Yeah.
You have a show tomorrow.
Yes.
Tell us quickly.
Show tomorrow, Terra Firma, late show at 11. The address will be all over my Instagram and Twitter and Facebook. That's at Johnny Polygon on all social media formats.
Or John to Raj.
Yes.
.us. You see how clever we were with that?
Yes.
And I think that's all we have time for, but I did hear that you have one of the worst tattoos of all time. And so
Which
I
one?
think it's the lower back. Is that one?
The one of you on my lower back?
That's me? Oh, beautiful.
I just got it.
Do better.
Yeah.
Do better. Wow. Okay, there's so much to think about. You have an EP out called Teddy Bear Massacre right now?
Yes, it's coming out.
It's coming out.
Yeah.
You have 7 albums that we know about, but there's 20 others on top of that exist.
Yes.
You got to go home and figure it out.
Yeah.
I think that brings us to our
Just start with just a tip, and then never mind.
Moving right along. Moving right along. No show.
Yeah.
As today's mathematics was all about this guy, Johnny Polygon, we want you all to go and do your homework. Listen out for his music, performances, comedy, and for extra credit, try to guess what other variables, styles, and genres he will take on next. Thanks, Johnny.
Thank you.
Crew, y'all are so cute, for coming on the show. We appreciate y'all, not crew, awesome. We appreciate your wit and grit and look forward to hearing you evolve by any geometric means necessary. And in that meantime, the rest of y'all can bring your A game to brush up on your B side by checking out our YouTube channel using the hashtag BSideBK and our podcasts on soundcloud.com/BSidePodcast. I am your host, Queen God is, wishing all you Brooklynites out there love, peace, and high vibrational realness. Till next time, give it up.
She don't like violence, but it's all around her. No sense in watching her bleed. Love over everything. I want to make her fall in love. See what she sees. Hey, sing along if you know it. Purple mess.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream. When you dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Welcome to East New York. I'm gonna show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
Is it not like a customer, it's like a family to me now.
There you travel. He came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me.
A space to be means
now let's hear you talk like pirates. Let's hear you say yar. Yar. Yar, that's extra credit. All right, not bad. Let's hear you say ay.
You like after school?
Yes. Yes.
What about music class? Do you like music class?
Yes. Yes.
What I think is so wonderful about Extreme Kids is every family gets something different out of our programs.
When I started speaking with parents, I just felt like, you know, it's okay to cry. It's okay to be excited about things that people take for granted. And I was able to speak about some of those things.
So, I'm feeling great about Extreme Kids because they teach me a lot of things, and I play Roblox and I learn something new.
there were over 900 families that entered the shelter system from East New York and Brownsville alone, and that's a shame. The rental units are being priced out. People in East New York can't afford these rental units, and they're going into the shelter system. We are, like I said, in a housing crisis, and we have all these vacant lots in East New York that are not being utilized, that are underutilized.
If we look at this lot right behind us here, this is an HPD lot, right? And it's being used for parking. Parking for the police. Why? Why should they have parking in a community that is suffering from homelessness, right? And being displaced at an astronomical rate? People can't even afford to live in the community anymore, and they're being priced out of the entire city.
So policing does not equal safety. We know that. We know that. We've seen so many police-involved incidents go left really fast.
The 75th precinct in East New York has a long tradition of abuse, corruption, of malengagement with the civilians and residents of East New York.
Why is NYPD taking up public parking? Is being blocked by NYPD. How is my brother supposed to get onto the bus?
So we did a database, and we found out that there are over 145 NYPD lots throughout the city. Why should the NYPD, that has caused so much harm to our community, continue to take over and use our public land for free parking? We should be having these lands put into COTs so that we can build truly, not low income, but truly affordable homes for our Black and brown people.
This different sort of organization can really be beneficial because we are boots on the ground in the community. We have surveyed over 250 lots right here in East New York that are city-owned, which are vacant. Vacant.
We surveyed the lots. We set out to talk to the community to find out what it is that they wanted on these vacant lots. Yes, some of them wanted housing. Yes, some of them wanted commercial spacing. Yes, some of them wanted entrepreneurship, commercial space.
Community self-determination. It's different when you're being dictated to, being told, but it's something different when you sit with a body of people and decide what do you want to see.
How we, the East New York COT, that's how we operate in Brooklyn and Brownsville. We go out and we speak to the community. Join our movement, the land justice movement. We need our land back, our community, our land, our decision.
Public land, public land.
Soul to Souls offers social emotional learning, leadership development through peer-to-peer discussion groups, college and career preparation, and the creation of PSAs or issue-based films.
So, Jalen, I heard that you have a crush on someone.
Yeah, it's all over Insta.
So, what's your name, Jillian? Oh, it's not you, Omar.
Oh, I know. It's me.
Who said it was a boy?
Cashley, don't.
Don't what? Tell everyone you have a crush on Diana?
Hey, you two need to stop.
We call it issue-based filmmaking. What are the issues that are going on? What do we want to change and what do we want to make better? That's what Soul to Souls is about.
I walk through life completely alone and think that everyone is talking about how bad I look.
First, teaching students how to storytell. So once they discover that, they create what is important to them and they decide as a group of their topic.
Looking back though, I see that everyone has their own problems. And they're not talking about me, but having their own conversations.
After that, we then start to teach the different aspects of filmmaking, producing, utilizing the camera, lighting, and all of that.
What I like most about Soul to Souls is filming, because I like to film and I like to play parts.
I love to write and I love to act and I like making plans before we even start acting.
Our kids are a powerful influence over each other. A part of Soul to Souls programming is teaching young people to do peer-to-peer discussion groups, which allow them to do what we're doing. We're utilizing movies, videos, things that are talking points of realistic situations that happen in the world and in their lives, and asking questions around what decisions you would make and why. We make young people and every participant that works with us know that they matter.
I believe that for most of the students in the New York City, there is a vast need for social and emotional support. I know that principals are looking at organizations to provide those support, but the support that I received from Soul to Soul, I believe is the ideal support for students and ideal support for the schools.
Working with Soul to Souls, I was like, oh, this is phenomenal. This is actually a great program. And we did a lot of critical thinking, writing exercises, looking at films, pretty much identifying with different themes that they were exposed to or not even exposed to for that matter. Because I realized that some of our kids only knew their 5-block radius or didn't see themselves outside of the certain box. So this gave them the opportunity to see themselves in a larger box, to step out of that and go into a deeper world.
I've learned to work with different people from different backgrounds, share ideas with them and everything.
You get to learn about making connections and through different people while also having a fun time while doing it.
I have learned how to work with cameras and also to treat others with respect.
If you meet somebody new or different from you, you shouldn't treat them a different way.
From Soul to Soul, the students derived what I consider to be lifetime benefits. A lot of them are now out of school and are in profitable jobs and making very valuable contributions to society.
I was one of the members back in my high school days. We were learning a lot of skill building, especially around soft skills, which helped in just peer mentoring, being able to solve situations. Having reconnected with Soul to Soul recently, what I love most about it is seeing those skills play in daily life.
Soul to Soul taught me so many things like leadership, which I developed and incorporated in my lifestyle. I became an EMT, and it developed my mind in a way where I can teach people to be leaders, to not be followers, to do the right thing.
All we need to do is encourage young people, and that to let them know they have the power to not only help themselves, but to help their peers in developing. And that's why paying it forward and having that attitude is something that we stress in Soul to Souls, because it's not just about us, it's about how do we make this world and our community a better place.
Hello and welcome to Real Brooklyn, powered by BKReader.com. Real Brooklyn is a show that takes a closer look at the people who make up our ever-changing neighborhoods. In this episode, we go to Crown Heights to meet Malika Oyo. Malika is a top real estate broker and the founder of the House of Oyo, a unique brownstone mansion that is both a private residence and, as she describes it, a quiet event space.
What's up, everybody? It's Takala here from Real Brooklyn, here with Malika Oyo, here in the House of Oyo on the second floor deck. It's so beautiful out here. When you describe the House of Oyo to people, how do you describe it?
I describe it as a unique brownstone mansion that is meant as a home sharing space, and we do quiet events. People always say, "What's a quiet event?" One where people aren't jumping up and down, playing a bunch of music. It's bridal showers, it's board meetings, it's readings.
First of all, that lamp is a superstar. What's going on?
Oh yes, the giraffe lamp. So the giraffe lamp. So apparently, this lamp was in this club called Treehouse in the city, and when they went out of business, they auctioned off all of the lamps. I think there were 12 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Rumor has it Brad Pitt has one.
Really?
House of Oyo got 2.
Awesome.
Hey!
Awesome.
In this room, this was an interesting piece. When we came through, this was a solid wall, right?
Really?
It was a wall, and it was an awesome, it was a dope room. And we're standing outside, just in the house, in front of the house, just talking. I'm looking up, and I'm just like, did y'all see another window in that room? And we come back in, it was like, yo, there was a window behind the sheetrock. Man, we pulled that out, and it was like bling bling, so much sun.
Wow, awesome.
Yeah. We call this the landing, right?
Mm-hmm.
What else? I'm up the steps, get to the landing, you go to the next one, it's the landing. Yay!
Come on now.
Laundry. Right?
Bananas.
And so this is like the best laundry room ever. Come, let's sit and have a drink, you know? Oh, I just had these real posters from this guy over on, his name is Ronnie. He's like, everybody in Brooklyn uses Ronnie for real posters.
It's a beautiful bathroom.
Yeah.
This is a stylish bathroom. This is an IG bathroom. It's like,
I like the man's space. This was a bedroom, so I sometimes sit around daydreaming and coming up with ideas. And so I had this idea. So this wall had originally been red, and we were using it for set locations. And then I rented it, and the tenant painted the wall white. Can't have no simple white wall. So I was like, what am I gonna do with this wall? I gotta do something. Do I just put a big piece of art? You know, I love art. And I was like, nah, man, the wall is the art. And so if you come in close, you can see all the different tapings, and you gotta get it right. And so what I've done is it's a black and white wall, an ode to, did I tell you I grew up in a zebra house?
no, you didn't
Did I
tell me
tell you
that.
that?
No.
Yeah. So I grew up on Bedford and St. Mark's, and my father painted our house black and white. And we were known as, you live in that zebra house?
Wow, crazy.
Quite embarrassing in elementary school. We talking about I live in a zebra house. And yet, we all loved that zebra house. And so, this is an ode to 1390 is what we call it. That was the address, 1390.
It was a beautiful space for a beautiful person.
Thank you.
And we're happy to be here. So that's us signing up from Real Brooklyn. Takala in the house. Malika Oyo. House of Oyo, Crown Heights. Come check it out.
At Girls on the Run, we inspire girls to be joyful, healthy, and confident using a fun, experience-based curriculum that incorporates running. Coaches lead small teams through the lessons to build social emotional skills and to move their bodies. Over the course of the 20-session program, girls in 3rd to 8th grade develop skills to help them navigate their worlds and gain an appreciation for health and fitness.
All right, so we can be a part of smaller communities like this team, not a huge group, or bigger communities like Violet was talking about, the whole city. During our workout today, we're going to do some brainstorming about communities that we are a part of. So, here's our poster. As usual, one of your coaches will be here at our start line, our corner here. As you find your laps, with a run buddy, I want you to talk and think about some of the communities that you're a part of. Ready, steady, go!
Social emotional learning is the foundation of our research-based curriculum. Lessons are 75 to 90 minutes and support girls in identifying and processing their emotions. We teach critical life skills like how to manage emotions, help others, make intentional decisions, and resolve conflict. By knowing that they are the leaders of their lives, these are the girls who will change the world.
And also, I like Girls on the Run because we get to learn about friendship and we learn about like star power and how to do nice things to other people and help the community.
I learned a lot about star power. It's the energy inside you that ignites when you're happy or excited.
A lesson, I think every season I'm reminded about how special, Girls in the Run is, and it's always nice to see the relationships that they build with each other. And so somebody that comes into the season that maybe feels a little quiet in the larger group can really shine at Girls in the Run because it's a safe space for them to feel like a place that they can be themselves and be accepted for that. So I think that's just an overall lesson of acceptance, and every year I'm reminded of that. So it's really lovely.
Girls on the Run is so much fun. Girls on the Run is number one.
My favorite lesson is that you can do and be anything at Girls on the Run. You make new friends, you learn how to work your body, and you get to be you. And Girls on the Run is like so accepting and like so cool, and like I'm glad that I'm actually joined it. So that's what I learned.
I'm so proud of you, and I know that this is your first walk and you're gonna have many, many more to come. Okay, keep it up.
Hotep community, this is Man Up Inc. We are a Brooklyn-based organization here to service the community. Due to COVID-19, we need you to help us help you. So wash your hands, wear your mask, and maintain your social distance. Practice these safety tips and remember, stay safe, stay home, and don't pass it on.
Hotep, I'm Brother Naquan from the Media and Arts Department.
Hotep, I'm Brother AZ from the Media and Arts Department and the Athletic Department. Hotep.
Yo, so this is the inaugural episode of the Men Up Inc.'s Hotep television podcast. This is our inaugural episode. We're going to get a lot better. You're going to see backdrops. We're going to have some special guests. We're going to have people calling in and all of that. But we just getting it started. So we just getting it running, right, eh?
Yeah. Hotep television coming at y'all. You know what I'm saying? Getting into the deep topics. Stuff that people need to hear, not necessarily what you want to hear.
Yeah, so a little later on, we're going to be talking about, the shooting of Jake Blake and the civil unrest that followed. But we're going to start off talking about the social distance diplomats and the SD work that we've been doing with Man Up since starting like in early April, when we've been combating this coronavirus and getting the information out to our people. Hotep, welcome back, yo. You seen that? We just showed y'all the little clip and about the social distancing work on what we've been doing since like since April, actually. When people were still scared to come out in the street and all that, and everybody was scared of their own family members coming over, we was already out here doing the work. What you think about the clip?
Yeah, we would definitely, piggybacking on what you just said, we were definitely out there really, really early. Definitely definition of first line. About the social distance work for me, I appreciate being a part of it. It's fulfilling. It's a fulfilling feeling, helping the community and helping give information about this virus that's really penetrated our community.
Yeah. And you, as you heard or saw in the video, like, we trying to start this hashtag ICSD, you know what I mean? Because we need the people to acknowledge that we in the neighborhoods. They need to acknowledge that. Like, if we giving out thousands and tens of thousands of pieces of equipment, then that means that we are directly having an effect on the spread. So the fact that the numbers is not going up and going crazy right now, we can honestly say that we did something to help perpetrate that scenario. So, but I already know that, we helping a lot of people. We doing a lot of things for the people in the neighborhood, and a lot of people, when we doing the social distancing work, like, you get different reactions from people. So, and the trainings, like the training we just had for the SD work, they was telling us about not taking things personal, because sometimes, like, you trying to give somebody a mask, or you just, trying to stop them while they moving, they automatically think you're trying to solicit them. They think you're trying to sell something to them or whatever. So sometimes they just be automatically rude to you, not even knowing that, yo, I'm trying to give you something for free to help you and help your family. So we get a wide range of responses from F you to God bless you. You know what I mean? So,
and that's also a New York City thing.
Yeah, like, everybody ain't gonna feel the same way. And then sometimes, we actually get into conversations with people that want to say, like, the COVID thing is not real. Like, they want to say it's not real. They want to say it's a hoax. They want to, but that's because it ain't affect them personally. But see, working in this organization, we know people who have caught it personally. We know people who have died personally. So we know that it's actually real. But just like with anything else, the fact that we don't have that abundance of resources, we don't control a lot of our hospitals and all of that stuff, we can't control how it affects our community once they get in there, right? Like, so once they in the hospital and then something happens, like, we don't really know about that process, but we know that we are dying faster than everybody else. And we could directly correlate that to, our people not having resources, which we're trying to help with, but it's also got to do with, how they being treated in these medical facilities. And that's going to be something that, has to be handled, like, on a level that's higher than us. Like, Brother AT and them, you know what I'm saying? Brother Charles and them, they like to rush the Capitol and yell at the lawmakers. That's what they on. So we going to play the ground, they going to play that part, right?
And also, the important part of this work is the communication. You can't learn and succeed at anything without communication. And we're on the front line communicating with these people, spreading the information, giving them the information, which is which is literally more important probably than giving them a mask, because if they don't know, you know what I mean, for example, what you just said, some people would be like, yo, it's not real. But at the same time, my response would be still take the precaution, because you're being selfish. You know what I mean? You still may spread it. Even though your belief, your individual belief, you still share the earth with 8 billion people. So, you know what I mean? Just be a little mindful and don't let your conspiracy theories really get out of whack. You know what I'm saying? It's understandable because there's a lot of information coming our way, but we can't be selfish. We got to look out for our fellow man.
For more info or to support Man Up Inc., please go to manupinc.org. This project is supported in part by an award from the National Endowment for the Arts. To find out more about how National Endowment for the Arts grants impacts individuals and communities, visit www.arts.gov.
This is the Bronx Baptist Church. I'm Reverend Frank Williams, and I serve as the lead pastor here. The church was founded in 1964 as a chapel or a mission of Evergreen Baptist Church. They commissioned and sent Reverend Dr. Samuel G. Simpson and his wife Lola Simpson to the Bronx to start this work. The ministry has seen the Bronx through some of the most challenging times, including the burning of the Bronx in the 1970s, where so many of these buildings in the neighborhoods were burnt out and abandoned. Dr. Simpson, along with several other pastors, founded organizations that would revitalize communities. In the area of health in particular, our medical ministry here at the church continues to provide blood sugar screenings, blood pressure screenings. The church has operated a soup kitchen and a food pantry program. This program began sometime in the 1980s, and since then we have been providing food packages for members of the community. And this is done through our women's ministry, but it involves the men, it involves our youth who participate in packaging the products and distributing it to the members of this community. The church has been involved in the area of community education for many years. We've also had our mental health training that we've done more recently. We've also had sessions in the area of parenting. It involved parents within the church community, parents who are residents of this community, and also parents whose children attend the daycare. We've had seminars, we've talked about immigration, we've talked about financial wellness. So from our food distribution that's been going on for many years, to the housing that we've been involved with, to more recently some of our education programs, I've seen ongoing impact of this ministry and its work in the community. The daycare center, which continues to thrive today, and it was founded really for the direct purposes of impacting that upcoming generations to stem trends like high school dropouts or the low reading rates among Black and brown peoples in the community.
The work that we do here at Bronx Baptist Daycare and Learning Center is extremely important, not only to the community, but to society as a whole. We believe that it's easier to build a strong person than it is to fix a broken one. We take our job of building children's foundations very seriously, and that includes not only building the foundation of the child, but the foundation of the family as well.
My experience at the daycare has been great. The staff is very caring. I feel like they treat my son as if he is their own child. It is a really good environment for a young child. I've seen his development since he's been at the daycare. He's really happy, and if he's happy, then I'm happy.
We believe in teaching the whole child, not just academics. We focus on social emotional health, physical health, mental health.
In the area of health in particular, I've seen initiatives like our Eat Well, Play Hard initiative really help families to better manage the overall health choices that they make for their children and for themselves.
Through that initiative, had cooking classes for the parents, teaching them how to cook healthy foods on a budget. The number one way that we support health equity at Bronx Baptist Daycare and Learning Center is through the provision of information to the parents. We provide them with information about immunizations, developmental milestones. Another way we promote health equity is through teaching diversity and inclusivity. It's very important that the children learn that there are people that are different from themselves, and that doesn't mean that it's a negative thing. And so that's something that we really stress here at Bronx Baptist, is not only pride for our own culture, but respect for the cultures and ethnicities of other people. There are a lot of resources in this community that are not being utilized due to lack of knowledge. So by providing the parents with those resources is one way that we help to support the foundation of family, which in turn supports the foundation of the child.
Everyone has a gender identity and a sexual orientation, but these are not the same thing. When we're born, parents, the doctor, society at large will categorize you as either male or female based on the parts that you have. But that's not the same thing as your gender identity. Your gender identity is what lives in your mind and in your heart. It's how you see yourself. And all of those things are also different than your sexuality. You might think of your gender as who you go to bed as, and your sexuality as who you go to bed with.
You can never tell who is transgender, gender nonconforming, or non-binary in the room that you're in. Gender expansiveness and fluidity helps everyone, including cisgender people, because the gender binary and the rigid gender roles it produces is the primary reason for gender-based discrimination and violence.
Often when trans and non-binary individuals come out, they may change their name or their pronouns. And the best way to show support is to simply ask them what terms feel most affirming for them. In that way, you can show your support and show them that you do care about affirming their new identity and who they are.
What's really important in this stage of the process is that we are supported by our friends, family, or even a support group. Because in the year 2020, even though transgender and gender expansive people are very visible, we are not protected and we are not included in the conversation of what we actually need.
What does acceptance for trans and non-binary individuals look like? It can take so many different forms. Acceptance is fighting injustice at every turn. Acceptance is fighting housing discrimination, unemployment, poverty, and other issues that trans adults might be facing. Acceptance is supporting trans youth in schools by creating inclusive and welcoming environments. Acceptance is creating community resources that is accessible to all trans and non-binary individuals.
Acceptance looks like protecting transgender, gender nonconforming, and non-binary people. One such example is including pronouns in your introductions. If introductions start and pronouns are not being used, a cisgender ally can step in and request that they be used so no assumptions are made.
Many trans and non-binary individuals will attempt to come out at some point in their lives, and this takes so much bravery and resiliency. But unfortunately, often they are faced with rejection from their peers, family, coworkers, and other environments. And so the best way that we can show our support for the trans and non-binary community is by allowing them space to be free, to be themselves, to develop their identities, and to build community together.
Ultimately, it comes down to the practice of believing people when they say who they are. Transgender and gender nonconforming and gender expansive people, when given acceptance and when they're valued in their communities, can go on to have healthy and fulfilling lives. Acceptance is protection.
Welcome to the Family Acceptance Podcast, where we will hear the voices of caregivers who accept and celebrate their transgender and non-binary children, as well as the professionals who help them to get there. My name is Jane Rennert, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. The Gender and Family Project is a program of the Ackerman Institute for the Family in New York City. The mission of the Gender and Family Project, or GFP for short, is to empower youth and their families with gender-inclusive and affirming direct services, training, and research. GFP began a decade ago as a support group for parents and caregivers of transgender and gender-expansive youth. I was a parent in that first support group. So I'm joined today by Alexis Diaz. Alexis is the Gender and Family Project's Director of Services. Hi, Alexis. Can you please introduce yourself?
Hey, Jane. My name is Alexis Diaz. I use they and she pronouns, and I'm the Director of Services for the Gender and Family Project.
Back in 2010, when GFP first started, the conversation around trans youth was really just beginning. I can say that as a parent, I understood on some gut level that my child was transgender, but I had no idea what that meant, and it overwhelmed me. I really felt like my world was falling apart. I met Jean Malpas in 2008. Back then, he had started a support group for parents with kids who were transgender or questioning their gender. It changed everything for me. I went to a support group for parents of transgender children and met other people going through the same thing. It really normalized the experience for me and showed me that there could be a path forward. 2 years later, this group grew to become the Gender and Family Project. Today, we are going to hear excerpts from a group for parents of trans kids led by Jean Malpas. The voices you will hear are of 3 GFP parents, with occasional brief comments from Jean. Then, Alexis is going to guide us through what we've heard.
We went from a place of isolation where we knew no one that was going through this experience to being in a place where we had full support. So I don't know what I would do if I didn't have that support. We have members of our family that are at different levels of acceptance, and I have been able to come into a safe place to talk about that. Some people have identified with that struggle. Other people maybe not, because some people have awesome family members and nobody's, reluctant, but a lot of people do experience some resistance and some struggles with their family members. And here I can talk about that without the fear of someone judging or feeling awkward about it. I can talk about it openly.
I guess we've known her for a year and a half. She told us. So we were here last Friday, and she definitely, I hope she can find some community in the kids here. She really, she came out of the group smiling, so.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
I'm a crier. And, it had a rough road, and I think just being able to be among other people who understand what you've been through or what you're going through it's invaluable. So we are going to be here more.
And she was not just smiling on Friday, she was like fierce.
This project is supported in part by an award from the National Endowment for the Arts. To find out more about how National Endowment for the Arts grants impact individuals and communities, visit www.arts.gov.
I think the thing that Centralize does for me the most is it's enabled me to explore myself, explore what I can do, and have a community to share my work with.
Oh yeah, definitely. And yeah, I guess that would probably go into how Venture House kind of helps you with your personal and professional goals. you know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll be happy to repeat it if you want me to.
No, that's okay, unless you want to. But is there any other way that Venture House helps you with your personal goals, or, you know, the community is definitely a huge thing. You know,
Right. Yeah. Well, you know, with my goals, yes, of course, it's done a lot from me to, first of all, like for instance, before I became a member at Venture House, I did not say to myself, okay, I should strive to become a filmmaker. It's becoming a member of Venture House sort of encouraged me to explore what I'm capable of, what my strengths are, and how I should strive to improve on my strengths. Because when I first became a member of Venture House, one of the first things that I noticed is there's a lot of people at Venture House getting into creative endeavors, or they might do something creative as a hobby. And one thing that really impressed me was the paintings around the building, the artwork, also some of the videos that were put out by VHTV. So it really encouraged me to explore who I am, as you know, what my goals are, and I quickly established that my goal was to tell stories visually.
Awesome. Definitely. From what I've seen of some of your work, you know, you've become very, very good at that too.
What am I doing? What am I coming here for? I don't want to just sit around no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to be productive and I want to help out.
Yeah, and I think you definitely emphasized. Also, thank you for the pitch to the E&E unit. Come join the E&E unit, everyone.
Oh yeah, well, you know, it's you too, but I mean, you know, I'm just saying that's what it is. Like, that's why I say, all right, man, I can't wait till it opens again. But even without, like, the ideas to come up with all this stuff is good, man. It's motivational, to be honest. You know, it's good that somebody somewhere is listening, you know, trying to, you know, to maybe even get motivated that they want to do one. But, you know, it's fun. It's fun. It really is. The Clubhouse is fun. I'm not the longest attending member, but I'll tell you this much. There's not nobody that come to Venture House more than me since I've been there. I come 6 days a week, just about.
Yep, he does. I know I come in every day and I'm like, oh, hey, Wade, good morning.
I'm always there. Like, you know, I live 4 blocks away. I could walk home from Venture House if I really wanted to. But, you know, I like to go there. Like, I mean, I like to, and now I realize even more, because I did a lot of times sit around, but, you know, I try to get in the huddles and, you know, show that the workers, as well as the other members, that, you know, we got to support each other. Yeah. You know, so sitting in those meetings, having that positive attitude, wanting to apply yourself more, that's the whole defining moment of this whole podcast, tell you the truth, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I think you really emphasized like a key point, being in the meetings and doing all this stuff. It's, you know, we really can't do it without each other as well.
Somewhere in the world, somebody needs to hear it, because they could possibly be going through the same thing themselves, but we don't know, because we don't do things like this. And as these things go on, everybody will eventually tell their story pertaining to who they are. So more than learning anything new, you get to understand the person more. And you get a better idea of who they are as a person. So it's not like I'm going to tell you something so historical on this podcast that you might not already know. But it'll help you better understand me moving forward.
That's all we aim to do with these podcasts. And I'm glad that you even said that because that's really the goal, and you're doing a great job of proving that, you know. I never met you before in person, but even these 20 minutes that we've been talking, I learned a lot about you so far. I know some of your inspirations. I know how you feel. I've just learned a lot, and I admire what you've been able to share so far and the growth that you've been able to reflect on. I admire that about you. So,
for more information on Venture House, you can go to venturehouse.org or call us at 718-658-7201. This project is supported in part by an award from the National Endowment for the Arts. To find out more about how National Endowment for the Arts grants impact individuals and communities, visit www.arts.gov.
Close your eyes. Stand up straight. Relax your shoulders. Relax your belly. Let your body do what it does naturally. Breathe.
Let's do it.
And we're gonna just drop, bam.
We're going to start with a point and a flex and a point and a flex.
again, welcome to Viatka Care. Thank you again for joining us. This is our third month. Please practice social distancing. Please make sure that you are apart from each other. Please be patient. No rushing. Keep your mask on, please. Viatka Care is an initiative that our board chair, Ms. Celia, and myself, with the regular general membership and the president, had put together. We know that there's a need in our community, and we got together. We decided to start this initiative about early May. We've been doing this every Wednesday. We've been feeding approximately 300 to 400 people every Wednesday. And you can see that, there are senior citizens within the community, single moms, single families. It's amazing to be able to provide a hot meal.
Everybody should care about what goes on in your community. We have the census going on. We've got elections coming up. We got a lot of things on that is on the line for our community, Black and brown communities. And it's important for us to be all hands on deck when it comes to those decisions. What happens to our legislation, what happens to our education, what happens to our community, what happens to our programs. Because we have to be able to foster and encourage our youth to be able to be productive citizens and learn from our example. And since May, we have fed completely over 4,500 people in our community from Crown Heights, East Flatbush, mainly senior citizens and those who are inbound, delivering food to them, hot food, resources, and other items that they need, PPE, to be able to secure themselves while staying in at home. And with this COVID relief response, it allows you to still participate, get out of that self-isolation, help most people who are dealing with mental health and wellness issues to be able to uplift themselves and be able to participate as if they were out. That goes a long way as it relates to COVID relief.
We try our best to organize with everybody out here, print out flyers and go to each building and start giving out flyers so you know the anchor having something. So everybody will come and get what they're supposed to get. Some communities might do it, some might not do it. But we making sure the people we have will get.
So I always tell people I give for selfish reasons because it makes me feel good. And providing a hot meal is something that no one could really imagine. Some people will have it and some people don't, and you can never tell.
It's about love, and that's what we are. This year our theme is about bringing back the love. This is love, right? You have 15 to 20 volunteers that come out their house every Wednesday, taking a risk. We wear facial masks, we wear gloves, but they show their love and their passion, and they care about the seniors in our community. They care about the community itself. So we take our time, and we're very proud of that. It matters to me because it's the way I was raised. It's family. It's a family thing. My mom always said, you have a little share, and it's always be multiple. And I'm very blessed with that.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
On Saturday, in my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri.
The United States is claiming a CIA drone has killed the leader of al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, at a safe house in Kabul, in an area where many Taliban leaders live. We'll get the latest and look at his legacy and the U.S. war on terror. Then we go to the fight for reproductive rights in Kansas.
Kansas, which is a state that's been at the center of anti-abortion attacks for decades, has now become a key destination state for patients in Oklahoma and Texas and elsewhere who can no longer get abortions in their home states. Today, Kansans are voting on whether to allow the state legislature here to ban abortion too. This is the first state to vote on abortion since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade.
We'll go to Wichita. Then, as New York, California, and Illinois declare health emergencies over the outbreak of monkeypox, we'll speak to Stephen Thrasher, author of the new book out today, The Viral Underclass, the human toll when inequality and disease collide. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The United States has announced it's killed al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri in a drone strike in downtown Kabul in Afghanistan. The U.S. reportedly fired 2 Hellfire missiles at al-Zawahiri as he was standing on the balcony of his safe house located in a wealthy neighborhood where many leaders of the Taliban live. The United States has long accused Zawahiri of being a key 9/11 plotter, along with Osama bin Laden, who was killed in a U.S. raid in Pakistan in 2011. President Biden made the announcement of the assassination Monday night.
The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. You know, we make it clear again tonight that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
The Taliban criticized the U.S. attack, saying the drone strike was a violation of international principles. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken accused the Taliban of violating the Doha Agreement by hosting and sheltering the leader of al-Qaeda. After headlines, we'll get the latest from Afghan journalist Bilal Sarwari. In Kentucky, the death toll from some of the worst flooding in the state's history has risen to 37, with more rain and searing temperatures forecast throughout the week. Hundreds are still missing in Kentucky. In California, 2 people were found dead in a charred vehicle Monday after the McKinney fire exploded in size to become the largest U.S. wildfire of the year at over 55,000 acres. This follows record heat in the Pacific Northwest, and as forecasters predict, more than 40 million U.S. residents face triple-digit temperatures over the next week. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin's office said Monday the conservative Democrat has secured a promise from party leaders and the White House to complete a highly contested gas pipeline. In 2020, construction of the Mountain Valley Pipeline was halted by a federal court after activists argued its construction violates environmental laws and could pose catastrophic threats to nearly 1,000 streams and wetlands. The deal to complete the pipeline came as Senator Manchin ended months of opposition to President Biden's legislative agenda and agreed to support a scaled-down bill to combat the climate crisis. In Washington, D.C., indigenous-led protesters erected large tripods Monday in a nonviolent symbolic blockade of the Interior Department. The protesters are demanding Biden take immediate executive action on the climate. They're rejecting mandated oil and gas lease sales on public lands and waters as part of any new climate legislation. This is activist Ashley Engel of the IKEA Collective.
People are dying. My people are dying right now. We are not your sacrifice zones. We will not be your sacrifice zones. We will not sacrifice our lands, our waters, or our children or future generations children too. And we also want Biden to declare a climate emergency.
A federal judge has sentenced a far-right militia leader to 7 years in the prison over his role in the January 6, 2021 insurrection. It's the longest sentence yet for a Capitol rioter. Guy Reffitt, a recruiter for the Texas Three Percenters militia, was convicted in March of 5 felony charges for leading a mob that charged and overran a Capitol Police line. Reffitt was reported to the FBI by his teenage son, Jackson. Reffitt's daughter Sarah on Monday told reporters after the sentencing, "Trump deserves life in prison if my father is in prison for this long," unquote. Meanwhile, a new study finds far-right dark money groups have poured unprecedented amounts of cash into Secretary of State races across the U.S. this election year, aimed at candidates who espouse Trump's big lie that the 2020 election was stolen. China's warning the United States of potentially disastrous consequences if House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visits Taiwan this week. The Chinese Foreign Ministry's warning came as Pelosi traveled to Singapore and Malaysia as part of a tour in Asia that includes plans to become the highest-ranking U.S. official to visit Taiwan in a quarter-century.
If Speaker Pelosi visits Taiwan, it would grossly interfere in China's internal affairs, seriously undermine China's sovereignty and territorial integrity, wantonly trample on the One China principle, seriously threaten the peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait, and severely damage China-U.S. relations. We would like to warn the United States again that China is fully prepared for any eventuality. The Chinese People's Liberation Army will not sit back.
In response, Pentagon spokesperson John Kirby warned China against using Pelosi's visit as a pretext to increase military activity around the Taiwan Strait. The U.S. Navy currently has 4 warships positioned in waters east of Taiwan, including the nuclear aircraft carrier USS Ronald Reagan. Here in New York, the United Nations opened a review of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which seeks to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres opened the conference with a stark warning.
We have been extraordinarily lucky so far, but luck is not a strategy, nor is it a shield from geopolitical tensions boiling over into nuclear conflict. Today, humanity is just one misunderstanding, one miscalculation away from nuclear annihilation. We need the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons as much as ever.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken accused Russia of dangerous nuclear saber-rattling over its invasion of Ukraine and blamed Iran and North Korea for harming efforts at non-proliferation. His comments come as the U.S. and the world's 8 other nuclear-armed nations continue to refuse to sign the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which was adopted by the UN last year after it was ratified by more than 50 countries. In Iraq, hundreds of supporters of the powerful Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr continue to occupy the Iraqi parliament, protesting efforts led by al-Sadr's pro-Iran rivals to form a new government. Al-Sadr supporters have declared an open-ended sit-in at parliament until their demands are answered. Meanwhile, thousands of al-Sadr opponents held a counter-protest Monday and were met by police firing water cannons. At least 125 people have been injured in the unrest. The formation of a new government has been stalled since parliamentary elections in October, where al-Sadr's Sadrist movement won the most seats. Back in the United States, voters head to the polls today for primary elections in Arizona, Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, and Washington state. In Arizona, several Republicans who've denied Joe Biden's 2020 presidential election victory are competing to become Secretary of State, the official who oversees elections. They include Trump-endorsed State Representative Mark Finchem, who sought to overturn Trump's 2020 loss, and state lawmaker Shauna Bullock, who sponsored a bill to allow lawmakers ignore election results and choose their own presidential electors. In Washington state, Congress members Jaime Herrera Butler and Dan Newhouse face Republican primary challengers. They were 2 of the 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach former President Trump over the January 6th insurrection. In Missouri, former President Trump on Monday delivered his endorsement in a crowded race of 19 Republicans seeking to replace retiring Republican Senator Roy Blunt. On the eve of the primary, Trump wrote, quote, "Eric has my complete and total endorsement." There are 2 people named Eric among the 19 candidates vying for Missouri's open Senate seat: Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmitt and Eric Greitens, the former governor. Greitens attempting a political comeback after a report commissioned by Missouri's legislature in 2018 found he sexually assaulted and physically abused a woman before blackmailing her to cover up his crime. Meanwhile, in Kansas, voters are deciding today on a ballot measure that, if approved, would repeal the state's constitutional protection for abortion and pave the way for conservative lawmakers to enact a near-total ban on the procedure. In Kentucky, a state court of appeals has reinstated an abortion trigger law and a so-called heartbeat statute that bans the procedure after 6 weeks of pregnancy. This comes after about a month after a lower state court had halted the enforcement of the measures. We'll have more on the Kansas abortion ballot measure and reproductive rights in the country later in the broadcast. And New York City's declared monkeypox a public health emergency after officials described New York as the epicenter of the outbreak, with tens of thousands of people vulnerable to exposure. California and Illinois also declared states of emergency Monday over the rapid spread of monkeypox. This week, the first monkeypox deaths outside Africa were reported in Spain, Brazil, and India. Meanwhile, African nations still have not received a single dose of vaccine against monkeypox, even as the United States and European Union have secured hundreds of thousands of doses. This is Dr. Ahmed Agwel, acting director of the African Centers for Disease Control.
Let us get vaccines onto the continent. Let us get more resources for preparedness and response to come to the continent. And let us get attention focused on where we can be able to really stop monkeypox at source. And the endemic countries here in Africa is really the best place to be able to start.
We'll have more on the monkeypox outbreak later in the broadcast with journalist Stephen Thrasher, author of The Viral Underclass. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Well, the United States has announced it's killed the al-Qaeda leader, Ayman al-Zawahiri, in a drone strike in downtown Kabul in Afghanistan. A CIA drone reportedly fired 2 Hellfire missiles at Zawahiri as he was standing on a balcony in the safe house located in a wealthy neighborhood where many leaders of the Taliban live. The attack occurred on Sunday morning in Kabul. Al-Zawahiri's assassination comes nearly 21 years after al-Qaeda attacked the United States on September 11, 2001, and just under a year after the Taliban seized control of Afghanistan. The United States has long accused al-Zawahiri of being a key 9/11 plotter, along with Osama bin Laden, who was killed in a U.S. raid in Pakistan in 2011. President Biden announced the assassination of al-Zawahiri on Monday night.
My fellow Americans, on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan, that killed the emir of al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri. You know, Zawahiri was bin Laden's leader. He was with him the whole time. He was his number 2 man, his deputy at the time the terrorist attack of 9/11. He was deeply involved in the planning of 9/11. One of the most responsible for the attacks that murdered 2,977 people on American soil.
The Taliban criticized the U.S. attack, saying the drone strike was a violation of international principles. Secretary of State Tony Blinken criticized the Taliban for allowing al-Zawahiri to live in Kabul. In a statement, Blinken said, quote, "By hosting and sheltering the leader of al-Qaeda in Kabul, the Taliban grossly violated the Doha Agreement and repeated assurances to the world that they would not allow Afghan territory to be used by terrorists to threaten the security of other countries." Al-Zawahiri was a key figure in the international jihadist movement since the 80s. He was trained as surgeon in Egypt, where he was born to a prominent family. In 1981, he was arrested as part of a broad plot to assassinate Egyptian President Anwar Sadat. Egyptian authorities tortured al-Zawahiri and others involved in the plot. The author Lawrence Wright said al-Zawahiri's time in prison and torture led to his further radicalization. After his release from prison, after 3 years, al-Zawahiri traveled to Afghanistan and Pakistan, where he met Osama bin Laden. The United States has accused al-Zawahiri of being involved in numerous attacks, including the bombing of the USS Cole in 2000 and the bombing of U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania in 1998. After 9/11, the United States put a $25 million bounty on his head. We begin today's show with Afghan journalist Bilal Sarwawi, who reported from Afghanistan for 20 years, fled the country after the Taliban takeover, and is now in Toronto. On Sunday, he published photos on Twitter of the house where the drone strike occurred, but at the time, the target of the attack was not known. Bilal Sarwawi, your response to now the news that al-Zawahiri has been assassinated by the United States?
Well, I think it's shocking that the Taliban would have kept him in Sherpur, which is a upscale neighborhood not very far from Western embassies, but also the presidential palace. What has come into light that the house that was targeted has 17 rooms, it has 4 stories, it has a basement as well as a balcony. It's sort of a Pakistani inspired villa that was previously rented by an organization with whom I've spoken. And we are being told actually now by multiple sources that the house belonged to the chief of staff for Sirajuddin Haqqani, who's the interior minister of the Taliban, and the police chief of Kabul, someone called Maulay Hamza, also resided in the same street, and that the Haqqanis frequently visited this area. Now, the Haqqani network has had a generational, historical, and ideological relationship with Al-Qaeda, starting from the 1980s. There has been many intermarriages. But again, you know, this is a strike inside the heart of Kabul in an area that is very, very well known to the CIA and other Western intelligence agencies because over the last 20 years they had a presence specifically in this area. They had safe houses. Their partner agency, the NDS, had similar safe houses. And the irony is that these houses did come under suicide and complex attacks by the Haqqani network before the fall of Kabul on August the 15th in 2021. I remember shortly before the fall of Kabul, the house of former defense minister Bismillah Khan was targeted first by powerful car bombs. Afterwards, attackers got inside, and you know that led to gun battle for hours.
And Bilal, the U.S. has said that there were no civilian casualties from this strike. From what you've been able to tell and report, is that accurate? And you also mentioned the Haqqani network. Could you talk about the relationship between the Haqqanis and both the Taliban and Al-Qaeda?
According to sources in Kabul city that I've been able to speak to, at least 12 Arab nationals and foreign fighters are among those killed, including Egyptians. We are being told by several eyewitnesses that shortly after this strike here in the neighborhood of Sharina, which is not very far, vehicles were seen transporting what appeared to have been foreign fighters with their families, quite possibly heading to other locations, including to the presidential palace. So this also sort of shows you that Al-Qaeda was not only quite confident at the very highest echelons, feeling very, very safe in an area like Wazir Akbar Khan, but they've had a presence, and now they feel that it's basically their own sort of backyard. As far as the relationship goes, as I said earlier on, it's extremely close, it's generational, it's historical, it's ideological. I would not be surprised if there would be intermarriages for second and third generation of Arab and Afghan fighters. Here I'm talking about the Taliban, and we have to really also remember that Ayman al-Zawahiri is someone who has been in the region for more than 20 years. He has known a lot of these players in the Afghan conflict. He's traveled extensively from Kunar in Nuristan in the east, where he was being hunted down, to places like Waziristan. And quite honestly, this is an embarrassment for the Taliban as well, who continue to project themselves as the victorious, powerful force that can really deal with any situation. We don't know who might have given up al-Zawahiri, what sort of an operation this could have been. But according to some sources, Ayman al-Zawahiri was transported from North Waziristan or via North Waziristan, possibly in the month of May, to Kabul, where he lived with his family. And I've been also looking at some, pictures that have been shared with me, which shows that in this very same house, certain Taliban officials, including members of the Haqqani family, did take pictures. It would appear from the snow that it would be around, winter year 2022. So it will be interesting to know if this was the Abbottabad sort of moment for the Taliban, where certain Taliban officials and leaders may have known about the presence, but others may have not. But yesterday there was a big issue between various Taliban officials and ministers whether there should be a state-level funeral held for al-Zawahiri or whether it should not be. But it is a conundrum for the Taliban because they cannot deny this anymore.
I'd like to bring in Karen Greenberg of the Center on National Security at Fordham University School of Law. Professor Greenberg, your response to this announcement of the assassination of al-Zawahiri, and were you surprised that he was in the midst of Kabul?
Yes. I think it was very surprising to many that he was found in Afghanistan. I think it sort of underscored, as Bilal was saying, this resurgent ties between Taliban and al-Qaeda, something that the war on terror sought to and succeeded to the most part, we thought, in separating. And I was also surprised a little bit at President Biden's speech, and the way he described this as part of us having to be ever vigilant about the war on terror, because in many ways this was the final blow of the sights that the United States had in mind in countering the 9/11 threat and in the post-9/11 era, meaning that this was, after bin Laden, who was the most important leader of al-Qaeda since 9/11, and that is al-Zawahiri. And so I think that his death is actually a very important moment in understanding the addressing 9/11, addressing the war on terror. And in many ways, although terrorism may continue to proliferate around the world, and as we know, there's much terrorism in a number of splinter groups, the question is this really the final part of the post-9/11 war on terror, no matter what the future may bring? So those are my initial thoughts on it.
The author Lawrence Wright wrote extensively about al-Zawahiri in his book, The Looming Tower, Al-Qaeda and the Road to 9/11. In 2010, Wright appeared on Fresh Air and talked about how al-Zawahiri was further radicalized after being tortured while imprisoned in Egypt.
And so many of the ideas that were percolating there boiled into al-Qaeda. And there's one thing that wasn't really, I think, voiced as an idea, but the torture that they endured, in my opinion, is what really gave them an appetite for revenge. And the bloodletting that is so characteristic of al-Qaeda, and really is very unusual for terror groups which are mainly interested in theater, I think it was born in the humiliation that those men felt in those Egyptian prisons.
So that is Lawrence Wright talking about al-Zawahiri. Karen Greenberg, you wrote the book Subtle Tools, The Dismantling of American Democracy from the War on Terror to Donald Trump. Can you talk about the significance of him being tortured and just give us a thumbnail history of who al-Zawahiri was? What is his history?
Yeah, and this is something you did well in the introduction to your show, so I'll try not to be too repetitive. But you know, Ayman al-Zawahiri was born to a well-to-do family, educated, a family that consisted of doctors, sort of famously, numerous doctors within the family. He too studied at the University of Cairo, became a doctor, was often referred to as the doctor. And the reason that he was in prison was that he was convicted not of the actual assassination of itself, but of, I think, of having arms in his possession as part of the plot that assassinated Anwar al-Sadat. And so that is why he went to prison. He went to prison for 3 years. And yes, the stories of how torture affected him were, you know, are, I don't think it's just Lawrence Wright. I think he does a fantastic job. He's a fellow at my center, by the way. A fantastic job sort of telling how torture breaks down the human being, breaks down the personality, and really is transformative in terms of how it can lead to violence in the future. And Ayman Zawahiri is an example of this. After he was released from prison, he was expelled from Egypt, and he went to Afghanistan, where he met Osama bin Laden and began what became this relationship that eventually led to Zawahiri uniting the Egyptian jihadist Islamist forces with bin Laden's al-Qaeda, and was a person who was known for strategy, for masterminding a number of attacks, not particularly charismatic, not particularly liked, but no matter, a very effective strategist in terms of fighting. He was identified not just with the plans for 9/11, but prior to that, for the attack on the USS Cole in 2000, which led in the Gulf of Aden off of Yemen, which led to the deaths of 17 servicemen, U.S. servicemen. And also, he was indicted, along with bin Laden, in the indictment against those who conducted the bombings, as you mentioned, in East Africa in 1998. And so he has a long history after that imprisonment of violence in the name of jihad. And the other thing about Zawahiri that's interesting is that it was bin Laden that basically said, we are going to be an internationalist organization, and we are going to attack the West, and we are going to attack the United States. Prior to that, much of Islamic jihad has been focused on local issues, local insurgencies. Under Zawahiri's command, after the death of bin Laden, there was a return, not a separation entirely from anti-Western, anti-American, but a return to a focus on local issues, local insurgencies. And much of what Zawahiri did was to try to have a hand, if not a formal affiliation, with many of these terrorist groups that were proliferating in the Middle East, in Africa, and elsewhere. And so he's had an important imprint on al-Qaeda for many, many decades now. And so, you know, we'll see what his death actually means going forward in terms of the organization of al-Qaeda, because we don't really know, although many think it will be the third in command, Saif al-Adil, who will be in charge of al-Qaeda going forward. But my guess is that al-Qaeda, that this is really a identifying moment for al-Qaeda, and whether or not it'll have a future and what that future will look like is very much in question after his death.
Well, I'd like to follow up on that very issue with Bilal in terms of this historically an American approach to dealing with its enemies is that you assassinate the head and therefore you stop the movement. It's not just in terms of bin Laden and al-Zawahiri, but the leaders of ISIS. You could go back to the days when the United States was hunting Che Guevara in Latin America, all the assassination attempts against Fidel Castro, the killing of Saddam Hussein, and even going back to the 1930s, the hunt for Sandino in Nicaragua. is it your sense that this attempt to cut off the head really deals with the fundamental issues that are raised by these insurgencies?
Well, I think Al-Qaeda did transform the Taliban as an insurgency over the last 20 years. Let's go back and see how the Taliban learned to use roadside bombs, for example, how they learned to have an army of suicide attackers. How did they learn to have powerful truck bombs? So in my view, Al-Qaeda has done their job as far as they're concerned, and the relationship between the Taliban and Al-Qaeda is extremely close, on the battlefield as well over the last 20 years. And today, if you look at Afghanistan, I would say there is a good several thousand foreign fighters, including Arab fighters, those from Central Asia, operating in Afghanistan side by side alongside the Taliban. And there are those like the Islamic movement of Uzbekistan that are inspired by Al-Qaeda. These are militant groups that have lived and fought together in Afghanistan, but also before Afghanistan in places like Waziristan. So it would be interesting how the Taliban would try to deal with that internally. First, how do their fighters and mid-level commanders react to this? But then also the issue of foreign fighters. In my view, if tomorrow the Taliban wanted to get rid of the foreign fighters, they couldn't, because the number is big, and that would become a headache. But we would have to also see, what would be the future of Al-Qaeda from here on, because the Islamic State has a presence. It is an emerging threat. We know that. And it would be, again, the question of how the Taliban could continue to convince the international community in the West that, they are not only harboring such figures, at the very, very highest echelons, but that they could be trusted. We have to remember this news only comes weeks before, August the 15th, when the Taliban took power militarily. And in my view also, over the last 1 year or so, we have continuously reported the presence of drones over Kabul, over northern and eastern parts of Afghanistan. So that also means that the Americans, in particular, did not trust the Taliban, as partners, because there was this sort of joke going around Kabul before Afghanistan fell to the Taliban, that there was this counterterrorism cooperation going on between the Americans and the Taliban. And I could tell you that in the eastern province of Kunar, where I come from, there was a time when there was ample amount of evidence that the Americans were carrying out airstrikes against the Islamic State. Quite possibly the coordinates were given by the Taliban on the ground through mobile phones. And that did not send a very powerful message at that time to the Afghan government, and specifically to its special forces, who had a very close relationship with the American army.
We want to end by going back to President Biden's speech last night and getting Professor Greenberg's comment on the war on terror.
As Commander-in-Chief, it is my solemn responsibility to make America safe in a dangerous world. The United States did not seek this war against terror. It came to us, and we answered with the same principles and resolve that have shaped us for generation upon generation. To protect the innocent, defend liberty, and we keep the light of freedom burning, a beacon for the rest of the entire world, because this is a great and defining truth about our nation and our people. We do not break. We never give in. We never back down.
Karen Greenberg, your response to Biden and the so-called war on terror.
My response is that the speech could have been much more about how this is a final moment in the war on terror as we defined it after 9/11. I do think that Biden is seeking vindication for pulling out of Afghanistan and being able to say, look, we can still protect ourselves even in Afghan space if we need to by these over-the-horizon strikes. I did think it was a little more bellicose in terms of what the future may bring than I think many of us who have studied the pitfalls of the war on terror might have hoped for. On the other hand, this was an important moment in saying that those who brought about 9/11 and many of the attacks prior to 9/11 and who threatened the United States after 9/11 have been dealt with. The real question is, how does the United States move on now that we're really in a different era of great power rivalries, our attention is turned to elsewhere in the world. And as terrorism experts had said from the very beginning, managing terrorism as opposed to making it a war may very much be the future of counterterrorism, although I'm not sure we would know that from Biden's speech last night.
Karen Greenberg, Director of the Center on National Security at Fordham University School of Law, and Bilal Sarwawi, Afghan journalist. We thank you both for being with us. Next up, voters are going to the polls today, among other places, in Kansas. There to decide whether to repeal the state's constitutional protection for abortion and pave the way for conservative lawmakers to enact a near-total ban on abortion. We'll go to the latest in Wichita. Stay with us. Instrumental Rhubarb by Afghan Ensemble. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez as we turn to the first major vote that could shape reproductive rights at the state level since the U.S. Supreme Court's decision overturning Roe v. Wade. Today, Kansas is set to vote on a ballot measure that could repeal the state's constitutional protection for abortions and pave the way for conservative lawmakers to enact a near-total ban on abortion. 4 states already have similar measures in place: Alabama, Louisiana, Tennessee, and West Virginia. For now, abortion is legal in Kansas, and clinics there have reported an influx of patients from neighboring states where abortion is banned, including Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Texas. For more, we go to Wichita, Kansas. That was the home of George Tiller, assassinated, about 13 years ago. He ran an abortion clinic there. We're joined by reporter Amy Littlefield, who focuses on reproductive health care, the abortion access correspondent for The Nation. Her recent piece, In these 6 states, abortion rights are literally on the ballot. You've been on the ground, Amy, in Kansas ahead of today's vote. Welcome back to Democracy Now! Lay out what you're seeing.
Hi, Amy. It's great to be with you on this pivotal day. I'm here in Wichita, Kansas, not far from the clinic of the assassinated abortion provider, Dr. George Tiller, where I spent the day yesterday. And I wanted to come to Wichita to report on this amendment because it's a city with such a deep and rich history and complicated and violent history when it comes to abortion rights in this country. So what's happening here in Kansas today, Amy, is that the Republican-controlled state legislature is trying to repeal the right to an abortion that's enshrined in the state constitution. The state Supreme Court in 2019 said there is a right to abortion under the state constitution, and that's allowed clinics here to remain open. And, you know, just to give you a sense of the stakes in terms of where Kansas is on the map, if you look at that map, Amy, I mean, it is a wall of deep red to the east and to the south of Kansas. And so patients from Oklahoma, from Texas, from Louisiana, from Arkansas, from Missouri, are all flocking to this state that has actually quite a few abortion restrictions in place already here. It's not by any means a haven state. Abortion is actually quite heavily restricted here, but it is a pivotal state where patients are flocking from across the region. And so what Republicans here are trying to do is strip away this right from the Constitution, strategically using tactics of voter suppression. And that started with when they scheduled the vote. So they scheduled it for the August 2nd primary, when turnout is about half of what it typically is in a general election. They scheduled it during a primary, knowing that about 30% of voters in Kansas are unaffiliated with a political party. So they're not used to voting in primaries. They may not realize that you can still go to the polls and vote on a ballot amendment like this one, a ballot referendum like this one, even if you're not registered with a political party. Kansas has a requirement that people have to register 3 weeks before the election. So one of the clinic workers was saying to me yesterday that her son, who's 18, has a vote no bumper sticker on his car. He's so excited to vote in favor of abortion rights, which is no. The no position is for abortion rights, and he's so excited to vote, and then he realizes he just had registered the night before. Well, he's weeks too late to register to actually vote in this election under Kansas law. The language of the amendment is incredibly confusing. I mean, it starts out by stating what the state constitution already says, and then it gives the people, through their elected state representatives, the ability to pass laws regarding abortion, including ones that have exceptions for rape or incest. Well, reading that, you might have to really puzzle through whether that sounds like a good thing or a bad thing, right? And whether the pro-choice vote is yes or no. If you want to keep the status quo, is it yes or no? And then to top things off, yesterday, a text message from a toll-free number went out to thousands of Kansans. I was standing in the clinic when the staff there started getting notifications that even people that they knew were getting these text messages, and these text messages said voting yes will give women a choice. Well, it's the total opposite of that, in fact. Voting no is the pro-choice position here. Voting yes would allow state lawmakers in Kansas to pass even the most extreme anti-abortion laws here. And so this was a very clearly deceptive text from an anonymous number. And I tried to trace it, I tried to call it, I tried to message it, and I just got a dial tone. So, and it's a violation, most likely, of FCC rules, according to the ACLU. So this is just to sort of give you a sense of, this is not an up or down clear yes or no vote on abortion, because abortion rights proponents here understand that abortion is a popular issue. A majority, more than 60% of Kansans do not want to ban abortion in all circumstances. And so it's just a question of whether those people get to the polls, can vote, and understand what they're voting for. We know that when measures to ban abortion or enshrine personhood for fetuses have been on the ballot, and it's a direct question of the most extreme abortion ban or not, those measures have been voted down in even the most conservative states like South Dakota and Mississippi. But what's less clear...
Amy, I'd like to ask you, you attended an anti-abortion rally last night in Wichita called Unite the Light, Prayer for Value, Them Both. What happened there, and who spoke?
It was a prayer vigil, so they had spread out all along the sidewalk in front of a large Christian church here in Wichita, holding Vote Yes signs. And, it was interesting, Juan, if I had to guess, standing there on the sidewalk, watching the cars go by, which side this was going to go, just based on people's reactions to these signs. Some of them were honking in support and seemed excited about the Vote Yes position. And then some were yelling profanity out their window or booing. So what's really clear is that this amendment is deeply present here, right? You can't go a block without seeing a lawn sign on one way or the other. The second I crossed the state line into Kansas, I saw Rosie the Riveter sign that said, "Trust women, vote no" on 2. it's absolutely everywhere. And I think what's really encouraging is that there has been an enormous grassroots mobilization that might just tip the odds that are stacked against the abortion rights position here. That might just be enough. I mean, I think it's going to be very close, but I think abortion rights supporters here are cautiously optimistic that the huge upswelling of outrage and political participation from people who've never been involved in that kind of activism before will be enough to tip the balance in their favor, even though Republicans have really tried hard to stack the deck against abortion rights in this vote.
And the significance of Kansas, not only for Kansans, but as you described, the sea of anti-abortion states around, the thousands of women who are coming from all over the Midwest, for example, in Texas, as well, other places in the Midwest, would then not have Kansas to come to.
Absolutely, Amy. I mean, I spent the day at Dr. George Tiller's former clinic in Wichita yesterday, and the last patient of the day who left in the late afternoon, you know, I spoke with her and asked her where she was coming from. And she said, I said, do you have a long ride home? She said, oh, just to Oklahoma City. Well, Oklahoma City's 2.5 hours, maybe 3, you know, depending on traffic from Wichita. Okay. But she had been talking to women in the waiting areas, to other people who were there that day for their abortions, to people who'd had to pay $400 a piece just to fly into town. People who had gotten in the car that morning. There were people there who had gotten in the car that morning, driven at 2 a.m., driven from Dallas. A patient who drove from Houston, which is 9 hours. And what I want to emphasize, Amy, is these are the patients who made it that day, right? And what staff were really trying to get across is this is not the common experience. This is the anomaly. The patients who make it to their appointment and have their abortion, at this point, it is so hard to get access that those patients are the exception and not the rule. And towards the middle of the day, when all the patients had been checked in, I went over to the desk and I asked the staff, what about the patients who didn't make it here today? There were 7 patients, 20 people who were seen, 7 patients who just had no-showed, meaning they'd called them and said, you know, hello, why didn't you come to your appointment? And they hadn't reached anyone. They just didn't know what had happened to these patients. And those patients were supposed to be coming from Dallas, Tulsa, a town in Oklahoma that's 4 hours away, Richmond, Texas, 9 hours away, Arkansas. And 2 of those patients were right up against the limit, the state limit. They were not probably going to be able to get an abortion unless they could travel even further to Colorado or New Mexico. So those are 2 people who are staying pregnant. Those are the stories that we're not hearing. We are hearing the stories of people and staff, I should add, because Trust Women has a clinic in Oklahoma where abortion is banned and has been for some time. Their staff are making that same journey as the patients, traveling to be able to provide care to that influx of patients from other states.
Well, of course, we're going to continue to follow this. And as we speak in Kentucky, a state court of appeals has reinstated an abortion trigger ban and a law that makes abortion a felony to perform. Amy Littlefield will be coming back to you soon. Amy Littlefield is a journalist who focuses on reproductive health care, abortion access correspondent for The Nation, former Democracy Now! Producer, joining us today from Wichita, Kansas. Next up as New York, California, Illinois declare health emergencies over monkeypox. We'll speak to Stephen Thrasher. His new book out today, The Viral Underclass. Stay with us.
You know, it's always okay to cry. You don't even need to know why, but don't you ever feel alone inside. If you need to know the truth, I still haven't got a clue. If the blind can lead the blind, then baby, I'm just like you. You're a stone wall in a world full of rubber bands. You're a pillar of belief, still fighting your empty hands. Folks are gonna lean on you and leave when the cracks appear. Darling, I'll be the last. You're my letter to the past.
Letter to the Past by Brandy Carlisle. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. President Biden is naming top officials from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and the CDC, Centers for Disease Control, to coordinate the White House response to monkeypox here in the United States, where the virus has been reported in 47 states and Washington, D.C. New York City has now been declared monkeypox, or has declared monkeypox a public health emergency. Officials describe the city as the epicenter of the outbreak, with tens of thousands of people vulnerable to exposure. California and Illinois also issued a state of emergency over the rapid spread of monkeypox. Worldwide, over 23,000 infections have been detected in at least 80 countries, with the U.S. leading confirmed cases, though health experts believe many more monkeypox cases have gone undiagnosed due to shortages of testing. This week, the first monkeypox deaths outside of Africa were reported in Spain, Brazil, and India. For more, we're joined by Stephen Thrasher, an LGBTQ scholar, professor at Medill School of Journalism at Northwestern University, faculty member of Northwestern's Institute of Sexual and Gender Minority Health and Well-Being. His new book is out today, The Viral Underclass, The Human Toll When Inequality and Disease Collide. Stephen Thrasher, welcome back to Democracy Now! Congratulations on the release of this extremely important book. You wrote a piece for Scientific American headlined "Blaming Gay Men for Monkeypox Will Harm Everyone." Talk about why this is so important and what we should understand about the state of monkeypox in the United States and around the world now.
Thank you so much for having me, Amy. I wrote that piece, I started writing it in the end of May, and like many people I'm in conversation with, we were extremely concerned about the way that monkeypox was moving around the world and how we were starting to see cases in the United States. And so at the time, I was making the case to the Biden administration, to the national government, that we really needed to proactively go ahead and start vaccinating men who have sex with men, particularly considering that we were coming into Pride Month. There were multiple opportunities all through June, beginning where I live normally in Chicago with the International Mr. Leather Festival, and there are going to be Pride events all through the month. And we really needed to take that opportunity to vaccinate people because we could see where the outbreak was happening. That did not happen, as the New York Times reported last week, really enragingly. The Biden administration had the option to purchase 300,000 doses of this new vaccine that works quite well and is easy to administer, but kind of took a wait-and-see approach. And so that's why we're seeing this unfolding disaster now. And this is a difficult thing to think about and parse, but it's really important that we think about it and drill down on it. That this disease is one that in theory can affect anyone, but it has worked its way particularly into communities of men who have sex with men. And there are reasons why I think that it's important to think of it as a sexually transmitted infection. Like other viruses, HIV, hepatitis, herpes, HPV, STIs can move in a variety of ways, but this one is really moving sexually right now. And I had started looking into last week a couple of different research papers. One was out of London, which showed 196 of 197 cases were from men who have sex with men. That is new information that we didn't quite understand in a lot of countries in Europe and North America. But also, as NPR was reporting earlier this week, based on a research paper I had also recently read, there's a man, Dr. Agoina in Nigeria, who had looked at an outbreak and studied an outbreak in 2017. And in 2019, he started publishing research saying he had reason to think that this virus was moving through genital secretions. So we have on our hand a situation that has taken a turn. This virus has changed. A lot of people's reference around monkeypox is thinking of it primarily coming off of close contact with animals and close contacts with other people, but it seems to have changed in a way that it's particularly moving through sexual contact between men who have sex with men. This does not mean that it's a gay disease and shouldn't be stigmatized that way, but we shouldn't be ashamed to think about who it is affecting and how it is affecting people and to deal with it with a great sense of urgency, not with panic, but with a real sense of urgency right now.
And Stephen Thrasher, in your book, you break your book up into 12 chapters that look at 12 factors that create the conditions for unequal viral transmission. And some of the chapters, one on racism, on individualized shame, on capitalism. Could you talk about why you structured the book that way, and especially the chapter on individualized shame?
Certainly. So I've seen over my time of reporting on viruses as a journalist and studying them as a scholar that the same kinds of people are coming into harm's way. And it's been alarming sometimes when you look at how different the viruses are. So I'd seen for years in reporting on the criminalization of HIV and on the killing of black people by police officers and black poverty that you kind of see the same maps. HIV is happening in the places where police violence happens a lot. And then when the COVID-19 pandemic began to break out, I started seeing the same maps, both in St. Louis, where I've been doing research, and also in New York City. And that seems strange to me because HIV and SARS-CoV-2 are extremely different viruses. They move differently. They have very different virological components to them, but they were happening in the same places. And that's because there are all these social determinants of health that place people in the path of viruses and also make their bodies less likely to be able to defend them. Even when we look at something like with COVID-19, it's primarily killing people who are elderly. People who are in nursing homes that are in poor areas are much more likely to die. And so we're seeing something similar again now with monkeypox, that it's happening to not only men who have sex with men in the United States, but as the Washington Post reported last week, about 2/3 of the cases are happening towards black and brown people. And certainly anecdotally, I haven't seen good research on this now, but certainly anecdotally, white people and professionals like myself who have time on their hands have been able to get vaccines. And if we don't deal with that, then we're going to see upper class people getting access to the monkeypox vaccine, while poor people, black and brown people, get less access to it. And with LGBT people, something that I think can help viewers understand why it's the social determinants. You know, we know that there's some kind of sexual transmission component with something like HIV or monkeypox. But with COVID, LGBTQ people were more likely to get sick, more likely to die of COVID. And that's not because there's any sort of sexual component to COVID. It's because LGBTQ people are structurally lower class. We're poor, we're more likely to lose our jobs, we're less likely to have salary jobs, we're less likely to have health insurance. And so all of those things make our bodies vulnerable in such a way that viruses have an easier time getting into them. Particularly anti-trans laws and anti-trans practices make it difficult for people who are trans to get the health care that they need in general, and the health care they need around viruses specifically much more difficult. And then we become a much easier point of entry and reproduction for viruses.
And you also write about the role of borders, because obviously viruses do not respect borders of nations. And could you talk about that as well? And I think we have got about a minute or so.
Sure. So borders themselves create a kind of violence. And when we try to keep people inside of a nation or inside a gender identity, we put up a very strong wall. In the United States, one of the biggest parts of our viral history is that at Guantanamo Bay, it was not founded for 9/11, referring to your stories earlier from Day. It was actually founded 10 years before that, when the first Bush administration tried to keep Haitians from coming into the country, and they set up this infinite detention camp in Cuba at Guantanamo Bay, and they tested everyone for HIV, and they sterilized everybody who was positive for HIV. And so we imagine that the U.S. has no viruses in it, that they're somewhere else. But with monkeypox and COVID, we are the leading country in the world with these infections. And so it's not a matter of keeping them out. It's a matter of dealing with them inside the borders of our own country and working with other countries to lower transmission.
We're showing images by Molly Crabapple, by the way, who illustrates your book. Amazing. We're going to do more in part 2, but we only have 20 seconds. Not a single vaccine has made it to Africa?
That's certainly my understanding. I know that none had made it to Nigeria, where Dr. Goina had done this really amazing work. And if we had dealt with these countries and helped them earlier, we would not be dealing with this global pandemic now.
And we're going to talk much more extensively about this in part 2 and posted at democracynow.org. Stephen Thrasher, LGBTQ scholar and journalist, his new book, The Viral Underclass, The Human Toll When Inequality and Disease Collide. That does it for our show. A belated happy birthday to Rob Young. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Stay safe, wear a mask. Hi, I'm Amy Goodman, host of Democracy Now! Tune in to our independent global news hour, 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. Monday through Friday on MNN1. You'll hear voices and stories.
This is my life work. From the days of being arrested and beat by police, being part of the movement of fighting against police abuse, starting 100 Blacks in Law Enforcement Who Care, fighting every year of my career. It's about how do we come together and start doing something that we've lost the ability to do, and that's communicate.
Amy's cousin was shot in the face by the police. Then she sees a friend who's punched by the police. Then we send the police out to recruit these young people to become police. We've created an atmosphere where these young people are traumatized by violence.
I am extremely supportive, and not only supportive, proud of our young people that have embarked upon this natural evolution. They're the grandchildren of the civil rights protesters, and I cannot tell you how proud I am of them for what they're doing, of raising attention to this matter. And it's so unfortunate, brother, that America seems not likely to listen until we reach a level of devastation. You know, how long have we been talking about this? Amadou Diallo, Baez, Eric Gardner. Why couldn't we come to a conclusion and change the system long before this officer had his knee on the neck of Brother Floyd?
I wanted to ask you on the issue of defunding the police, which has become something that a lot of folks in our city council, as well as outside people, are advocating for. Daniel Drum, who's the chair of the Finance Committee and oversees budget, says it's time to defund the NYPD. I wonder, budgets show your true priorities. If you were mayor right now, would you be on the side of people calling for that defunding?
Well, and we need a definition, because some people are hearing defunding and they're thinking about disbanding. There's a body of people out there that's saying we don't need police in our societies. Let's disband the police department. Let's do it away. I don't subscribe to that. And in fact, I think that's foolish because the prerequisite to prosperity is public safety. If we're talking defunding about looking at their budget and taking away some of the dollars that we give there, I'm all for that. We don't need all of the toys that police are buying and purchasing. I think we need to put in place a special group of city council personnel who receive top secret clearance from the FBI and from our federal government so that they can bring the police behind closed doors as an intelligence committee so they can look at what they're purchasing, find out what the needs are, and what methods they're using to conduct investigations.
When it comes to that reallocation, I had the opportunity maybe about 2 years ago to speak with then Deputy Commissioner for Training, Tracy Kazee. I went to the police academy and she spoke to me about the trainings and de-escalating, and particularly with people who were emotionally disturbed. And they walked me through a scenario of de-escalation. I had on the full kit with the firearm, a body camera, some pepper spray, all of these tools. And I asked which was the most important in de-escalating a situation. And I was told none of these. The most important thing was your voice. Is that the same when you're dealing in these one-to-one actions on the street, or is it a completely different animal than dealing with an EVP?
That's a great question. And let me tell you where we made the mistake. When we have these encounters, they call what's called mobilizations, level 1, level 2, level 3. And that depends on the body count, the number of people who are being deployed. You know at the start of your tour that if there's a level 1 mobilization call, you have to respond to wherever the crisis is. We don't take into account the ability of the officers who are being deployed to these mobilizations. We just look at the entire pool of police officers and we just send them there. Right. Brother, everyone is not meant for every assignment in a career. And so we have to stop saying, hey, you're an anti-crime officer that spent your entire career going after bad guys. Now we're gonna take you, put you on the front line of someone yelling at you, spitting at you, screaming at you, and expect for you to have the mental capacity to say, I'm here to de-escalate the situation. That's not a reality. We need to have those well-trained conflict resolutions, people who have the demeanor to carry out those type of skills, and we're not doing that. We're saying if you are a police officer, you could do any assignment in the police department. That's wrong. No other career will allow that to happen. We have to stop allowing that to happen in policing.
I was out Sunday afternoon in Flatbush, right behind the Sears, and I could see some of those officers were afraid. It was clear that there was fear there, and they were professional, and it was a temperature change. I wonder how you see that fear turning into violence and a way to switch that pattern, because they were afraid.
And it's real fear, you know, and I know it firsthand. Being afraid really could cloud your decision. And the best way to dissipate that fear is your knowledge of the community and the people in the community. We cannot continue to have people come from all over the city and attempt to de-escalate situations in communities they know nothing about. And then we have to teach police how to de-escalate themselves, how to say that I must be here to bring down your temperature when you're overreacting. Because the goal of policing is not to punish, it is to correct the condition. And you look at some of the videos, you see police not subduing people and putting them in custody, but they're actually carrying out the action of punishment. And that happens when you're afraid, when you don't know your community that you're policing, you're over anxious, and you're dealing with your own PTSD and stress that's associated with the job.
I wondered, as Brooklyn Station, do you have a message that you want to deliver specifically to us, from us, in a way that Brooklyn people will receive it like no others on the national stage will?
Yes, no, it's so true, and that's powerful, because you know, I remember, brother, September 11, 2001, and watching the Trade Center collapse and going there that night and seeing the ashes and people filled with soot and the ground was smoldering. I never experienced anything like that before. And I said to myself, I don't know if we're gonna make it through this. But 9/12, something happened. Brooklyn got up. Teachers taught, retailers opened their stores, builders built, and America looked at us, and we were the epicenter of the attacks. And just as now, we're the epicenter of the virus with a number of deaths. People are watching us. And at the heart of this country is New York. And at the heart of New York is Brooklyn. How we lead through these crises will determine how America is going to lead through these crises. We did it before, we're gonna do it again. We're going to be fine because we're made up of the best stuff on earth, and that's Brooklynites.
Open my palms to the sky. surrendering to the human hopelessness, that it does not despair me. For life needs no more. No more despair, I pray. To turn a situation as bad as mine into an opportunity to be of some benefit. To transcend my present circumstances. To transform everything around me to something almost radiant. Boom, 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 banging, constant, throbbing, consistent, bang, bang, my mind, I lose it, broken, pieces, shit, I'm bleeding, silence kills me, noises scare me, darkness likes me, I don't know me, can you help me, hold me, lead me, save me, love me, please don't leave me, something's worse inside my mind and everything just dies.
Sweet. That's exactly what we were talking about. Pick each other up, lift each other up, catch each other when you fall. And it doesn't even matter if you remember your line or you forget your line. It's about upholding the integrity and the power of what we're doing and knowing that that's where we're going and that's what we're holding. And if we stay present to that vision, then we can't mess up ever. My name is Samara Gayef, and I'm the founder and artistic director of Truthworker Theater Company. We are a social justice-based hip-hop theater company for high school and college-aged youth. It really grew out of over a decade of my own work as a performer, an artist, an educator, and an activist in Brooklyn. My work has been primarily as a teaching artist, where I've brought my artistry and my passion for education together and merged them by working in a lot of public schools all throughout New York for about a dozen years. And I found myself running residencies, developing curricula, initiating programs, and having the privilege of working with so many brilliant youth. And specifically, I worked in a lot of transfer schools and continue to do teaching artist work, working with a lot of overaged, undercredited youth in transfer schools who, for one reason or another, were formerly incarcerated, pregnant and parenting, gang affiliated, or didn't have the structural support that they needed in their own lives in order to be able to sustain successful school career. Really always found that the arts was an arrow to the tip of the heart, you know, that it was an entry point to pass through so many walls that we put up and to create safe spaces for folks to tell their stories on their own terms. And that's really become the mission of Truthworker Theater Company, is to provide a safe space for young people to shift the dominant narratives that are so often stereotypical in mainstream media, particularly of young people of color in this country, and to be able to create a platform for them to be the subjects of their own stories as opposed to the objects of the stories that are told about them.
At this point, Truthworker and my life outside of Truthworker are so inextricably linked. Like, there isn't a way for me to live my life outside and then not bring it into this space with me. But I have learned how to differentiate what events in my life need to be brought here at what time. You know, there are some things that happen, some energies that occur or that we carry with us, and once we enter the space, Samara will ask us to just check it at the door or to hold on to it until it's a more appropriate time if we're working on something. But the best part, I think, about the company is that at the start or at the end of a rehearsal, there's always a space to voice what's necessary to us, which is why it's such an important part of my life.
George Zimmerman found not guilty for murdering Trayvon Martin in cold blood. In this country, black and brown kids go to prison for life for selling drugs, while corporate suits walk down long hallways killing our youth.
Wake up, people. This ain't nothing new. Let's talk about Sean Bell, Amadou,
Kimani Gray,
and Emmett Till.
2013, with the generosity of Jack, I was able to call together 16 youth and bring them together for a summer intensive. We met 3 days a week, 3 hours a day. And in the course of just about 5 weeks, created a full multimedia hip-hop theater production called Barcode, a performative analysis of the school-to-prison pipeline. And that was an investigation and interrogation and exploration of what is the school-to-prison pipeline, how does it impact our lives, what are our stories and our testimonies, how can we pull research from guest speakers. We brought in formerly incarcerated folks who had been locked up as young people, held their stories with us, brought in key lawyers to share statistics and research from the stop and frisk trials, the Zimmerman verdict. So really with a quick and astute responsiveness to what was happening in the moment. We wove together a piece that really looked at all of the stories that explode when you start thinking about the school to prison pipeline.
The school to prison pipeline? Before Truth Worker, I had no knowledge. I didn't pay attention to it. You know, I was surrounded by it, but it was just something that I was accustomed to. No, it was just like, okay, something's happening, let me mind my business. And then I joined Truth Worker, and Samara taught myself and others more about it than we knew. It changed me, honestly, from 2 years ago. Looking back at who I was 2 years ago and now, it's two completely different people.
In coming into Truth Worker Theater Company, it's really helped me because you tend to realize that it is that feeling within you of being fearful of the police officers, which gives them their power, and not knowing what your rights are. It's kind of hindering you from your power. Barcode, we were able to find out information that we had no clue about before, which empowers us within itself.
We talk a lot about how connected, how linked, how parallel it is in public schools and in, you know, the prison system, and how little people are aware of that, and yet and still how much of an effect that has on our children, who are the future. There's something very special to be said about this theater company dealing with youth, because it's us that are gonna be in charge of things in order to break the cycles and show what is necessary to cultivate and support the coming generations and those before us, and deal with the issues that are happening now in a way that matters to us and in a way that's gonna touch other people.
Between textbook and central booking, there is a pipeline.
We're not trying to make pretty art. You know, we're not trying to show how good we can dance or sing. We're trying to use our artistry and our bodies and our craft as a vehicle and a vessel to stand for something that we really believe in, you know, to create an impact. So hopefully it's rippling, and hopefully we'll continue to grow.
Reclaim our humanity. Rewrite history's pages. Reclaim our humanity and transform what enrages.
Thank you guys for being here today. You know, this started off with Rachel and I basically just wanting to create one peaceful protest. And like, look, here we are at our second one. I think this is like amazing. We have so many ideas going around. We really want to keep this movement going. And I think that it's just so important as parents to show our kids that this matters to us too. You know, I've been having conversations one-on-one with a lot of you parents that I just like, my parenting style is to lead by example. Like, if you're gonna talk about it, you gotta like show them. And this is what this is about.
The intention that the Kids Peace Movement is rooted in is solidarity, unity, love, and peace. And that starts at home.
The Kids Peace Movement is a platform for children and youth of our community to be able to amplify their voices when it comes to positive and progressive change. So it's their platform, you know, they get to voice their opinion, ask the questions, be educated on different issues going around within the community, outside of the community, globally, and really making them center stage. It was week one of protest. We didn't feel like the protests were a safe place to take our children. So that's when we created like our own movement. We're like, all right, let's create something that we would feel comfortable bringing our children to. And again, one peaceful protest, but then it was just like the community support was incredible. So Rachel and I know each other because our daughters go to school together in Queens. And our daughters, they met in pre-K when they were about 4 years old. Bella now is 9 and Kelly's 10.
I learned about the Black Lives Matter movement sort of on the internet, but then on the streets, I started to see it a little more, and then I started asking my mom about it, and she told me a little more what was going on. So I thought to myself, whole, they're trying to make a change for a difference. And I thought that was so powerful, so we can have equality for everyone.
We are the future. We are the future. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Love is power. Love is power. Yes, we can.
A couple of days after George Floyd was murdered, my daughter came across the video on TikTok. And she actually came up to me and she was like, look, Mom, like, look at this. I'm really sensitive. And I was like, I don't want to see that. I didn't want to see it because it's enough for me to know what occurred, but she saw it. And that was kind of like earth-shattering. It was mind-blowing. And then the week after that, Blackout Tuesday, she posted her black box. And I realized it was like, you just have to have the conversation.
Black Lives Matter is an organized movement advocating for nonviolent civil disobedience in protest against incidents of police brutality against African American people. First and foremost, I would tell every mother that this conversation is crucial and it has to happen, that you can no longer put it off. The main component, no matter what your race is, the main component of the conversation should be equality, and that to teach your children that no matter what, to speak up when they see injustice, to not say, oh, that's just that person or that person deserves it. I overprotected until I realized that I may be doing my Black son a disservice, taking him out of our own communities and not being able to see excellence in his own face. So he's been around loving people of all races. But it wasn't until recently that I realized that I have to teach my son, if he's approached, that he can't act like his white friends, or if he is stopped by the cops, or if he's in a situation that he has to carry himself differently just because he is a Black boy. If he's invited to a sleepover, that he is not to go anywhere but in the room that they're sleeping, because if anything comes up missing, because you're the only Black boy, you'll probably be accused of it. You know, I made my son learn about Tamir Rice because they were the exact same age. Scary. It's scary across the board.
I was at that first rally. I was standing on like a boulder with a bunch of cops behind me.
But how did you feel? How did you feel when you were there and you saw those people and what they were talking about?
I wasn't scared, but I wasn't not scared. I was more nervous.
This means if you see someone being racially profiled because of the color of their skin, or you may see someone not given the same opportunity to excel as other people, speak up and say something. Don't just look at it and be a bystander. Do something.
Even though we're kids and we're young, we know what we're saying, and we know that all lives matter. We know that Black lives matter.
It is about breaking the cycle. So to see them doing things that we never did, I feel like we're on the right path with the Kids Peace movement.
BLM is short for Black Lives Matter, and it's a true statement because people are being treated differently, and all lives don't matter until Black lives matter. Many people are suffering, and we are the future. We don't want kids like us in the world to be treated differently for any reason, especially race.
We're here to guide children, guide them. Ultimately, you're bringing an entire human being into this world. That's going to be part of your legacy. Because when we go, if we have the privilege and the blessing of going before our children go, that's what you leave behind. And what you want to leave behind is gold, is something prosperous, is something that's going to bring good into this world.
A lot of what's going on, what will happen in the future, has a lot to do with him. I speak to him and I let him know that he has a responsibility, not only to his family, not only to his community, but also to his race. And mind you, this is a new mindset for me because I've been in survival for so long. Survival for me and my children, and making sure that we have what we need to sustain life. But now I'm stepping over survival and thinking more about legacy.
Activism to us, well, I don't know about us, but yeah, me, us, is doing maybe like a change or doing something different.
I want to be in a world where all lives matter and we can all be treated equally for who we are, and we're not judged by the color of our skin.
And I want them just to be able to excel and not have extra hurdles, extra obstacles placed in their way, and just be given an opportunity to show up.
It's never too early to start teaching a child how to be a good human. Like, it's never too early to start.
And that's what it's all about, teaching our children to just be good humans, to themselves, to one another.
Michael Brown, rest in peace, rest in peace. Michael Brown, rest in power, rest in power. Black lives matter, Black lives matter, Black lives matter, Black lives matter, Black lives matter.
Well, it happened on November 22nd, 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. I swiped myself onto the train, and there was another gentleman there. He needed to get on the train, so I opened up the door for him. And as he came in, and we were standing on the platform, one detective came from the right, another detective came from the left. They grabbed both of us, they put us up against the wall, placed us in handcuffs, asked us for our IDs. They ran our names and everything, and they let the other guy go. And they kept me because they said I was a recidivist, that I had a criminal record. So I went through the system, and before I went out to see the judge, my lawyer came to the back to speak to me, and I was quick to ask her, so can I get community service or a fine? And she was like, no, they want to offer you time. When I got out in front of the judge said, 10 days, Mr. Garcia, take it or leave it.
The broken windows theory comes from a magazine article that was published in The Atlantic in 1982. It was written by conservative criminologists George Kelling and James Q. Wilson. Wilson's earlier work had looked at the history of policing and the different styles over time, and he was really interested in the 19th century versions of policing, which were really much more focused on order maintenance than law enforcement. And he felt that that was the direction that policing need to go in the wake of the kind of social unrest of the 1960s and 70s. So a lot of the broken windows theory was driven by these historical concerns and understandings rather than any new empirical research. We usually associate the broken windows theory here in New York with Giuliani. It was the Manhattan Institute, a very conservative, kind of billionaire-funded think tank, that introduced him to the idea. He then took that idea and melded it with his neoconservative politics that said that what the city needs is to restore order rather than to engage in any kind of reinvestment in communities in distress, etc. Here in New York, the broken windows took the form of aggressively targeting homeless populations, street-level drug dealing, and over time becomes even more invasive, more aggressive.
When I was in there was a lot of other people who was telling me they were in there for the same thing, for jumping the turnstile. And actually there was some people in there who had gotten 20 days. So I started saying like, well, damn, 10 days, I kind of lucked out then in a way. They figure if they continue to, harass people for minor offenses, their offenses won't get worse. But I think that's crap because they continue to arrest the same people over and over. I know guys who came out who got arrested for sleeping on the streets, and a couple of days later they keep arresting them. So I really don't see that as working, because none of these guys that they're arresting, they are the guys that are just sleeping on the streets or people that jump turnstiles. I don't see how that's gonna stop people from doing worse crimes.
One of the questions about the broken windows theory is whether or not there really is a clear causal relationship between order and serious crime. It's clear that through concerted action, the police can do something about public disorder. The question is whether or not that has anything to do with the homicide rate or the amount of armed robberies. The correlation is not super strong, and the actual mechanisms of causation are not very clear. There have been a number of studies done in the US and in Europe, and the results are very mixed. There are places that show some connection between broken windows and serious crime, but many serious studies in the US show no connection. One example would be that the efforts to get rid of squeegee men and aggressive panhandlers in parts of Midtown Manhattan certainly improved the orderliness of those neighborhoods, but didn't have any effect on serious crime because there wasn't any serious crime in those areas.
So here I am walking down the steps towards the scene of the crime. Can I add a trip on this? If you don't have money, these things here, the turnstiles, they're a barrier for anybody trying to get to work, a doctor's appointment, you have to go get food, you might have to go see your mother, you might have to go pick up a kid, a family member, something. If you ain't got no money, these things are a barrier. Yeah, to me, broken window policing, I think it's just broken policing.
The main concern that I have about broken windows policing, which I discuss in my new book, The End of Policing, is that policing comes with a lot of really negative collateral consequences. People who get arrested for low-level infractions run the risk of losing jobs, having family problems, being saddled with significant fines and court costs, and all of this is directed almost entirely towards the poorest members of our community. Officers could have used their discretion to give Mr. Garcia a warning and send him on his way. Instead, they put him in the criminal justice system at a cost of thousands of dollars to the public and undermine his future employability. Here's someone who's had problems with the law in the past, but is employed, is moving in the right direction, and instead of getting support, is being pulled back into a system that's going to make him further alienated, harder to get into mainstream society, and potentially more of a future burden on the rest of us. Does it make sense to invest a huge amount of resources in arresting people for jumping the turnstile? Or does it make more sense to try to come to grips with the fact that there are large numbers of New Yorkers who can't afford to ride the train and that we need to develop a system of reduced fare Metro cards, etc.?
In other cities, they just give you a ticket. In New York City, they put you in jail. What's up with that?
Oh shit! They shot him? Oh my fucking goodness!
They killed this boy.
Oh.
Please don't tell me he's gone. Please, Jesus, no! Please, no! Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter!
America is a country that is founded on slavery and genocide, and it's based on exploitation and oppression. As long as you have that, and as long as you have the police actually enforcing relations of exploitation and oppression, people are actually, unfortunately, going to have to be out fighting in the street for justice. There are more people that are killed by the police than are killed by lynching at the height of lynching each year. Last year, there were over 1,300 people killed by the police. You were 9 times as likely to get killed by the police if you're black than if you're white. Rallies matter because if people don't fight back in a range of different ways, including at rallies, then they get ground down and can't resist at all. And the other thing that matters is Today's empire is tomorrow's ashes. We need revolution, and they don't come out of nowhere. My hope is that actually people can build a movement for revolution and get rid of this monster.
Whose streets? Our streets! Shut it down!
Shut it down!
I'm originally from Iran.
Shut it down! Shut down!
It's a lot easier for Americans, it seems, because of the media and the media coverage, to grieve people that are dying under the hands of quote-unquote authoritarian regimes. But if people are dying under the hands of a quote-unquote democratic regime, we almost automatically trust that this is something okay, or it's just, or that the police had good reasons for it, but they don't. These are just innocent people dying for their own existence.
When I first heard about the shooting with Philandro, I wanted to cry. I read it on the train this morning and I wanted to cry. Like, I felt like I lost somebody and I don't even know him. Like, that hurts. It hurts. It's like no matter what you do, you're just being prejudged off of your skin color. Look at the president. He's a black man and he still gets called a nigger.
Black man getting shot should not be like the weather. It should not be happening almost every other week. I just thought about all the other people who got shot, Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown, all these other kids. And when Trayvon Martin got shot and when that was all happening, I was actually the same age, because it's like, so that just made me think, that could be me. And I don't want that to be me.
I think it's important as a white person to utilize my privilege to speak up for the black members of my society, of the society that I share with them. I mean, unity is one thing that we need to come together as a community and show what we can do. But honestly, I'm at a loss.
We'll never be defeated.
This is my only resort. I think protesting is about as effective as me voting, and I don't think it's doing much, but I'm still gonna do something.
What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now! Justice for! Justice for! Justice for! Justice for!
As a mother, I have Jonah holding the sign because we want to reinforce the idea, and we want to say it loudly and proudly, that Black lives do matter. Doctors estimate that Jonah will be about 6'5". So at what point will he become a threat just in his body, just in the space? And so we will stand in protest of all police brutality and all brutality against African Americans, male and female.
But dig is necessary. We'll take a look at dirty crooks, make no apologies. Gonna sock your mind, learn what's behind these ideologies.
We're gonna turn it on. The show is only an hour. We're gonna spit some rhymes, share some history, a touch of minstrelsy.
Falcon Works is a community theater, but it's also, in this production, it's bringing in all of these people from all different backgrounds. It definitely plays to our community of Red Hook. This cast is just insanely talented.
Aaron!
Mia. Amanda.
Brian!
Miriam.
Charles!
Hillary. Dante.
race. Ready, Set, Race is going to be a hit maker because of the simple fact that I don't care who you are. You gotta love some type of rap. Rock has rap in it. Gospel has rap in it. It's rapping, singing, dancing, and we're interacting with the crowd.
When I do my opening rap, it kind of highlights everything that the show is about. I just say, this is a race review, we do that is ready, set, go, about to bust your status quo. That's a Q to the U to the O.
This play really breaks down the history of race and how it was formulated and why, and how that has shaped the society that we live in today, and why we may have prejudices because we have learned the things that we think are innate but are actually man-made.
The work that we have produced has always been an attempt to get people to think about the world that they live in and how they might want to change that, and then to even while they're in the theater, start to strategize together about ways to start implementing some kinds of changes or to think about things that they could start to implement in their own lives. If people think of that as community theater, that's great.
I think community theater is phenomenal. I think it's what theater of the oppressed needs, and I think it's vital. I wish all communities were that were actually looking at stories that meant something to the community as opposed to producing Neil Simon plays.
The songs kind of give this tongue-in-cheek vibe to the play where you're given all this very upsetting information, but through song. One of the songs is actually called Colonial American Booty Call. Reg wrote the lyrics thinking about a colony trying to seduce the British Empire. I was like, okay, well, let's make a 90s sounding R&B slow jam.
Ring, ring, ring. Hey, baby. You remember me? The colonies.
I'll get your purple mountains. And your fruity plains.
Boy, you crazy.
Crazy about you.
Booty call.
A colonial American booty call.
There's actually a fun part of the play, this is going to be a spoiler alert, where we instruct the audience to literally look online to find the laws that were set in place in the 1600s through the 1700s about any non-white peoples and how they were made as to be property, and these laws are literally still online today.
You've got Google up, you're searching Virginia Assembly Slave Act 1705, and we're looking for codes started in 1680. Take your time, don't rush, don't panic, mind your breathing, and while you're searching, we just got a little tune for you. Come on now, take us up now.
25-year I wrestle with supremacy into law. If you wonder where this is going, we're gonna leave that up to y'all. Since 25-year I wrestle, it's a hell of a thing to do. But we show you how they do it, a full song and groove.
All right, so who's got a code that was established in 1680?
Boom. It becomes legal for a white person or person to kill an escaped slave who resists capture. Slaves also are forbidden to arm themselves for either offensive or defensive purposes. Punishment, 20 lashes on one's bare back.
White supremacy is introduced into the colonies as a social control mechanism, as a way to, first of all, prevent class solidarity in the labor classes. And that class was made up of Africans, Englishmen, Scotsmen. Suddenly, that class was divided into whites and blacks. In fact, the idea of white as a racial classification doesn't happen until the 1680s as part of miscegenation laws.
This was the invention of the white race.
Perhaps the greatest feat of magic ever realized.
Invented for the express purpose of driving the wedge between the European and African labor. The white race! Dividing a community who had shared common cause for 50 years. The white race! Invented by a clever ruling class to protect the capital interests and the interests of the crowd. The white race! And some still embrace the notion of white supremacy to this day.
Cool. Let's do one more. Okay. Just to have where you just do the writer, creator of Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer.
Okay. Hi, I'm David Crownson, and I'm the writer and creator of Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. I'm serious. You can add the part of me laughing and shit and cut around that, because I'm like, yes, it's serious, but it's Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. Come on. What this comic book is about is Harriet Tubman, who we all know and love from history, except I've imagined her with martial arts skills and katanas and vampires and werewolves exist. We don't really go deep into it, but they just exist, and Harriet Tubman is the chosen one to lead slaves to freedom and slay demons. I was basically in Ghana, West Africa. I was taking a little bit of a break from America. I had been auditioning for a few big, high-profile projects, and it was really stressful and really exhausting. One day, I'm just watching TV, and it's this Harriet Tubman documentary that comes on. So I'm like watching it, I'm like, all right, cool, Harriet Tubman, this is dope, I love it. I start channel surfing, and I stumble upon Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I'm watching that, movie ends, and then, again, more channel surfing, and I stumble upon Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters.
Now, child, test the oven and see if it is hot enough.
Later on that night, I'm just, I had a journal, and I was journaling all day, and journaling my whole experiences being in Ghana. And after like 3 pages of stream of conscious journaling, 3 things popped up when I looked back at the page, and it's Harriet Tubman, katana ninja fight scene, and witch hunters, and they all just jump at me, and then I'm just like, Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. It lives in my head because I still don't know what it was. I don't know who the characters are, and I was kind of like trying to figure out who was who. I'm like, okay, maybe she'll meet a family, and it'll be a husband and a wife and a little girl, and I had this whole then I kind of crafted this whole story. I got it! Okay, so it starts with this family called the Edgefields. They are escaping slavery. They're running away to freedom. Reasons you'll find out in issue 3. But they've decided that they're leaving, give me liberty or give me death, and they get caught by these white men who are patrolling the night, and it turns out these guys are vampires, and the Edges are like, what are vampires? We've never heard of that before. So they're about to get killed, then all of a sudden you hear, excuse me, hi, and it's this petite little woman, and they're just like, what the fuck? I'm like, who are you? And it's Harriet Tubman, and she's just chill and calm and relaxed. I knew I wanted to show Harriet being a badass, but how are you a badass without doing something physical? And I think being a badass is when someone comes like a snarling, scary person who's just chill and calm and relaxed, and you clap back at it too. And I knew I wanted that scene, that moment to happen, but I don't know why, I had a lot of trouble writing it.
I don't know any damn Mr. Bridgewater.
Well, then you must not be educated. Ugh, your breath smells like the devil's ass. Would you kindly take a step back out of my face?
There was a version that I did it where, the dialogue was kind of it came off a little bit too modern, and my illustrator, Cortland, was like, hey man, Harriet's kind of coming off a girl on the C train who's getting into a fight. And I'm like, oh, yeah.
Who the hell do you think you're talking to, gal?
A jackass who's in need of a Bentley. No, I ain't gonna say it again. No, it's not.
It's not landing. It's
weird.
not.
Sorry.
It's just too modern.
Yeah, I think you need to switch up the words a little bit. It just.
Do they really have Bentleys? Do they even know about that?
I don't even. I'll just switch it up. Switch it up a little bit.
what would Tarantino say? Or any of those guys? What would Scorsese say? He's a mean guy. I don't know. I am just totally lost.
So like I researched like 1800s like slang and dialogue. It started with me going like, what the fuck? I don't know what I'm gonna do with this shit. This isn't working. And then be like,
stand still, bitch.
Like this.
holy shit! That's it! So yeah, that's where we are so far. And at the end of issue 2, we meet someone from Harriet's past who is a surprise, and you'll learn more about him, and he's really fun to write. I think for these next few issues, like it's gonna be a different artist, but just because of time and production and for turnaround, you are also recreating your characters. You're saying the same thing, but it's like you have to be either even more specific, or you have to explain it even more. Like I think issue 3 is going to be drawn by this amazing artist named Sylvain Montesseur, and he's great and he's amazing. My only it's going to be a fun challenge because he doesn't speak English. Third one is coming out on June 19th. Because nothing screams slavery being abolished like Harriet Tubman killing a bunch of racist vampires and werewolves and demons.
Labs is a team of multidisciplinary, multicultural women of color working at the intersection of art, science, technology, and futurism. NSAF is a 4-part project we created in the summer of 2016. We took a hair salon and reimagined it. So you think you're going in to get your hair done, but you're really going to get your brain optimized. It debuted at Sundance in 2017 at New Frontier. And it's a project that is looking at the roles and contributions of Black women in art, science, technology, and futurism, while specifically looking at neuroscience and questioning, where are all the Black women in neuroscience? And you can take that same question and position it to a number of different things because visibility is often lacking. We have to create platforms to connect with people. Hello. Do you see me? Yeah, I can see you. Virtual reality right now in its current iteration is a space that is begging for content. And we wanted to create content that highlighted nuanced representations of Black women at its inception so that it's not like film we're playing catch up to challenge these stereotypical notions of what it means to be living in a racialized body. Also just creating what we wanted to see.
Brooks organized a group of neurofeminists to create the synaptic lineage. This is an autonomous network gathering and distributing communal memories and knowledge. Collective experience is carried through human agents and hosted on local servers as communal data is weaved through their neural networks. Kind of how coded information and directional coordinates were transmitted through the lyrics of old Negro spirituals, message songs.
We decided to tell the story through an installation, through objects, through virtual reality, and through cognitive impact research. And our main character, who you meet in the VR in the world, created this world where she's collecting memories from women in her community, elders, and creating this super technology. As you experience the VR piece, you start in the seated position and you're embodied inside of our avatar. Her name is Fatima. She's a young Black woman and she's ended up in the salon. She doesn't exactly know how she got there, but you look into a mirror and you see yourself as her. And our main character, Brooks, comes up behind you. Brooks does this session on you, and then you go through the mirror and you lose your body. And there's this fly-through scene where you're flying through all of these relics and old representations of Black women that are kind of falling into the lava. And at the end, you get to this podium where you meet 3 new representations of women, and they have a message for you. And then after that, you kind of come out of it and you're back into the salon. You leave feeling a little bit lighter. You leave hopefully feeling empowered. You know, that was our intention of helping you to understand that we're showing you something and you're in the experience to be mindful of it. And you're living life and you have a blank slate and you can be whatever you want to be and do whatever you want to do. Since doing this work, we've been able to connect with other filmmakers, other creators, other artists. Now that we're here, you know, me as a Black woman, Carmen as Mexican American, and Ece as a Turkish woman, now we can stand up and say, look at us, we're here, we've done this thing. We did it in a thoughtful way, and you can do the same.
You are free from the constraints that have been placed on you throughout reality. There is no pain or suffering in this world. The only limit is your imagination. This is a blank slate.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Mr. and Mrs. Honoré. So good to see you again.
Hey, Dr. P.
Hi, nice to see you too.
Oh, Teacher Amy is ready for you. Okay. Of course. Who's not ready to talk about DeAndre? Oh, come on. Wait till you see our new greenhouse. Come on. Color for the days yellow. Here you go, Teacher Amy.
Hey. So nice to see you again.
Same
How
here.
are you?
Hi, Teacher Amy.
Hi,
Really
so
nice to see you.
both. Let's take a seat.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I just want to start by saying DeAndre is an absolute delight. He is a smart, thoughtful, rambunctious ball of energy. He's a great dancer.
Dancer?
Yo, during our Friday dance parties, he's a regular Justin Timberlake. He's like,
That's enough. That's enough.
it's crazy.
That's enough. Okay, all right now.
It's so fun. It's crazy. It's pretty magical. He is also a natural leader, which is almost always a good thing.
Oh, when is it not?
Well, children are sponges, and they really absorb everything they see and hear, and they repeat things without fully comprehending what they're saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So a couple weeks ago, DeAndre got really into the phrase WPS.
Really?
Yeah. Like, I don't want kale for lunch, that's WPS, or I don't want to play Duck Duck Goose, that's WPS.
Yeah.
Or,
You know, we get it.
yeah. Yeah. And as we all know, WPS stands for white people shit. Are you sure? Yeah. I looked it up on Urban Dictionary.
News to me. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that term.
Yeah. Okay. So now every time we have a healthy lunch or we play a collective group game, suddenly I have 15 6-year-olds all saying WPS, WPS, WPS.
Yeah, but you people do like to eat a lot of kale. Would it kill y'all to serve some mustard greens every now and then?
Well, it's the school dietitian. Really works
You know what?
hard.
We'll
Yeah.
talk to DeAndre. Won't happen again.
Thank you. So last week I had the students draw their neighborhoods. This one's DeAndre's. He got the brownstone, the street, and
What
the
are
car.
these yellow things?
Those are crackers.
Crackers.
Yeah. DeAndre told me his daddy says the neighborhood is being taken over by crackers.
My neighbor likes to feed the birds, and he's always littering the block with breadcrumbs and crackers and littering all on the street. You know what? It's an eyesore. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. He also drew this. These are pigs in police uniform beating a brown person in the head with a nightstick.
Oh, goodness.
And then he wrote up top here.
Oh, we hate the popo, wanna kill us in the street faux show. I don't even know where that would have come from.
It's Kendrick. From a song by Kendrick Lamar.
You know Kendrick?
Everyone knows Kendrick. Good album.
You know, I've been playing a lot of To Pimp a Butterfly in the crib lately, so.
Teacher
Good
Amy,
album.
can I be frank?
Always, yeah.
It's very important to us that we raise DeAndre as a socially conscious, proud young black man.
Mr. and Mrs. Honoré, I get it. Yeah. I do. I fully understand the systematic oppression of the black man based on a history of slavery and hatred. I know the system punishes you for being unapologetically black. I get it, sister.
Sister.
I mean that in the feminist sense, not in the African American woman sense. Anyway, we are fully focused on creating a world without bias and oppression everywhere, starting with the children.
You know what? Fair enough. We'll be more mindful of what DeAndre listens to and hears at home.
Hold on now, baby. Not so fast. Let's talk about this for a second. I'm gonna be real honest with you, Miss Teacher Amy. Teacher Amy. That all sounds great, but that's not exactly what I'm teaching my son at home.
Really? You don't want a world free from bias?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I'm raising my son the way I was raised. Look, DeAndre needs to know that there's certain things you can't change about this country, and he needs to be prepared to work twice as hard to get what he really wants in life.
Oh, I see.
Teacher Amy, you should know that my husband has had real reservations about sending DeAndre to private school.
I didn't need any fancy private school to make it, and I'm real strong in my blackness.
Are you saying I'm not because I did go to a private school?
I didn't say that. It's different, Dawn. You're a woman.
Whoa, and what is that supposed to mean?
Excuse me.
It's just different for women in these type of environment, okay?
Sorry, you think that's made it easier?
You think that's
It's not about that. What I'm hearing is that you all want to see DeAndre dancing more and talking about race less. Now that's a problem.
Can I steal Mr. Honore for just a quick sec?
No, we were just...
Steal, borrow, pilfer, whatever. Please, take him.
I love DeAndre's blackness.
You know what? And it's one of his most prominent things. I mean, I just don't know what even else to say about it.
Look, Dr. P, I don't know where you from, but you know the challenges of raising a black boy in this city. I mean, you got to really know what's going on.
I was born and raised in Kingston, Jamaica. Huh? I came here when I was 13. I know Bed-Stuy. Old Bed-Stuy.
Okay. Okay, then so you understand. Look, you ain't got to go to none of these bougie schools to get an education. I went to an all-black public school. That turned out amazing. Now, the types of brothers I meet that go to these schools, let's just say that's a different type of brother.
You just seem like really cool people, and I champion you for championing your son's blackness. I want to protect that as well.
It's kind of comes with the territory, really.
When DeAndre leaves here every day, he has to go to his home in Bed-Stuy, where he got to be as comfortable on those streets as he is in here.
But the hood is changing, though.
Nah, not my hood. Now, we still got more Popeyes than Starbucks. There for now. But look, I ain't no fool. And I ain't trying to raise no knucklehead. I mean, my brother upstate right now because he a knucklehead.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Where
man. Greenhaven.
You must know my brother Cam up there. He coming home soon, but if your man's in Greenhaven, he know Cam.
What's going on here, man?
Listen, real talk, okay? All right. Hey, Mr. Poindexter! Love the work on the greenhouse. You worried about the school changing your son, right?
Yeah, you damn right.
Okay, I get it. But my job is to change your son.
Yeah, but not into a pussy.
I hear you. But remember, these 42-inch tyrants will be running the world one day, and you paying a shit ton of money for us to make sure that your son is one of the people running things. If you want him to understand the streets, that's cool. But that's your job. Got it?
Yeah. I'm good.
And for what it's worth, DeAndre's a good kid. He gonna be all right.
Thanks, man.
One love.
Really, right? And look, and remember Mr. Ross?
Do I remember Mr. Ross? Come on!
Hey, how's it going in here?
Oh, it's great. It's great. How about you two?
We good.
Good. It turns out that Amy, teacher Amy.
Please, Amy.
Amy also went to St. Barnabas, and we had all the same teachers.
And we were both on the debate team.
How funny is that?
Now, the types of brothers I meet that go to these schools, let's just say that's a different type of brother.
I understand you. You worried about your son being one of these Tiger Woods, Don Lemon, Brian Gumble type of brother.
Exactly.
Yeah, once you start talking to people, it's all the similarities, you know,
Yes.
they just start popping up.
Yes.
I have a lot in common with a lot of people.
Yeah.
So we're like a collective household, and we are, of course, all vegan. So are you cool with that?
Yes, of course. In fact, I haven't eaten.
Okay, great.
We forgot to ask you, what are your preferred gender pronouns?
Excuse me?
We're okay with they, or at least most of us are.
What? I just think that it's grammatically weird.
She. I am fine with she or her.
So, love, tell us about yourself. What makes you want to be a part of an anti-hierarchical, matriarchal, cruelty-free collective household?
Well, I am an actor and a singer, and I've lived in New York for over 40 years. Brooklyn since 1980, and in this neighborhood since 1995.
Old school, nice.
I've lived in the same apartment for all those years until the last owner passed, and his kids fought about it and decided to sell it with me in it.
That's cold.
And the new owner is a dumb, he's a Wall Street type. Yeah, and naturally he wanted me out so he could flip it or rent it in exchange for someone's firstborn.
Oh my God, for a child? That is way, way, way too much.
No, it's an expression.
No, a child is not an expression.
So I decided I was gonna try to stay in this neighborhood, and your ad was different than all that other BS I've been seeing.
Thank you. Okay, but what about our politics? Are you comfortable with the politics described in the ad?
Sure. Before it was cool, I was anti-imperialist, vegan, queer positive, gender liquid.
By gender liquid, do you mean gender fluid?
Yeah, that too.
So, be straight with us. Why do you really want to live here? Something feels off.
Yeah, isn't it a little weird that you want to live in a household that's just all, you know?
Yeah.
I know what.
Oh, just that we're all...
Yeah.
White?
Oh,
okay.
Excuse me?
Okay. Sorry, sister. Almost all white. I guess. I don't know. I don't care.
I was actually gonna say all younger, because we're obviously not all white. I mean, Mia is, of course, black.
Oh, we're half
Well,
black.
and Amy is, of course, 1/3 Ojibwe.
No,
and
I'm not.
You're not?
No, my grandfather spent a summer on a reservation and he had a girlfriend there, so I was almost Ojibwe, but...
Okay, but you're definitely part,
Yeah.
what are you?
You
It's
got-
like,
you got-
Excuse me,
I'm getting a big, like,
I just have
like a
big eyes.
quasi...
Getting back to answering the question about why I want to live here, that's easy. It wasn't the political stuff that caught my eye. It was the $650 rent.
So were you lying about all of your politics so far?
If you must know, I debated the role of feminism in the Black Power movement with Angela Davis. Yeah. And drank 1 too many mojitos with Asata Shakur in Cuba.
Come on. Oh my God.
Young people, I can talk the talk and walk the walk. But can I be straight with y'all?
Yeah.
If you wish.
Please. All this political stuff is cool, but all I want is a room with no rats that doesn't cost 2 weeks' salaries.
Yes.
Well, okay. Our household is a consensus-based household. Therefore, all decisions must be consented upon by the group openly and transparently. So, we're gonna do that and we'll get back to you.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds great.
Guys, she's everything, right?
Yes, she's woke as fuck. I'm just gonna say it, I love her.
You love? Decker, you said that about your last hookup, and you said that about the hookup 2 times before that.
Yeah, but this is for real, though. I am stanning right now. I wonder if she's on Instagram.
Stanning?
A hybrid word combining stalker and fan, hailing back to Stan by Eminem.
But, just to be clear, she is a bit,
What?
nice? Old, right? I said it. She's old. Maybe she wants, like, quiet hours after 10?
What if she doesn't like us smoking weed?
What if she doesn't like us hooking up?
What if she's hooking up and we hear it?
Do we get to hear what old people sex sounds like?
Guys, I want to get us back on track. If we are committed to our goal of a diverse, inclusive household, reflective of our community, we cannot dismiss love because of her age. No.
Ageism. The last socially acceptable ism. You know, this is exactly what they did to Bernie.
No. Because all you want to do is talk about
that
Bernie.
we have to deal with
No, do not talk about Bernie right now.
I just think that it's still very, very present.
I will light my head on fire.
All I'm saying is you guys would all love Shape of You a lot more if it was done by a person who didn't have red hair, that's all I'm saying. It's a good point, though. I say we do it.
What do you think, love? You want to live with us?
You know, I could have stepped out of the room while you had your little powwow.
We're a transparent collective.
There is such a thing as too much transparency.
This is the bathroom. We only shower on odd days in honor of the water protectors.
Hope you don't have an electric toothbrush.
Oh.
Okay. This is your room.
The door doesn't close quite right, so we have a rotating schedule so you can let people know when you have company.
Like hooking up, just to be clear.
Yeah, like, you know, with other older people.
Okay, showering only on the odd days.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this door doesn't close.
Yeah, you got it.
Electric toothbrush.
Waste energy.
You all put me through all of this for this closet? Hell no. Y'all are crazy. Okay, you kids are trying to do the right thing, and that is a lot better than most folks. But you know what? You want to do the right thing? Just move the fuck out of this neighborhood. Just plain go. Park Slope, Sheepshead Bay, whatever.
Now listen to the smooth sounds of Cricket Daddy's music.
Young Ace. Sky Zoo.
I just really feel like being listened to right now is ultimately like its own form of validation, which at the same time is like making me listen. And that's so nice.
Wow.
I'm just pointing out there is such a phrase, redheaded stepchild, if you guys have ever heard of that. It's a derogatory term.
Everybody gets so mad when I talk about Bernie. All I want to do is talk about Bernie.
Side of me that's fighting for things that I never had. Never tired though my physical speaks differently. Optimistic though the opposition tries to get to me. I see a spirit that reminds me of innocence. My mind.
Miss Parker, we need to talk about this letter.
Mr. Dunn, you may own this building, but you cannot just walk into a lady's apartment unannounced.
Oh, sorry, love. Miss Parker, can we talk?
You know, I had a talk with an attorney, and it was a very enlightening conversation. It turns out, as a tenant, I have certain rights. And you can't force me out of my apartment until I have my day in court.
I hope you don't think I'm trying to force you out of your apartment. I'd be more than happy to have you stay. You know, as long as you can pay the amount that I have to rent the place out for.
Well, then, you should be prepared to explain that to a housing court judge. Now, in the meantime, I have to continue to unpack.
Miss Parker, I didn't come here to argue with you. Can I buy you out? I pay you to move.
You wrote it down because you were too embarrassed to say it out loud.
No,
Try again. Now we're getting somewhere.
Do you mind if we take a break? You're tough. You're tougher than my wife's divorce attorney. You know, I couldn't help but notice the smell of ganja in the apartment.
You just wait 1 second, Mr. Dunn. Buyout or no buyout, this is still my apartment. And what I do with my time is my business.
My guy won't come all the way out to Brooklyn. So I've just been hoping to, you know, meet like a local guy.
You ain't said nothing but a word. I mean, yes, I will introduce you to my weed guy.
So what's the dealio with you, Ms. Love Parker?
I used to be married. Yeah. Listen, the only thing harder than being an actor is being married to an actor. My mama always used to say, figure out what you don't like about someone, and if you still want to be with them, despite that, marry him.
I wish I would have talked to your mama before I got married.
Yeah, she said a lot of things.
One thing I definitely did not like about her was her fucking Donnie.
Indeed.
Of course, she wasn't fucking him before we got married. I mean, we were like doomed from the start. You know, everything was hers. The fancy apartment, the fancy friends, the air kisses,
Boo fucking who? You're a good-looking white guy in a city made for good-looking white guys. You will do just fine.
You are right there. You are right there. You're.
Oh, God.
I'm hungry. Is there anything good around here?
Okay, come on. Let me show you what made these Wall Street motherfuckers want to come over here. Mother would pack us up and we'd visit her sister in Queens and do all the sights. My mother hated Times Square. All run down like it was. I loved it. Hookers, the hustlers, the junkies. Just imagine this little Virginia choir girl up in all that. And one day I told myself, I will be a big-time Broadway star, and I will live right there in Times Square.
You really wanted to live in Times Square? Back then?
I was 10 years old. But yeah, when I finally moved there, the rent and the work, it's a lot less glitz and glamour and a lot more grunting and groaning.
The city isn't easy.
But then, I got my first job on stage. Oh, wow, 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 wow.
That's great.
That was me. That was me. And those were the steps. I remember. You never forget things like that, right?
I guess not.
Time to wake up, sleepyhead.
Wow. I can't believe last night. I finally get Brooklyn.
To be fair, fucking a senior citizen isn't a part of the standard Brooklyn welcome wagon.
Yeah, I know. I get it. My ex-wife always thought I had a thing for my former nanny.
Hey, I have a bunch of things to do, so I really got to get ready to go.
Oh, yeah, sure. Maybe you don't have to move out?
Yes, I do. I've seen the rents you're asking for.
Well, I'm sure we could come up with some kind of arrangement.
An arrangement? Like I get to stay in exchange for...
Oh, no, I don't know. I'm just spitballing, I'm just trying to figure out a win-win. What's so funny?
You really think you're different, don't you? And maybe you were. But right now, you're just another white guy who thinks his money entitles him to whatever he wants.
Well, that's not what I meant.
I think it is what you meant. You just didn't think I'd know it.
I just thought that, we,
But let me tell you something, Mr. Colby Dunn, newly minted owner of a lovely brownstone in a formerly black neighborhood made safe. What you need to do is ease your smarmy ass out of my goddamn apartment.
Okay. You know, but technically, it's still my apartment.
Not yet. Not until you pay me. So beat it, you whining piece of shit.
Do you think I could still get your dealer's number?
You can get it from my lawyer.
Had a bad day today, parking ticket, bank account overdrawn, said all my money's gone. I got bills to pay, why me I say, things never go right, I'm tired of feeling uptight, when you're struggling.
Ooh, that's good shit. It ain't good? It ain't good. It's better in Brooklyn.
I believe. There's a remedy, yeah, yeah. And if the sun...
Hi,
Can I help you?
I'm Cameron Pierre. Alexandra Pierre is my mother. You know the woman you bought the house from?
Oh, yes, of course. Hi.
Hi. Me and Lil Man, we were in the neighborhood, and I wanted to show him the house I grew up in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like nostalgia.
Nostalgia.
You think it would come in?
Come in to the house. You know, it's messy. I've been...
You really used to live here? Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, sure. Cool. Come on in. Yeah. So it's probably a little different than when you were here last. When was that?
Well, it's been a minute.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have a lot of plans for it, but just really starting out.
Yeah, I bet.
I remember your mom. She is a tough lady. She brokered that deal all on her own. That woman is tough as nails.
Yeah, she passed away 4 months ago.
And very sweet. She's very sweet, very kind woman.
Look, you don't gotta sugarcoat it, man. My mom's was no joke. She raised 2 boys in this neighborhood all by herself. She never touched a thing in here before either. But this looks like you getting ready for a magazine. You restored and cleaned everything up right.
I'm pretty much starting it all over.
How about the backyard?
The backyard? No. You know, my wife was the gardener. I never had a green thumb, more like a black thumb. Meaning we actually just started talking about what to do with the backyard right about the time I I walked in on her fucking her high school boyfriend.
Damn, it's cold.
Yo, mind your manners. It's Love. She, live here when you moved in?
Miss Love?
Yeah. Love. Love Parker, woman who lived downstairs?
Miss Love Parker. Yeah, she did. She lived downstairs. She moved. How about that tour? How you wanna? We could start with the upstairs.
Cool. Why don't we start in the backyard though?
Oh, there's really nothing to see in the backyard. It's probably exactly the same as you left it.
Excuse me? Can I use the bathroom?
Yeah, sure, little man. It's right up the stairs, and you're gonna want to make a right. So do you still live in the hood, neighborhood?
Truth is, I was away for a little while.
School?
Upstate.
Work?
Nope.
Oh, traveling, like, I know that. Like, between college, open road, wind in my hair.
I just did 8 years in Greenhaven Correctional.
Prison? Oh. How was that?
Just like any other place. You got some good people, some bad people.
I bet. Son really is taking a long time in the bathroom. Hey, little man, you okay? You didn't fall in, did you?
Are we good?
Yeah, we good.
See you later.
See you later.
Oh yeah, that's not my son. But I knew you more likely to let me in if I had a kid with me.
Look, man, I don't have a lot here, but you can take anything you want. I just with my here. I'm in my wallet. I have 40, I have 20, I have 30, I have
Look,
31.
Man, I'm not a criminal. I don't want your money, all right?
You're not a criminal. Eight years in prison says otherwise.
8 years because I was a knucklehead who ran with the wrong people.
See.
Look, I just gotta get one thing, all right? I just gotta get something. That's an inhaler. Look, I'm not gonna hurt you, bro. All right, just relax.
What am I supposed to think? You, like, hired a kid to be your son, and then you just walk in here with your dragon t-shirt?
Me and my brothers, we used to hang out all the time on the front out here. Moms wouldn't let us go to the park, so we did all sorts of stuff out here. Just the two of us.
It's cool.
Yeah. You know, if you look right down the block over there, you could actually see the school my mom taught at.
Oh, she taught there. That's awesome, right? Well, hey, where are you going? Hey, what the heck are you doing?
Look, I just gotta get one thing, and you never have to see me again. It's right here. Then I'm gone.
Is it loot?
What?
Loot. From a job.
Yeah. Oh.
A comic?
Yeah, a comic. My brother was into Avengers, but X-Men was my shit.
What about Quicksilver?
Just helped me get by when my dad passed. Means a lot to me.
What are you gonna do with it? Sell it on eBay?
Shit, man. eBay? Please.
Smoke?
Nah, man, that shit makes you soft in the head. Plus, I'm on probation.
Right.
Hey, you ever hook up with Miss Love?
What? What are you talking about?
Miss Love, she still got it. Always did.
Spread love, it's the Brooklyn way.
What?
Biggie Smalls?
I know.
You want to hang out?
Nah, man, I'm good. I'm actually gonna get up out of here. But hey, take care of this house, man. And don't forget the people that came here before you.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
My name is Augusto, and I'm one of the chefs at Chavela Restaurant, and I'm here at my favorite supermarket, which is Brooklyn Fare. Let's find out what ingredients you have chosen for me today. So what we have today is chachito pepper, the shrimp, palladia onions, yuca, and cilantro. I already see the onions. Let's get started. This is a yuca. A nice way to find a good yuca is to go for the white one on the root. The one is getting darker, might be getting a little more dry, the other ones. Yuca, it's normally coated on wax, which is something to prevent of the yuca to get dry. As you can see, they have a big variety of peppers. We're gonna start with poblano pepper. When you roast it, you can get a really nice flavor. Over here, we have the shishito peppers, which are the ones you have chosen for me today. It's really, really sweet, so don't be afraid of biting it like that. Finally, we got the shrimps. One other thing about the Brooklyn Fair Market is that you always find good people willing to help you. So today, we're gonna choose Eagle shrimp because it has the peel on it, and I'm gonna show you how to utilize everything on the dish. Thank you so much. Hi, so we are here back at Chavela's restaurant, one of the greatest restaurants in Crown Heights. Our cuisine is focused more on the central and south of Mexico. We focus more on home cooking. That's why if you come, you might find our tacos a little different from the other places, but it's what we eat at home. The dish that I'm choosing to do with the ingredients that you give me, it's camarones al ajillo. It's one of our specialties here at Chavela's. And also will be doing chicken enchiladas mole. Okay, so I will be performing the two dishes at the same time, and I hope you liked it. We're gonna start by peeling the yuca, and we will go alongside, and then just go alongside with the mandolin. Okay, so now we have enough chips. I'm gonna send it to fry. Today I will be smoking onions, so you can see that our normal onions will become something more than onion. Keep your eyes always on the onion. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lay the onion on these little racks. Okay, so now we're gonna use some walnut wood, a couple of pieces in here. So we're just gonna cover it, and we're gonna create some sort of a breathing hole in order to keep the smoke on. And then we're gonna proceed to do the rest. The next thing that I'm gonna work on, it's gonna peel some shrimps, because I wanna do the base. And as you can see it, we're gonna peel it, and then we're gonna discard the little vein on the back. And then we're gonna start doing our base. So we're gonna start by heating some oil. We're gonna put our shrimp shells. We're gonna deglaze it with a little white wine, and we will let it simmer for a couple of minutes. So now we're gonna go ahead and peel our shrimp. You're always gonna get the back of the shrimp, slightly peeling it. When I first came to this country, I came because I want to try something new. Back in the days, I was at the military school. I wanted to become a pilot. But when I came here, I saw a big opportunity. I started working as a dishwasher, and when I became a sous chef, I decided to drop out of school and keep this career, which is a chef. I don't know if I did the right choice, but I'm happy with it. We're gonna start doing the other dish, which is the chicken mole enchiladas. Mole, it's a little complicated to explain. There is thousands of moles, and the ingredients can go from 17 to 65. I divide the mole in two categories: dry ingredients and fresh ingredients. Our fresh ingredients will be jalapeno, onions, garlic, tomatoes, but also fresh plantains. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start roasting our fresh ingredients. And For the breast, we're gonna slightly fry them, and then we were just gonna turn it into a mix. I left 2 of the ingredients out. One is piloncillo or panela, which is raw cane sugar, and we have Mexican chocolate, okay? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wait until the very end, because if I put sugars now, they will stick to the bottom, and my mole will take the risk to get burned. We're gonna start working on the chicken enchiladas. For that, you already have our chicken breast. You don't wanna shred it all the way. You wanna leave a little chunks, just to make sure that when you eat enchiladas, you still have some nice texture to it. I like to use some of the chicken stock because somehow we need some liquid to moisturize the chicken. We have our mole that has been blended. We're just gonna use some of the mole to cut the chicken. So our chicken mole is ready. We're gonna let it dry and let the chicken absorb the mole, the flavor of the mole. So we're getting close to plate the dish that with the ingredients that you have chosen for me. First ingredient, which is the shrimp. As you can see, we have the cilantro, onions, which I already smoked, and the 4th ingredient, it's yuca. We have done yuca chips. In this little bowl, I'm gonna do a little rubber, which is a little bit of oregano, salt, and paprika. So we're just gonna go and slightly season it. The last ingredient that I haven't done anything yet, which I'm about to do, is the shashito pepper. I'm just gonna slightly roast it, and I'm just gonna put a little bit of vinegar to it. Again, I'm gonna use my one of my favorite tools, which is the blowtorch. And like so, just gonna slightly roast it. By doing this, I'm gonna make sure that you're gonna get something fresh, but also it'll get this charky flavor from charring it. That will do it. I'm gonna slightly slide those peppers so I can use them as a garnish on the dish. So the next thing is gonna be just go ahead and cook the shrimp. So we're gonna start some olive oil. I'm gonna put some guajillo shredded pepper. The next thing will be garlic. So the onions have been smoked, and the reason to smoke the onions is to give a little smoke contrast to the dish as well. So now, this is where our shrimp meets the pan. We are ready for the wine. We're gonna dump some of the base. This is the consistency that I'm looking for. So just gonna toss some of the cilantro, which is another ingredient that you have chosen for me. It's ready to go. I wanna toss some of my yuca in here. And then we're just gonna finish it with some of the shashito pepper. It'll give a nice freshness to the dish. Here is our first dish from the secret ingredients that you have chosen. So we're gonna start doing now the enchiladas, chicken enchiladas. Tortillas is a big thing in our culture. If you don't eat tortillas, you won't feel like satisfied. You won't feel like if you have eaten. My grandmother likes to eat taco with double tortillas. I don't like that, but I respect what she does. What I like to do is slightly fry the tortilla. Once the tortilla has been fried, we're gonna proceed to fill it. Start to rolling it. And there are our enchiladas. I'm gonna use one of our traditional plates, which is made out of the barro. I'm going to use mole to cut it. I like my enchiladas swimming in sauce, so I'm sure you like to. And then we're just gonna go to our final touch, which is garnishing the enchiladas. Our second dish, enchiladas de pollo, Chabela style. Shredded chicken, roll it in tortilla, top it with mole, garnish it with crema, queso fresco, lettuce, and onion rings. And obviously, we accompany this with black beans and Mexican rice.
Hi, I'm Mora, and I work in the neighborhood, and I'm about to try a dish by Chef Augusto. This is the camarones al ajil, prepared by Chef Augusto, and I'm gonna try it. Good.
A little bit crass and a whole lot of chaotic. Sunny Gang is all that, yet undeniably melodic. Watch as they rock the F out and resurrect that punk rap vibe in an incendiary new way, as they burn it down with us on this extra lit episode of B-Side. Are you ready for that fire? And if you're not, in the infamous words of Miss Lauren Hill, ready or not, here they come. I'm your host, O'Henny Cornelius, and I'm gonna need you to keep it locked. Stay woke, Brooklyn.
history was fabricated. You end up twice as ignorant after you've graduated. Land of the free, please let that die in peace. I need some anarchy, riots in the streets, clashes with police, cars flipped and burned. It's on the road to getting rich, we took a different turn. These pigs love the stuff they face when they get a chance. Man, I had to take a stand and switch up the plan, so you could build a wall to hold me back, and I'ma find a way right over that. Some of us watch you while you sleep at night. We'll end it all in the dark before you hit the lights. Snap back like a starter hat. They don't want no part of that. South Carolina, where my heart is at. Yeah, we got slaves in the family, but mama said pray stay based organically, so you can build a wall to hold me back, and I'ma find a way right over that. Some of us watch you while you sleep at night. We'll end it all in the dark before you hit the lights. All I hear is blah, blah, blah. Get $1 in a dream. Back it up, sell it for $1 to the fiends. 12 going full throttle on the scene. Get a 9 mil standard issue hollow in your spleen. They say black unemployment going up is what they say, but they take away jobs in the hood like every day. And I don't give a damn if you don't like me, cause I don't like you, cause they're not like me. Hey, fuck that, make money, get it how you live and remain hungry. Brush it off even when it ain't funny. Wake up with my gang somewhere, sunny. On my devices, go to my devices. Doc gave me Xanax for my quarter life crisis. Gotta get $1, common sense is not enough. Puts the bills on the table from the dentist piling up. They say get it how you live though, keep it in my mattress. $10.99, nope, I ain't paying taxes. I said I don't like you and you don't like me, cause you're not like me. Hey, fuck that, make money, laugh it off even when it ain't funny. Get it how you live and remain hungry. Wake up with my gang somewhere sunny. Bump that, make money, laugh it off even when it ain't funny. Get it how you live and remain sunny. Wake up with my gang somewhere sunny.
Give it up for Sunny Gang. Sunny Gang, grab a seat, man, grab a seat. All right, Sunny Gang, guys, loving the music. How you got, what's your individual names, and tell me how you got your individual names.
My name's Chris. I play guitar in the band. I got my individual name from my mother, Regina.
All right.
Name's
That's
Nasty Nate.
Yeah, shout out to Regina.
Yeah, shout out to Regina. Got Nasty Nate over here, right?
Yeah, Nasty Nate, nasty on the mic, nasty in the kitchen. You know what I mean? Crowd can attest to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so you be flambeing?
Yeah.
What's your favorite flambe thing?
A lot of vodka and a little bit of steak.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sound good.
Some vodka for the chef, you know?
Yeah. Invite me over.
Sap, I play the bass, obviously. It's a name I picked up in like 4th grade, and it's kind of stuck ever since.
Okay.
It's a shortening of my last name.
Okay, what's your last name?
Sapienza. I'm Italian as hell.
Okay. All right, that's all right, man.
Party Marsh, aka Marshall, Mononymous. Don't use the last name, it's way too Polish. AKA Enrico Cadillac Jr.
Okay, I don't speak Spanish. So. All right, so
Also that one.
How you guys got your start? Like you're a guitarist, man. How long you been playing the guitar?
I've been playing guitar for like about 10 years on and off, and I didn't get really serious with it until I came to college and met these guys. Like, for my whole life, I've always been messing around with the guitar, but I really didn't take it seriously until this band started, you know?
Okay.
This really pushed me to, like, learn more stuff and practice, like, every day, so I really got to thank my dudes for pushing me a little bit, you know?
Yeah, that's tight, man.
Adorable.
I saw a video with you, and you said you started to learn how to play the guitar because of the band. How far are you along in your process now?
I mean, like, I play guitar at home and when, like, we're writing stuff, but it's, like, really difficult to play guitar and rap on the stage, so we kind of cut that. Because I think for the sake of the energy and we know what's going on and whatnot, the guitar was more of a distraction. You know what I mean?
Okay, straight up, man.
You can't crowd surf over the guitar either.
Okay,
You know? And rap, doesn't work.
I started playing piano in 3rd grade, and then in high school kind of bounced between guitar and bass, and now bass is my main instrument because kind of like Chris, we started the band and I was playing the bass.
So you're a heavy theory guy though?
Yeah, I apply a lot of just general musical knowledge to my approach to the bass.
Okay. How about yourself, sir?
I've been struggling to play the drums for about, I don't know, 14 years now. I wouldn't say I'm like one of those natural musicians. Some people just have a God-given talent for it. I really worked my my butt off to be as good as I am, and I mean it's passable for the time being. I just like to play with a lot of energy, and I think that kind of makes up for my lack of experience.
Yeah, yeah, you sound good to me. I saw a big. You guys did Afro-punk. That's a big avenue for you. How did that come along?
So we did the Battle of the Bands in 2013, and we got to the finals. And basically there was like 4 acts left, and they loved all the acts on the final, in the final, I'm sorry. And they just picked all of us. We went through with it, played the festival, made a lot of links, met a lot of new friends. Actually met a good friend who's in the crowd right now, Dave. We met him at Afropunk.
Okay, what up, Dave? Yeah, Dave wanted to go crazy. And we were like, all right, we gotta calm it down a little bit, Dave.
And then we just built a link with them, and we played the following year, 2014, and then trying to get back on there as soon as we can.
Call us, man.
Yeah, call us, man. You're watching this, call us.
Yo, what I wanted to talk about is how do you feel about a lot of the acts? People have been giving a lot of backlash about Afro-punk now going away from the punk aspect, and you guys being like punk rap band. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think with Afro-punk, it's more about them trying to promote a culture, and culture and music aren't always the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, I mean, I think we're a perfect example of that. You know, we come from all different kind of backgrounds, and yet here we are kind of making this unique musical idea or whatever. So I think they're fine going down that avenue as long as they're staying true to their message. And I think they get artists that really promote that message.
Yeah. It's like an attitude, I guess you could say, more so than a genre of music. You know, especially when you make it an Afro-punk and not just a punk thing. So it's like, as long as they approach it where we don't care what the mainstream is doing, this is what we're gonna do because our audience likes it, then it still kind of has that punk attitude of going against the mainstream system, you know?
Okay, now that's how you play Afro-punk again. All right, we're gonna go into the next 2 songs, Burn It Down and Pit Maneuvers. Check it out.
I'm a rebel out in Cairo with a scarf across his face. I'm a slave somewhere in Haiti as Toussaint takes off his chains. I'm the sans culotte on the streets of Paris, living in rats and filth. I was killed outside of Oak Bastille on the day the blood was spilled. I'm a Russian serf who works the earth for the harvest of Red October. I'm the Germans in East and West Berlin as the Great Wall topples over. I'm Sun Yat-sen on a double 10, the empire is fallen and broken. I'm the Mujahideen of Afghanistan, taking back what was wrongly stolen. So it seems we've reached the end, and now we're back where we begin. In the house that's built on sin, it's nothing but ashes in the wind. But old school relics cling to life on the tongues of heralds and liars. So pour the gas, light the match, and set the world on fire. Burn it down, burn it down, burn it down till the ashes hit the ground. We burn it down, burn it down, burn it down till the ashes hit the ground. Rebel in Pristina while I sow the seeds of change. I'm a child in the Casbah as Fanon flows through my veins. I'm John Brown in Harper's Ferry with rebellion on my mind, here to fight against the wicked. May they burn for all their crimes. I'm the calm before the storm that precedes the winds of change. I'm the peace that lingers after, knowing that nothing was the same. I'm the phoenix in the fire that was born within the flames. Just a piece of the machine, living with a heart that's full of rage. So it seems we've reached the end, and now we're back where we begin. And the house is built on sin, it's nothing but ashes in the wind. But old school relics cling to life on the tongues of heralds and liars. So pour the gas, light the match, and set the world on fire. Burn it down, burn it down, burn it down till the ashes hit the ground. Then burn it down, burn it down, burn it down till the ashes hit the ground. Let's go. Let's bless the world. Let's bless the world. Let's bless the world. Boys and girls, let's bless the world. Let's bless the world. Let's bless the world. Come on. Come on. Hey. 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 Trying running high, but everyone's in prison, falling victim to this cataclysm called materialism. Gripping the mic within authority, respecting like I'm Eric, to conformity and normalcy, but still I can't help but stare it. And whether or not you like it, we've been fighting with the system. This person came enlightened, and our vision changing, heightened. Reincarnation of the reign of terror, righteous, self-chosen leaders pose and say they know what's better. It's ironic that the news is same old shit. It blows and everybody knows like cold kid. I just follow what I believe in, man. That's your reason. I'm way too dangerous. They'll probably lock me up for treason. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, yo, I'm chillin' on the late night. I ain't even doing much. Probably put a movie on. Maybe hit a couple blunts. Homie, sit the jack. Asking where the hell you at. Botanica is up there. Come and meet me in the back. So I hopped in the D-Ride, whipped into the bar. Passed with the po-po, sitting in his car. Now I'm hoping I ain't got a warrant on my head. Cause then he pulled me over, rolled my window down and said, Mr. Officer, I ain't got nothing on me. Except his middle finger screaming at the police. And I don't give a damn about your badge or your gun. So if you try to touch me, best believe I'm gon' run. Mr. Officer, I ain't got nothing on me. Except his middle finger screaming at the police. And I don't give a damn about your badge or your gun. So if you try to touch me, best believe I'm gon' run. Goes back to the scene, man, I done had enough. 40 minutes in, it's like he's trying to set me up. Thinking to myself like, this is unbelievable. Then he told me, sir, please step out of the vehicle. Look inside my window, asked me, what the hell is this? Started walking to me while he's reaching for his hip. I'm like this. Time to make a decision quick, cause I'm either getting hit or I'm gonna hit him with the gift. Mr. Officer, I ain't got nothing on me. Except this middle finger screaming at the police. And I don't give a damn about your badge or your gun. So if you try to touch me, best believe I'm gon' run. Mr. Officer, I ain't got nothing on me. Except this middle finger screaming at the police. And I don't give a damn about your badge or your gun. So if you try to touch me, best believe I'm gon' run. Yo, I dove inside the whip, quick slammed the car door. Sped up on the copper, put the pedal to the floor. Car started racing, I ain't even take the wheel. My heart steady racing, but these nerves are made of steel. Now I'm feeling like I'm OJ, pulling out the driveway, doing 120 in a Bronco on the highway. Fuck a pit maneuver, better get up out the way. Fuck the police, it's still all I gotta say.
Woo! You can clap for that. Please clap. Yes. What I like about you guys is your diversity. It's like a rage rainbow right here.
I like that.
So,
I like
you know,
that.
you
I'm
guys,
to write that down.
Yeah, write it down. So you guys went to Rutgers. Like, who was the smart dude? Who didn't have the good grades? Who was like, you know?
Well, I think we're all smart. I don't think Marshall had the good grades.
Let's see. I dropped out. No, got kicked out twice. Appealed it both times and struggled through a degree. Just like the drums, I struggle a lot in my life. My life is one big struggle.
Nevertheless, he persisted.
Yeah, nevertheless, I persisted. I'm a graduate. Thank you. Please.
So yeah, what I like is that like there's this balance between party and politics. I listened to Burn It Down. What was the writing process on that like?
I was taking a class on like a couple classes on like colonialism, and there's one class that was like Black American politics, and so a lot of it's just inspired by like Franz Fanon, you know, a lot of, you know, colonial revolutions, and just the whole concept of the cyclical nature of, you know, a revolution. It literally means to revolve around in a circle, right? So it's kind of like a lot of revolutions. Like my biggest example is the French Revolution, right? So you had a bunch of oppressed people getting rid of a bunch of oppressors and then turning around and becoming the oppressors, you know, and I don't know, the whole song is just this very round song.
Yeah,
I guess you can describe, if you want to describe music in a shape.
Yeah, it reminds me of
round.
Animal Farm when I think about that.
Yeah, perfect, exactly.
Yeah. Definitely. So, man, you guys are on the road, you're partying. What drugs are we using? Come on now.
Sorry, Mom.
Yeah.
Sorry, Grandma and Mom.
I get high on life.
We drink a lot of
That's the
alcohol.
typical
Okay.
It's a lot of alcohol.
Okay, what's the craziest thing that's happened on tour so far, during the show, backstage, in front of the stage, on the stage?
Well, a lot of crazy stuff happened.
I
I've always
smashed
been
a pumpkin one time. That was like probably the highlight.
No, we went out to California back in September, and we played with some bands that we had literally met that day, and they invited us to come out and jump on a gig with them 2 days later. And they gave us this address that literally said, go here and hang a right on the dirt road that's unmarked. Drive for 5 miles and hang a right when you see the hand-painted sign on the road. So we drive like almost 2 hours outside LA, the whole time thinking like, this is gonna be some cult, we're gonna get murdered, but we have nothing better to do, we need another gig. So we get out there and it's this crazy rave in the middle of the desert, actually being thrown by High Fashion, this company right here.
Yeah, shout out.
High Fashion. And it was awesome. They like had this crazy like 15-foot bonfire at night, and at one point I looked around and more than half the people were just huffing nitrous out of balloons. It was like the most bizarre experience I think we've ever had as a band.
Weird desert people.
Weird desert people. We
Weird
drank
desert
blue
people.
liquor out of a statue of a clown.
Was
That
it
was
Slab
fun.
City? Was this Slab City?
They had slap juice there.
Oh, they had slap juice
They
there?
had slap juice
Oh,
there.
okay.
Well,
Slap.
honestly, I think the scariest thing we've ever been through, we played a show in Jersey City, and it was run by like a Hells Angels club, like the show. Probably shouldn't say that, but it's out there anyway.
Yeah.
So I was kind of like out of my
Wasted.
element.
Wasted.
Yeah, I was
Wasted.
wasted. And,
Wasted.
I started using the bathroom out the window. It was a warehouse, you know? I didn't think anybody would care. Next thing I know, there's this biker grabbing me by my hair, and I thought it was like Nate. I'm like, yo, what are you doing? Back away, let me do what I gotta do. He's like, dude, you talk to me like that again, I'll smash you with this hammer. He has a hammer in his pocket. And like, yo, ever since then, hey man, I'm gonna use the restroom.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So like music, man, you guys been playing together for a while. Where is music gonna take you? Where do you feel like music is gonna take you in the future?
I don't know.
Well,
Here?
We're gonna come back again.
Yeah.
With this new album, you know, we're working on a new project.
What's the name
right
of the
now.
new album?
Ball Drop.
Okay,
Yeah, ball drop.
Okay.
Ball drop.
Like you're getting older now. Your balls are dropping.
It has multiple meanings.
Actually,
There's a bunch of different.
Actually, yo, mine dropped yesterday.
No,
Before that, my voice was high as hell.
No, but with this new project, we were what we didn't want to do is like we all know that the country sucks right now and politics suck right now. We didn't want to just make another bunch of songs where it's like we're so disgruntled with everything that's going on. So with this next project, we're trying to think more about other things than that. I mean, you know, as you said, we do a lot with politics because I think we're educated and I think it's our responsibility to talk about politics. But we don't want to just be one of those down and out bands that's just constantly pissed off at the world. So as far as music's concerned, that's kind of where we're trying to get to is, you know, more about other things in the world. We're just trying to explore different avenues.
That's great. Well, you got something to say?
I just want to see the world. Like, I don't care if it brings financial success. Like, we all work jobs. Like, we'll get financial success hopefully from that. You know, I just want to see the world, meet new people, and go on tour.
Right.
You know, as much as we
Traveling
can.
is like really cool. Like going to LA was a good experience. You know, I think we still want to go like to the Northwest. You know, like down to the south, down along the Atlantic coast. You know, and then head out west from there towards Texas. You know, it's a couple different tour.
Make pit stops in Guyana.
You know.
I dig it, baby. So we're gonna go to the next one. Next song is called Block Party.
Hey, 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 hey. Said if you tryna have some fun, this right here is your song. Everybody's outside, there's a party going on. Red cup, fill them up, throw some food up on the grill. Yeah, this party's pretty hot, my drink is always chill. Do we pass the music blasting? Everybody laughing, I'm just chilling and relaxing. Mixing coke up with my captain, feeling good, living life. I'm feeling blessed, yo. We'll be raging till the morning, everybody let's go. Oh, welcome to my block party. 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 Say, let's go, 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 let's go. And welcome to my block party. Welcome to my block party. Jackie, Sunny Gang is in the building. Look up in the sky and see our name up on the ceiling. Whether it's rain or shining, either way I'm gonna be chilling. Time already thought sometimes it pays to be the villain. Tell your boss you're taking off, I got your back, you'll be fine. What's the point of busting your ass if you can't jump from top to top? Brought the whole crew, you feel the truck. All you feel like you feel your bucks, you feel is what? Feel your confident, raise it up and yo, give up. Welcome to my block party. 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 Let's go, 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 let's go. Welcome to my block party. Welcome to my block party. Hey. Welcome to my block party. Hey, hey. Welcome to my block party. Come on, crowd. Hey, welcome to my block party. Hey, hey. Welcome to my block party. Hey, hey. Welcome to I don't hear you guys. Hey, hey. Welcome to my block party. Hey, you better be at home shouting this at your laptop. Hey, 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 hey. Marshall on the drums. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, welcome to my block party. I need you guys to stand up. Come on. Welcome to my block party. 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 Who's gonna catch me? Who's gonna catch me? 3, 2, 1, hey! You wasted and embrace it. You wasted and embrace it. You wasted and embrace it. Hey! 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 You wasted and embrace it. You wasted and embrace it. Welcome to my block party. Yeah! Yeah! Thank you guys for catching me. Been times I haven't been caught.
That's all right. It's great. You have an audience that will catch you, man.
Hey, I'm gonna jump either one way or the other.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I don't know. For some reason, I kept on seeing Dikembe Mutombo like, no. Holler at the NBA about that, man. I don't know.
That drumstick that's on?
Yeah. Okay, he's losing drumsticks.
Yeah,
over
man.
there, guys. Is that a phone?
Probably.
You brought your phone?
Thank you.
That's what I'm talking about. Losing drumsticks with your phones. So I remember. I think I remember a lyric by you, Nasty Nate, if I may, Nasty.
Nasty Nathaniel, if you want to.
Oh, okay, if I want to.
We're going that
zhuzh it up
deep.
a little
Yeah,
bit. Yeah.
yeah.
Mr. Nathaniel Nasty.
Yeah.
I think you said something like, at the end of the show, I'm gonna leave with my girl, and then something to that nature.
That's the PG version.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the road, are you monogamous?
Me? Yes.
Yeah.
I'm prepared for this question.
Okay. Yeah.
Trained, if you will.
Yeah. Fellas, on the road, you monogamous?
We're single, so.
Okay.
No.
Whatever you throw at us, we'll probably take you.
I've always said different state, different rules.
Okay, yeah.
No, in New Jersey, we're from Jersey, so that you got to kind of keep it down. But Anywhere else, man. Come on now.
Okay, I understand it. Okay, you say you guys, New Jersey, Brooklyn. I remember we were talking back and forth, Brooklyn, New Jersey. What inspires you about these places? Why are you guys this is your locale, your central?
I feel like Newark's like a melting pot. You know, you got different people of all different ethnicities, all different types of music. You know, some may like heavy music, some may like rap, some may like jazz, and everybody's willing to hear each other out. And that's what I love most about Newark. As far as Brooklyn, I think it's the same thing, just on a bigger scale. You know, we enjoy these places because everybody's like really open-minded. We met a lot of great friends from both those cities, and if we can meet more friends like that on the road in different cities, like we're open to it. You know.
I dig it. Yeah. Nate, I got an affinity to MCs, man. Top 5 MCs, guy, dead or alive.
Let's see.
Everyone's like,
I'm just
this
gonna
decides your future.
I would say Eminem, like Nas, Big L, Jay-Z, and I'm gonna put Mick Jenkins in there because I really like him, and he never gets a shout out.
Okay.
And like, I really like a lot of his stuff.
That's all right, man. I like that, man. Yo, man, I had to get. He said Big L. You know, that's Harlem. That's Harlem, man.
He's leaving one out though.
Okay.
He's like Lil Uzi Vert's biggest fan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man.
How do you feel about this new era of rap? Like, well, I know you guys are a new era of rap. That's how I feel when I see you guys. I'm like, this is also a new era of rap. Right. But when you hear a lot of rappers where their concern is not really the lyrics of it, how do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, like, you know, if used to be cars were all about wood steering wheels and leather seats. Now they're about, you know, the steering and the engines, right? So just because you're focusing on something different doesn't mean that the product is any lower in quality. It just means that you as an older person appreciate something different because it's what you grew up used to, you know what I mean? So I try and, like, anytime someone says, oh, what's up with these young rappers, they can't, this mumble rap, this and that, and I'm like, well, they gotta be doing something right. And just because you don't understand it doesn't mean you gotta hate on it, you know?
Yo, I remember.
Just go listen to something else. Get Spotify.
Yeah.
Listen to Mick Jenkins.
Yeah, Mick Jenkins.
He's new. He's dope.
Yeah. Now, I remember the first time I heard about Lil B, and I was like, oh, who's Lil B? And I heard it, and I didn't personally get it, but then I thought, like, okay, people didn't first get Jimi Hendrix when they first heard him. Right. So, you know, I'm not saying Lil B is Jimi Hendrix, but I understand what you're talking about.
Lil B is the world's greatest comedian. That's what I think. Prankster supreme.
I have no comments on his music.
You can make money off music. Hats off to you.
Yeah, I agree.
That's cool.
So I want you guys, say you got a chance to do a TED Talk, okay? We're past here, we're past BK Live, we're past, you done, was it Conan? You've had way more famous hosts than myself. Not as handsome though. And then you get a chance to do a TED Talk. What's your TED Talk gonna be about?
I know exactly what my TED Talk would be about.
Oh boy.
No, definitely the danger of going to university. And I don't mean like, you know, you're gonna get hurt or whatever, but like, you know, winding up like 6 digits in debt and having a degree that gets you like a part-time job, you know. Yeah. I could talk days about that. I don't think we have days, but that's definitely what I would talk about personally.
It's about 15 minutes.
Yeah. I think anybody else?
Inspiration, inspiring kids, you know, like a lot of people think they can't do stuff, you know, they can't accomplish this goal because somebody's telling them they can't do it, you know. If you put your mind to it, you'll probably be able to do it. It's a very cliche thing to say, but it's very true. A lot of people don't follow that.
Yes,
you know?
Guru Singh will tell you. Yes. So we're gonna go to Death Wish, right? Can I get a little Death Wish?
Yeah.
All right then.
The Black Sabbath cover.
Sunny Gang, guys. Give it up for Sunny Gang. You came in for Sunny Gang.
Bars on my dresser to fight the pressure. Ain't angel on my shoulder like my professor. I don't need a lecture, I think I need a stretcher. Vision getting blurry, eyesight sideways. Doing 95 down the west side highway. Set the alarm when I doze off. Hit the snooze button when it goes off. Live young, die fast. I got a death wish, got a death wish. Live young, die fast. I got a death wish, got a death wish. Live young, die fast. I got a death wish, got a death wish. Live young, die fast. I got a death wish, got a death wish. Throwback Kobe in the white out. Hit July 4th in the white out. I take it as prescribed, throw that Sprite out. No, I keep it jumping till the lights out. I was born to die in the blaze of glory. At the age of 45, sipping on a 40. So middle fingers to the cop cars. Throw me in the dirt as a rock star. Live young, die fast. I got a death wish, got a death wish. Live young, die fast. I got a death wish, got a death wish. Live young, die fast. I got a death wish, got a death wish. Live young, die fast. I got a death wish, got a death wish. Ah, 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 ah. Hey, 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 hey.
I got a death wish. So hard, man. I like that. We're gonna get serious. We're gonna get serious. Let's get serious, guys.
Come on.
All right. You get a private meeting. You get a private meeting with new regime takeover, Donald Trump. So you guys in the room with them.
It's on site.
It's on. What do you say? What do you say? What do you say to newly elected President Trump that you feel will help out the America and the world that we live in today?
Legalize marijuana.
We gotta talk.
Priorities.
Let's talk after. No, yeah.
I mean, a gut reaction is to say F you. You know, just to be able to say it to his face and see his little face, you know, pucker up and everything.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? But what would I think really be helpful for him to realize is that, like, there's a lot of people mad at him, and the more he ignores them and acts like that they don't exist, the madder they're gonna get, and the more intense the resistance is gonna be, or the opposition, I guess you gotta call it, whatever. But you know, tell him there's real people out there really pissed at him. He should acknowledge them.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, the man is constantly trying to hold other parties accountable, but like, he refuses to hold himself accountable, and you're the president of the United States. Like, that's your one job, man. Like, you're literally the face, unfortunately, the orange carrot of all of us. Like, you know, you have to be bigger and smarter than what he's been doing.
He's got to be a president for people even when they don't like him.
Exactly.
You know,
exactly.
That comes with the job.
And focus on the job. Like, nobody cares about the election anymore. Like, stop talking about the inauguration crowds and how many electoral votes you got, and do your damn job, man. Like, come on.
I would tell him.
Like, if I showed up to my job and just talked about something I did 6 months ago all day, I would get
see how I
fired
handed in that resume, son?
instantly. Yeah.
High five.
He's got to deactivate his Twitter. He's too wild with that.
Yeah.
You know? And I think he needs to get some coaching on how to speak, to be honest. You know?
He wrote a whole book about it. He wrote a whole book about how to speak.
Hey, I mean, it don't work as a politician.
That's what's up, man. I appreciate that. I like how I can talk to you guys, high level, crazy level party animals. I'm digging it. Who's your collaborators? Who you want to collaborate in the future? Who do you, if you had like an unlimited budget, I'm like, yo, I got mad money for you. Whoever you want to collaborate with, I don't know why this is my fault. Whoever you collaborate with them, go ahead. Who do you collaborate with?
Flocka.
Yeah.
Flocka.
Yeah.
Come on.
Like,
Gucci Mane.
I was gonna say Gucci Mane and Rick Rubin together.
Okay, there you go.
Collector's got to be a group package.
Just make fire.
You know.
Somebody from the Beastie Boys. I would say.
How many are still alive? No.
2 are still alive?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I love them.
Yeah.
Somebody from the Beastie Boys, and I think somebody from System of a Down. Surge. or
no, the guitarist.
Darren?
Man, that guy with that voice.
Is it Darren or Darren?
Yeah.
Everybody.
Speaking of System of Down, Beastie Boys, like when I hear you guys, I sort of liken you to like Beastie Boys, Bad
Thank you.
Brains, System of a Down.
It's high praise.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate
You're
that.
welcome. Is that where you're going in the future with your music? Are you gonna stay punk rap? Where's the music going? Where do you feel like the music is going? Where do you feel like your sound is going?
Well, I've been implementing like a lot of different stuff into our music, like jazz chords and stuff like that. Nothing you're gonna hear tonight, but on our new stuff.
Gotta get the new album.
Yeah, you gotta buy the new album. It's a plug. But just implementing a lot of jazz, metal, a lot of fusion stuff. That something like you would hear it and be like, "This is still Sunny Gang."
Mm-hmm.
It's got something for everybody, but I think people are gonna like it.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, we've definitely been taking a more focused approach on trying to differentiate our instrumentation. Like a lot of our first couple albums were just kind of like, I don't want to say cookie cutter because we are kind of unique no matter what how you cut it, but like we're trying to even go further with that now. We're really trying to break from our comfort zone. And whether that means breaking into new genres, like you said, like putting in like little jazz breaks and stuff like that, we're just trying to move forward in any direction, in any real direction. And I don't think we like to limit ourselves on where we're going to be genre-wise.
Because truthfully, if you stick in the punk rap realm, there's only so much you can do. We're still going to have those aspects in our music, but there's going to be a lot more stuff going on in there. Everybody could shine a little bit more.
Adding more spice to the sauce. That's how it is.
I like that. Yo, that's cooking it up, man.
Yeah. Cooking it up. Chef Nasty.
This is for all the Philly bulls out there. They about to make this go pow. This is called Creep Jong.
Creep Jong.
Feel that? See that? You hear that? I think she's coming back. Feel that? See that? You hear that? I think she's coming back. And I ain't wanna do it, but she made me. Started talking about a marriage and a baby. What a shame, see, shorty was a perfect 10. But rest in peace, I don't need to see her face again. I buried that chick, reduced to the mud. Now she's in the ground with the roots in the buds. Just got a feeling she's back for revenge. Could think up a bed if it happens again. Walked in my house, saw crazy in bed. Juries ago, she was raised from the dead. Stood in the hallway and nothing was said to my chest. I was running, I cut on her head. Had to cut that chick off, she was a psycho. On the edge, tiptoeing on a tightrope. Kinda funny, cause she said I was a shallow guy. I dug deep, so I ain't even need an alibi. Feel that? See that? Hear that? I think she's coming back. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I think she's coming back. God damn, I'm getting sick of this bitch. Cause honestly, I can't get rid of this bitch. Late night, cold sweat, so I ain't sleeping long. A fucking nightmare control. You ever had the crazy ex you couldn't shake? You look coming like a monster earthquake. Just when you really think it's long gone, you turn around and find out you did wrong. Hey! 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 Hey!
You're not gonna realize how good you are until you get home and see all the people in the background creepily watching you. Like, these guys are great.
Bougie
yeah,
outside.
well, you know, it's closed off now.
Oh,
this is closed.
so we're being bougie.
Yeah, we're being bougie. This is a closed set, my brother.
Fair enough, I'm with it.
So, all right, you guys, I see you got your instruments, you got your raps, you know what I mean? You play a little something. Yeah, what you doing when you're not making music?
Skateboarding.
Skateboarding?
Yeah.
Okay, skateboarding. Anybody else?
A lot of skateboarding.
Yeah, a lot of skateboarding. Can you do the kickflip thing?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah? I never figured
I got all
out
types of variations for you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Man, I can just do this. Push. That's it.
Yo, we'll link up one day, we'll jam, we'll skate.
Yeah,
you know?
I like that, man. Thank you, man. Lead me the way.
We'll figure it out, man.
I'm lame, man. I'm so lame. I just got a job at a law firm.
Okay.
No, not okay, man.
What?
I'm in a punk rock band playing in a law firm. I'm like the exact opposite of that.
Nah,
but they pay me, you know, that's cool.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, for fun, honestly, if I'm not drinking, then it's then I'm just reading or trying to learn other instruments.
What's the last book you read?
Last book I read was actually Oscar Wilde's Picture of Dorian Gray.
Okay, that's
cool. I'm big into like 18th century literature. I'm really into that.
You're a lawyer in
niche.
a punk band. Of course you're into 18th century.
Damn.
It just makes sense.
I think we might leave him in Brooklyn.
He's the epitome of Brooklyn.
Yeah, I'm drinking beer out of a sippy cup right now. So,
Me too,
I mean, what do you want from me?
Spot?
I love movies. I watch a lot of movies, a lot of TV.
Who's your favorite actor?
My favorite actor is, I don't know, that's a tough one.
Is it going to be Denzel Washington? God, man.
Rip Taylor.
Rip Taylor. I don't know, man. I really love DiCaprio's recent stuff.
Okay,
Jake Gyllenhaal.
I really love
Gyllenhaal's
Titanic.
good, yeah.
Great
Man,
movie.
Nightcrawler is an
Nightcrawler
incredible
was,
movie.
yeah, great movie. You can watch it. It's a plane movie. I like those.
Yeah,
Those are like
yeah.
plane movies.
Wait, Nightcrawler is a real movie?
Yeah,
I thought
you
it was
never
something
saw
just
that?
from It's Always
No,
Sunny.
it's like him just being crazy.
Yo, but it's not about the. They tricked me. I thought when I went there, I thought it was like the Marvel Nightcrawler. I was like,
Oh,
sweet. Jake Gyllenhaal's gonna be disappearing.
Hey.
He was like, it was a
You don't know
journalist
until
piece.
you ask.
Nate.
I mean, like, I like starting like businesses and stuff. So, you know, I'm trying to get like a cooking show going. You know, we're trying to do like a subculture sort of. It's called Young Atlas. Shameless plug. You know, we're trying to get some videos going. I got a recording studio at my house where, you know, we book sessions and stuff like that.
Okay. What's your session rate?
I mean, for you,
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
That's how you know he real. He like, for you?
we talk about that. You know,
Yeah,
starts
yeah.
at like $100 an hour.
Okay,
you
yeah,
know.
yeah.
Keep it light.
Keep it light.
Hit me up. I do group, bookings and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Give
The
me
more
the album.
hours you book, the better the rates.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sure.
of course.
All right, then. But yeah, man, we're going to keep it moving. Keep it moving, keep it moving. Blues Jam is next.
Overdrive, turn it up a notch. Riots in the streets, burning up the blocks, serving up a Molotov with your name on it. Everybody got a family tree, something hang from it. Drop top shots to the brain, drop top shots in the rain. Hopscotch rocks in the rain, dots for the stage. Get up out that inner city, pull up in the cul-de-sacs. Voicemails from the vultures, said they want their culture back. And who cares what the ultimatum is? 'Cause honestly, they ain't never really gave a Stayed up all night, think I lost my mind. Think I lost my mind. Think I lost my mind. Breathe for a minute. Take a chill pill. Take another sip. Make another hit. Feel the rhythm you were born with, gripping on your mother's hits. Centuries of that energy carried on them slave ships. Rock, rock, rock with the waves. Drop top box Chevy days. I've been rocking braids since the second grade. You can say I'm stuck in my ways. High class with my taste. Made lobsters in a steak. Never been like the cake. Pasta on one plate. Who cares what the ultimatum is? Truthfully, they ain't never really gave a Think I lost my mind. Think I lost my mind. Think I lost my mind. Hey, 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 hey. Ha, 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 ha. Ah, ah. Ha, 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 ha. Yeah. 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 Line them all up, burn them all down. Localized sound, it could go around. Line them all up, mow them all down. Localized sound.
Blues Jam. It was a nice loose jam by Sunny Gang.
Yeah, we all went to the Crossroads, sold our souls. That's why we wrote that song.
Okay.
Whatever it's worth.
Got a bum deal, man.
Yeah, I got like 2 pennies.
This
bro.
is what a soul gets you now?
Thought it was Gold Soul Theory. I guess not.
Okay.
So that one's brand new too.
That was brand new off the new EP, Ball Drop.
Yep.
Ball Drop.
That one, the final version. My dad is a piano player. He plays lots of jazz and blues. He was with us on the last record, so he'll be jumping on that with us.
Okay.
And it's gonna be really cool when it's
Big
done.
Bill Sapienza.
Yeah, Papa Sap.
Papa Sap.
He
So
ripped.
that's your newest stuff.
Right.
What was it like? What was your first stuff like? Like, what was it like your first show? Tell me about your first show.
Our
your
first show
Yeah.
was a disaster.
It was terrible.
A lot
I'll
of
take it.
champagne.
I'll
You'll
take
take
it.
it?
Yeah.
That's probably the worst experience ever.
Worst
But
experience.
let him tell it. He can tell it
I
best.
got a dope Facebook profile picture out of it. You know what I mean?
He's the only one who enjoyed it. We played in a basement We were miserable. We drank a whole bottle of Henny before we played. Marshall and I were standing in about 2 inches of water in my buddy Kirk's basement. Thanks for that, Kirk. We really enjoyed playing in a lake. And we were miserable. We had a rhythm guitarist who didn't know what he was doing, and the whole thing fell apart, and I must have smoked like 12 cigarettes by the time we left the stage because I was so mad.
Yeah, he was freaking out, just
in the back, just chain smoking like this is miserable. They were Newports.
Yeah.
They were Newports. They were Newports.
Damn Newports, you got another one.
Yep.
Got him.
So yeah, man, I'm really digging the sound. I'm really digging where you guys are going. You guys are playing Afro-punk. I saw the music videos. Like, who have you worked with in terms of visually, and who would you want to work with in the future?
Honestly, we've had really good work done by our friend Dolo Photo. He's out of, where was he, out of Belleville?
Belleville, yeah, Belleville, New Jersey.
Okay, I was like Belleville.
Oh, okay,
I thought
so
that
I guess
was
he
like
lives in Newark now.
He lives in Newark now, yeah.
He's real good at what he does.
He did
real
the Burn It Down
professional.
video for us.
Which I liked. You were just like walking around, and I was like, oh, snap, these guys spent $1 on this.
Yeah. It was actually
$2. Spent a few dollars. But I don't know. I'm very happy with his work, and I would continue to work with him.
Yeah.
But you know, if somebody I would want to do a video with A$AP Rocky because his visuals are crazy.
Okay.
To be honest with
I
you.
would co-sign that. Also, there's a photographer named Mel Del Cole. He
he's
did
good.
a lot of the photos that we have on our site and on Facebook and everything. We snuck into skate park on the pier for that photo shoot.
Yep.
That's pretty fun.
I don't know what skate park on the pier is. What is that?
I don't know.
It was a skate park on a pier.
A skate park on a pier.
God,
What do you call
Sunny
that?
Gang.
Chelsea
No,
Pier.
what-
Chelsea Pier. It was the skate park at Chelsea
Okay,
Pier.
thank you,
I don't
man.
know.
Give
I'm
us some
from-
geography.
I'm
They seem hyped on
So,
it. I felt like a kook because I was the only skater there. Like out of all of us,
Well,
like
It had
that
rained,
was
so
kinda
the
corny.
park was locked, and we jumped the fence and took a bunch of pictures in the bowl, and then got out when security showed up.
That's dope.
Yeah.
That's dope.
It was fun.
Well. Are we ready? We're going to go to this close. All right. Boom. This is my job, guys, reading. Well, the Thrasher, the Thrasher band, known for their party antics, their party animal antics, gave us a showstopper for show. And I, for one, can't wait to meet them in the mosh pit and hear more of what they have in store. If you want to hear more, B-side that is, you can check out our binge-worthy playlist on our YouTube channel and get lost in the sonic show hole known as B-side. Hashtag B-side-BK. I'm your host, Oheni Cornelius, and I get paid to play characters. Yay! Hashtag blessed.
Hey, you could catch me in the back, sipping on some Pabst, ribbon ad, living, drinking mad, gin and tonic till I vomit. Hit the mosh pit with the mic in hand. Yes, I got my shirt off too. Getting wasted, breaking shit. That's what the hell we do. And even if I'm in the sky, high for days, I try and always stay grounded like my flight delayed. I light a J, take flight in my Michael J's. My flow bitches hit it, hit you like a tidal wave. And I ain't got no combo, no combo, and no blonde hoe. She ain't gonna help me buy no condo. 240s in a chicken shack, talking about a combo. Catch me with my homie Quake, rolling up that Bronto. I got a different kind of hunger. Incidentally, I don't envy, cause my stomach feeling heavy. Even if I'm in a Bentley, I'll be left late. Hitting 105, afraid of breaking. Breakfast with a blunt, I just call that wake and bacon. Now if you see me, don't tell me calm down, cause I like my drink strong if my music turned loud. Look around, everybody getting wild. Take a hit before I hit a front. Flip it to the crowd, I'm a ready-made riot. Coming to your town, type of sound to make the whole bar buy another round. Bottles big enough they'd even Michael Phelps drown. So put one in the air and burn that down. Get your ass up. March, 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 march. Get your ass up. March, march, march. Go. Get your ass up. March, 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 march. Get your ass up. March, march, march. Let's go. The party's getting kinda hectic. Whole club jumping like they running plyometrics, and ain't no one expect this. See me, I grab your beat before I dip and hit the exit. That's who I'm having sex with. Yeah, I do it big, like they posted down in Texas. Talking time into my eyes, Tyler gold around my neck. See, I just run them in the building, holding everyone for ransom. Smoking all these dabs got me feeling like I'm Manson. I love women that can cook. Does that make me a sexist, or am I just a guy who loves waking up to breakfast? If you got a bag, roll it. Me, I ride a motherfucking beat like I stole it. Sorry, I can't control it. Whoa, I said hold it. So mommy start backing up. Couple bottles and these models start acting up. I'm high as fuck, Blade Brown got me cracking up. I'm sipping out the bottle. I'm saying fuck the club. Mosh, 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 go! Mosh, 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 go! Mosh, 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 go! Get your ass up! Mosh, mosh, mosh! No, I said get up at your seat!
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Are you okay?
I'm calling.
Come sit.
Are you hurt?
How?
Hi, I'm reporting a robbery.
What
Crescent Street and 31st
You okay?
Yeah, a young lady.
Check your bag.
She lost her
It's
purse.
okay.
Two kids just
Sorry,
grabbed
I
her
lost
purse.
some, okay.
But I got what they look like though.
Yeah.
Did anybody call the cops?
Yeah, this guy called the cops over
They're on their
here.
way. They're on their way.
2 white adults, one with a black hoodie,
The
one with a beard.
shaved head guy.
With a shaved head, yeah.
Well, the police are on their way, so.
Did you have something important in that bag?
Yeah, my phone, my wallet, all my money.
Oh
I
my
had a lot of
gosh.
cash
I'm
on
so
me, my
sorry.
credit
Anybody we
cards.
can we call somebody?
Don't worry, don't
You're
worry.
gonna be
don't worry.
okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm okay.
Are you
Thank
sure?
You.
Are the
yeah,
cops coming?
I'm really,
Yeah, the
thank
police
you
should
so
be here
much.
soon.
Okay.
All right.
You have to cancel your card.
Yes.
Good luck.
Yeah.
And we have the
Yes.
police coming. So.
We need to. When did you call them?
I just called them right after.
You
They
cancel.
said they're going to be right here.
You cancel your card.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So
I just.
We'll wait here and.
I think you know what. Do you want to go to the station?
Yeah.
We can all go.
No, we have to stay here. We have to stay here.
I think
when the
he's
police
right.
Come. You take her to the station.
Yeah.
Are you okay? Like and he'll help identify the people.
Okay. Is that
and
cool?
then we'll
Thank
stay
you.
here for the police.
Okay.
All right.
We'll wait for the police.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
I'll
you.
help ID.
Sure.
And
It's
you
just
guys can be
things.
here, yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can't believe this. These kids.
Poor girl.
It's a good thing we were here.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So. Are you in a rush?
Oh, no. I'm just going home.
Oh, okay, because I have a doctor's appointment and I think I can still make it. It's just that my foot really hurts. And, yeah, so, I mean, if you could wait for the police to get here, if you don't mind.
No, I
I
no,
just would
go.
hate to
Oh, my
come back
God,
out here
no.
again because it's really hard to get this appointment
Yeah,
with this
no,
doctor.
I'm so sorry. Go. I wait.
You don't mind? Okay. Thank you. If you're okay with that. Yeah. What a world.
people problem. We re-elected 90% of incumbents back into office. So
Democrats and Republicans alike are not into solving this problem in a serious way.
And if I can finish what I was going to say, and as we know, there are 750,000 cases right now in the backlog of asylum seekers.
Tom, that has been a problem that has been building for the
Bottom line is your last speaker is just wrong. I mean, the data speaks for itself. Yeah, a lot of them are fleeing poverty. I get it. So we feel bad for white people. But 89 to 90% of Central Americans claim asylum in either case in front of a judge. That is just
Hi.
Can I call you back? Hold on. Dave's dad died.
Oh my God.
I know.
Honey, I'm so sorry. You want me to come?
No. He's gonna be home soon. I have to go.
Okay. Call me back.
Yeah, okay. Bye.
brzmi jak dzięcioł. Twój ulubieniec mówi cześć. Tęskni za tobą. A teraz? Wiesława i Beata Szkarda zabrały mnie ze sobą do Gdyni. Czy pamiętasz, jak skakałaś do morza w ubraniu? Czy pływasz w Ameryce? Czy może brzmi tak samo? Koniec roku. Dzieci będą biegały wokoło tak jak dawniej. Nie zapominaj tych odgłosów, moje dziecko. Przypominają twój dom. Zawsze będą przypominać ci twój dom.
Okay. Yeah, okay, bye.
You tired? I can stir. I can help. I can. No? Maybe.
I like doing it. My specialty.
How's your day? Baby. You okay?
Yeah, yeah.
That's a good question. What's wrong?
Let's go out.
What do you want to do?
Can we get ice cream?
No. No, just mom and dad this time. We need alone time too, okay?
Fine.
Am I in trouble?
No. No. I know. Next time.
You got so good.
I don't know.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, baby. What's wrong? Maddie. Baby.
Your dad died. The hospital called and I'm so sorry. There was, they said there was a car accident and he was driving and then another car hit him and then he died. That's what they said. And
What?
I'm so sorry.
Why? What are we doing here, Maddie?
I don't know.
You didn't call me. Why?
I don't know.
You had no right.
I know.
Not to say anything.
I'm so sorry. Let's go to the hospital. We can go to the hospital now. Where are the keys? Wait. It's okay. Please.
Dad? Dad?
Way back out a stranger, but it's so rhyming, it's so loud. I wonder if they feel like this as well. I hate getting pushed around, hate getting pushed around, hate getting pushed around. Still I'm having a good time.
Rishi? We don't lock the door. We don't do that.
Go away.
What's wrong? I'm not leaving until you talk to me. Hey, you can close it, but we don't lock it. Hi, what's wrong? No, why? What happened? Okay. Oh, God, you have to say that. I thought it was... I'm sorry, can I call you back? It's just, I'm in the... Oh, I know, and I'm so happy for you. I'll call you back.
Is everything okay? What's going on?
Rishi's locked himself in the room. You ran up quickly and he locked the door.
Okay, I'll take care of it.
No, now. Please.
Okay.
Finn.
Calm down. Come on. Hi, Rishi, it's Papa. You want to talk? Hey, Mama's not mad at you. We just want to talk to you, beta. Rishi?
That's enough, Rishi. He's been in there for 10 minutes.
Beta, listen, we're not mad at you, okay, beta?
Oh, he knows we're not mad at him.
I think he's fine. You're just freaking out again.
I'm not freaking out.
He gets nervous when you do this.
Well, what do you want me to do? Shut myself in the kitchen and let someone else take over?
Gagan, I just got here. I
just want you to be here.
I am here. Okay?
Do you even know what he's feeling?
I'm trying to help.
Rishi? Rishi, please come out, boo.
Rishi, beta, listen, I just want to talk to you. Let's make a deal, okay? Mama's gonna leave, and just let me in, and we'll talk, and then we'll get some ice cream. Okay, beta?
Are you okay?
Stop yelling.
I'm
at
not
him.
yelling at him.
Yes, you are.
You think everything is my fault?
No, that's not true.
I'm here. I'm actually here with him. Rishi, open this door.
Calm down.
Open this door.
Calm down.
Open the door, Rishi.
Stop. Gagan. Gagan, stop it. I'm sorry.
Rishi. Rishi. Boo-boo. I'm sorry. Rish?
Let me try this.
Let Lemonade, crunchy ice. Sip it once, sip it twice. Lemonade, crunchy ice. Sip it once, sip it twice. Turn around, touch the ground, kick your boyfriend out of town. Turn around, touch the ground, kick your boyfriend out of town. Lemonade, crunchy ice. Sip it once, sip it so lemonade, crunchy ice. Sip it once, sip it twice. Did you know when you die, you pee yourself? What? Yeah. You can't hold it because you're dead. I'm ticklish. You lost. No, I wasn't ready. Okay. Pretend you're dead. Close your eyes. If you move, you lose. I don't want to play this. Come on, it's fine. Close your eyes. Don't move. Relax. Ava. Are you crying? You're gonna give me fun if you cry all the time. I'm not crying. I'm just trying to help. When I'm sad, I pinch myself. Have you tried that? It helps. Stop. Try it. You gotta do it harder than that. Ow. See? It helps. Let's play dead. You didn't move.
All right, y'all, we starting. Hello, and welcome to Hella Late with Holly Harper. I am Holly Harper, and I'm here to have a lot of fun and add some color and some curves to late night TV because there's just so many of us, right? There's so many black women. Who is looking out for white men? Who's looking out for them? When are we going to see them on late night TV? But they need affirmative action. But seriously, I am a comedy nerd, and I'm also a mom of 2 kids. And I have to tell you guys, this past year with remote learning has not gone well for me at all. Like it's been a struggle. Like I don't know how they feel doing the actual work, but it's hard for me watching. It is. Seriously, when I see like 2 plus 8 times 25 divided by 9, that is just a mojito. You know what I mean? Like that's how that adds up. And I don't really need my kids to find out how dumb I am every day, okay? Don't need that. So listen, I am so happy that BRIC knows exactly what I know, and that is that black women are cats. That's right, black women are cats. Cats move through a world built for dogs. Okay, and let me explain this to you, all right? If you have a dog, and you throw your dog off your bed, your dog's gonna turn around, he's just gonna be like, come on, don't be like that. Like, don't be like that. But if you throw your cat off your bed, your cat's gonna be like, bitch, I was walking that way, I don't need this. So listen, this first episode is called Blurred Nation because blurred, black, nerd, and nerds have basically taken over the world. Like they've taken over this whole thing, and I married a blurred. I actually cannot get hot unless you have asthma and some glasses. That's about 78% true. So I am so here for this, and I love my show, and I hope you love Hella Late as much as I do. So you guys ready for a great show? Now listen, my friend Heather has a lot of questions. She's a girl with questions, so right now we are going to visit Heather on the street. Hello, I am Heather Michelle Harper, Heather on the street for Hella Late with Holly Harper. Now, Heather has questions, and the good people of Brooklyn have answers. So y'all gonna come with me right now for Heather on the street. Whoever you identify, whoever you're attracted to, we're gonna play Marry F Kill. All right? All right, so you have to marry one you F, and one she gotta go. You don't have to kill her, you can say she can go home. You can say she can go home. All right?
I would marry Issa, F, Janelle, and Ava, no comment. Yeah.
She could go home. You pay for her Uber, right? You pay for her Uber. You're gonna get her a lift home. Okay.
Okay, I would marry Janelle. I would F Issa and then go home. Sorry, girl.
She had to go home. But you would give her money for the train, right? Yeah. All right, you give her money for the train. One had an Uber, one was on the G. I love that. Marry F Kill with the blurreds. Okay? So we see Issa Rae, beautiful Issa Rae, beautiful Ava DuVernay, and beautiful Janelle Monáe. We got the A's, okay?
Marry Ava because she's like sharp already. Like we're gonna be set as a foundation, as a couple, as a unit. I would hook up with or sleep with Janelle Monáe. That's like an exciting time.
Which one? We're gonna play bestie, heavy, or the plug. Which guy looks like he could be a good best friend? Which guy looks like he would be your heavy, like he'd be good, he would back you up in a conflict? And which one you think would be the plug? Like he's the hookup, he's got stuff going on, he can help you.
I don't know, man. They look like average dudes to me.
So you ever seen This Is Us?
Yeah, I don't deal with men.
Okay, so one of them you have to marry. You have to marry one of them.
The one on the left.
Oh, which one?
The one on the left.
That's who you would marry. That's Janelle Monáe. She is fine as wine. Okay.
No, she isn't.
Heather had questions and Brooklyn had answers. Some of them. The answers are the answers, ma'am. Anyway, thank you guys. Bye.
We all know little kids have feelings, and when they put them into song, it paints a whole story. Please welcome this comedy nerd who loves a funny song. Some of you know her as Holly, but I call her Mama. Holly Harper!
Dear Mrs. Williams, I'm annoyed. You treat my inner feelings null and void. You act like you're the queen, took my Mad magazine, now you're messing with my whole sense of joy. I can see the Newports in your bag. You huff and puff when we are playing tag. Now I would never say that you smell like an ashtray. I say that Big Tobacco's got you like that. I am 11 and I'm grown. Here's 90 cents plus tax to get a Mad magazine of your own. Damn it! I'm sorry I said damn it, but I'm really kind of famished. It was me who ate your whole bowl of nuts. And I could see that wedgie up your butt. Dear Holly Harper, you are toast. Third time this week you've done the most. First you faked that asthma and I really want to grab you. I called 911 for that hoax. I heard you at recess talking smut. In my day we'd fix that with hand to butt. But now we talk of healing and a child's inner feelings. You're fresh and I've had enough. I am too menopausal for this. I miss my fourth smoke break and my pantyhose are itchy as shit. Now, don't screw the pooch, cause I think you're kinda cute, but your attitude will always uppercut. And I can see that wedgie up your butt. There are people that are natural on stage, and then there are people that are born to be on stage. She's one of the baddest in the game, as well as my friend. Please give it up for comedian Dara Jamont.
Keep going. My ego needs it. Oh, I'm so lonely. So happy to be here. Oh, I originally am from Teaneck, New Jersey. I like to tell people about my town. Fun facts. It's where Biggie moved when he got money. It's where DMX got kicked out. Apparently having 13 pit bulls in the basement and 14 Lolos outside is frowned upon by the township. Okay, white people out there in BRIC TV land. Lolos, they are cars, okay? Sometimes convertibles, they go up and down because of hydraulics. Might have seen it in a rap video. Yeah? All right, now that we're all caught up, the best part about my town is that we were the first town to voluntarily integrate our school system. I know, in the entire country. I know. So this meant that we had very nice white people. Yeah. Like the cream of the crop, white people. So it was weird for me when I left my small, diverse town and I went to a big white university. I went to Syracuse University and I met white people who had never met black people. That's a different bunch. I was on the elevator and this guy gets on and he looks at me and he says, "Hey, what's the hood like?" I said, "I don't know, ask my gardener." But the older I get, I realize, no, if we paid our gardener X amount of money on a Tuesday, he did 6 houses that day and did that 6 times a week. He lived in a much bigger house than we did, okay? But that's just economics. That's a very hardworking man. Have we become too PC as a society? It makes me so nervous sometimes as a comedian. I don't want to get canceled, you know? I have to be very mindful of the things that I say. I learned on stage I couldn't say a word. It starts with a T, it ends with a Ranny. I don't say it anymore. It was the Wild Wild West back in the 90s. We said whatever we want. But in that moment that I learned that I could not say this word, I felt, whew, it's the one and only time I ever felt this feeling. I felt like an old, rich, southern white woman. Learning she couldn't say colored for the first time. What you mean they're not colored? They've been colored all my life. They will be colored till the day I die. But I respect people. So I took it out of my vocabulary, you know? Still waiting for it to happen with the N-word. Any day now. Can we talk about that real quick? Let's do it. All right. I feel like we, as Black people, we don't have anything that daggers as hard as the N-word does, you know? Our options, lame and limited. Let's review. We have cracker. That's a tasty snack. Okay. Great with cheese and grapes. Charcuterie board, if you will, you know? We have redneck, but that's a badge of honor, you know? They love that. It's like their government name. The only thing that we have, and we have to dig so deep in the bag for this one, is look here, Whitey. And do you know how mad you have to be to pull out a look here, Whitey? And you have to say it just like that in order for it to be effective. With the hand, with the leg, with the voice, like you just came out of a black exploitation film. Look here, Whitey! And then what's the sentence that comes after that? I don't know. Could you picture me at Dunkin' Donuts and the guy behind the counter gets my order wrong? And I'm like, look here, Whitey! You got my latte wrong. Nobody believes that. Because that guy would be Indian. White people run on Dunkin', but they don't work at Dunkin', okay? I'm Dara Jamaat. You guys have been great. Thank you!
Please give it up once again for our comedian Dara Jamaat. Yes! Now, if you know me, you know that I love to ask questions. Where people come from and how they see the world is everything to me. Please enjoy this 20 to 1.
Hey guys, so 20 to 1 is a Q&A thing I do with some very cool people I know. We're basically going to chop it up, and then I'm going to ask a series of 20 questions that they answer in a minute. Actually 2 minutes. I don't like to rush people. So here we go. You look beautiful, absolutely beautiful. You guys, Marina Franklin is like the consummate comedian. She's amazing. She, okay, let me just couple. You may know her from the Stephen Colbert Late Show. You may remember her from Comedy Central's Dave Chappelle Show. She was in the hit movie Trainwreck. You may have seen her in one of her comedy specials. She's on Amazon. She's amazing. And she also has a really incredible podcast, Friends Like Us, that is Oprah Winfrey approved. I've been on it 3 times. You guys, Marina Franklin. I give you Marina Franklin. Like,
aw,
yes.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
You are amazing. So I want to talk about Hysterical because I've been like seeing promos and stuff on it. I'm really excited. Like, what's up with it? What's going on?
So Hysterical is a documentary that Jessica Kirson is executive producer of, which is amazing. When you have a comedian friend who approaches you and says, hey, I want you to be a part of this amazing documentary featuring women in stand-up comedy. It talks about, you know, like what we go through as female comics, and in a way, you know, we have been gaslit for years, and it's finally this time when we can talk about this and feel good and empowered about talking about it.
Okay, girl, 20 to 1. There's 20 questions. We'll answer it. It's supposed to be a minute. It's really going to be like 2 minutes.
What time were you born?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know, but I was born on Christmas Day.
That's pretty special. Okay, have you ever helped someone in mortal danger?
Ooh, mortal danger. But I was incorrect. No, someone was asking for a homeless shelter, but I thought they were talking about the club.
Oh my God. They're like, I need shelter. And you're like, boom, 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 boom.
My friend was like, Marina, they're trying to get to the shelter.
Oh. Right. Would you rather be too hot or too cold?
Oof. As a woman going through hot flashes,
okay,
I would say maybe too cold.
What is your least favorite Halloween candy?
Oh, that orange thing.
Candy corn.
Candy corn is disgusting. And the fact that they put that, like when they used to put that in your bag, it's like, do you not like me? Like, what is that about?
If you could live 300 years, at what age would you freeze your body?
Yeah, 45 was the best. Look at me telling my age.
You were the hot 45.
Look at me saying how much older I am.
Hey.
45 was a good body year.
Oh, all right now. All right. Have you ever gotten jacked up by an animal?
My cat used to always jack me up when it would sit on my lap. He was like, it would turn from love to hate real fast.
Do you always wear underwear?
Always.
Would you rather eat fish food or dog food?
Oh, well, fish food looks like I could tolerate it probably a little bit more. Yeah.
I think fish food is tastier. I tried it, but this is back in the 70s, so I don't know. Have you ever been to a shitty wedding?
Yes.
How old were you when your first kiss?
My first kiss was at like 11.
And this is the last question. What cartoon character would you date?
Archie.
Archie.
Is that considered a cartoon character?
Yeah, like Archie, Jughead, Betty, Veronica. Yeah.
Yeah.
Archie, well, I mean, he was built kind of nice. I mean, if you want to bring that up, you know.
Well, he never really dated a black girl. He was always between Betty and Veronica, and I was into that as a kid. I was like into this battle between Betty and Veronica. I would love to throw some brown sugar up in that mix.
Hey, what's next for you? What is next for you? I'm excited.
So, you know, now it's just everything's opening up. So I'm going back to doing stand-up. I'm fully vaccinated. So I'll be going back to the Comedy Cellar. And just more of, you know, everything from Hysterical. That documentary is so wonderful. And maybe some sketches coming soon. And also my wonderful podcast, as you've been on.
Oh my God.
Holly, you've been amazing on my podcast.
Every time I'm on your podcast, I'm like, I'm on Marina's podcast. Yes. So thank you. Thank you so much for doing 20 to 1 with me and Hella Late. Your fans are going to be like, Marina. And I'm just awesome to see everything you do in the future. I'm such a fan, Marina Franklin fan. Thank you so much, Marina.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Best person in the world.
I'm not a perfect mom, but I love poring over cosplay. It's a staple of Blur culture. So please enjoy a perfect mom who loves it way more than me.
Hi, I'm Malaika, and welcome to MBS This Morning's new segment, The Perfect Mom. We've got some really great moms for you to check out, and here is our first one. Hello, Charlotte, and welcome to Perfect Mom Studios. I see someone really likes cosplay.
Yes, because cosplay is life! And I am Charlotte, Charlotte, Charlotte.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I did ace spelling in the 3rd grade.
Ooh, I love aces and clubs and diamonds and spades and hearts. My girls and I, we have dressed up as all of them. And the Queen's crown, what? Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, wow. So tell me, why do you think that you were nominated as a Perfect Mom candidate for MBS This Morning's Perfect Mom competition?
Oh my God, it's so exciting. I guess it's because cosplay is life. Like I said, dressing up, exploring characters helps you see who you are and who you are not. And I do that for my girls.
You make your girls dress up too?
That is so mean.
Whoa.
I am dressed as Black Sadness. Not because I'm Black, but because sadness is sadness, and I just happen to be Black Sadness.
Charlotte.
I'm back.
Hi, Wonder Woman?
No, I'm actually dressed as Nubia. You know, Wonder Woman's half-sister DC Comics forgot to put in the movie.
True.
Yeah, and just to jump back, my girls love dressing up, okay? Like, we like to move through different time periods each week.
Really?
Yeah, like last week, we were all Rosa Parks, and then they were all fighting for the front seat of the car, and then 2 of them had to sit in the back, and, oh, wait, oh no. Oh.
Well, that kind of blew up, didn't it? Well, who got to sit in the front?
Surprise.
Who?
My daughter, surprise. She got the front seat. But then Halloween and 3 o'clock were so pissed.
Wait. Hold on. No. So tell me, do you have any normal clothes?
Define normal.
You know, pants, shirts.
Oh yeah, normcore. It is so bad for the soul, and I get sad just talking about it. Normcore is death. This is how I feel in the world of normcore. This is how I feel in the world with no costumes.
But you're wearing a costume.
The girl dressed as Black Sadness can't hear you!
What is happening?
Did you guys enjoy my show? Thank you. Oh, thank you. Well, listen, thank you so much for watching the very first episode of Hella Late with Holly Harper. Good night.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Did I ever tell you about the one time that I...
Yes.
What about the other time that I...
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, but listen to this. You'll never believe what happened. So there I was, only inches away from the ever so mystical galactic belt buckle of +5 wishful thinking, when from out of nowhere came the hideous horseshoe crab of the Horsehead Nebula, out for vengeance. So there he was, flying through the Horse Neck Nebula. Bang, bang, bang goes my blaster as he tries to squeeze the life out of me. But I ain't about to relinquish what's rightfully mine because some crab giant is trying to make me his dinner, or possibly his concubine, and so we keep on fighting. Bim, bim, boom, bop, bop, bop. Here it is.
Oh, how did it come to this? This year was 1990 and I was gonna fly into space solo all by myself, come nobody, just the way I like it. Until those stupidos at NASA deciding I needing a partner.
10, 9.
But I thinking, hey, no big deal, the mission just taking 1 month, and then after I retire with big money, buy a new house, buy a new wife, everything gonna be okay.
Blast off.
That was the beginning of all my troubles. Ay, Dios mío, que jodiendo, ay, señor. We've been drifting through space for over 30 years with no one to talk to, except each other.
That crab monster was all like, "You'll never get away with this." But in the end, I win. I beat him. I become El Salvador del Mundo and take home the galactic belt buckle, the +5 wishy-washy. Oh, and then there was this one time that...
Shut up. You already told me this freaking story 100 times.
Ain't no story, Paco. It really happened.
Oh yeah? When?
Like, 2 days ago.
No, Cornelius, you've been trapped on this ship with me for over 30 years. Nothing happened to you except you get fat, you lose your hair, and you lose your damn mind.
Paco, I'm only going to say this once. Don't body shame my hopes and aspirations.
I need to get out of this ship. I need to get out of this ship.
And he says I'm the one who's lost his dang mind.
What was that? I can't believe it. After 30 years being incomunicado, we're finally gonna be able to go back home.
Oh, what joyous joy, what rapturous rapture.
Hello, and welcome to the evening's news. I bet they're flying cars, a cure for cancer, and world peace. The future is today. Footage has emerged of the president urinating on the General Secretary of China.
Yeah, like that. Just like that, the sweet taste of trickle-down economics.
They elected that man for president. How did this happen? What happened to my country? As a reminder to those who have recently awoken from a coma or have been floating around in space for the past 30 years, the president came to power in 2016, spurred on by the What Happened to My Country movement. In response, radical leftist groups have swarmed the Capitol with 3 demands: tax reform, universal health care, and the president's head on a stick. With the upcoming presidential election, these United States are as divided as ever. Oh, Cornelius, where did we as a nation go wrong? That's not the country I left behind.
Look at the date, though. 2017. Who knows what's happened since then?
Forget it. The country we know is lost forever.
Paco, when I was a little boy, all I could think about was going to space one day. So I studied real hard, got a scholarship, and I became the first thermonuclear astrophysicist in my family. Not to be confused with my Uncle Charles, who became the first thermonuclear gastroenterologist in my family. Paco, you and I, we're the same. 2 poor boys from Brooklyn living the American dream. I guess what I want to say is, don't give up on America, Paco, because I know for a fact that America ain't give up on you. What do you say? Time to Star Spangled Our Behinds home?
Oh, space, can you see? By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hail at the twilight's something, something.
And we're back.
And we arrive on election night. Quick, put the news on. Who's gonna win? With 99% of the votes in, we here at Channel 7 are ready to predict the outcome of this election. With a country as divided as ours, did you really think the left or the right would have been happy with the outcome?
Oh my stars. Paco, look. Wait, maybe it'll be okay. Maybe it's just the first degree burn.
Our country, our planet, gone forever. Everyone we ever knew is dead. Just me and you.
Forever and ever and ever. Wanda Dickens, who are you?
I am Alexandria, your intergalactic social worker. Welcome to the Illegal Aliens Protection Program.
I can't believe it. You hear that, magical star lady Paco? Well, I believe everything's gonna be okay.
Space, can you see? By the dawn's early light.
Previously on the United States of America.
A whole lot of things happened.
And now on to the show.
Who are you again?
Alexandria, your interstellar social worker.
Oh, okay. But wait, who do you work for?
AARP.
AARP?
The Astronomical Association for Resettling Populations.
And who's your boss?
God.
Wait, God is real? What does he look like?
You mean, what does she look like?
She? Oh, Galaxy Girl, you like some cosmic space comedian.
Can we just get on with this? It's imperative that I find you a new home, since you two are the last Homo sapien survivors left in the entire... One?
Yeah, only one Homo sapien survivor. Paco over there is dead.
I forgot. You carbon-based life forms can't breathe in the vacuum of space.
Don't worry about him. He's just acting real Latino with all the drama and suffocation and whatnot.
Who you talking to?
Calm down, Paco. That's just Galandria.
Alexandria.
And she's our intergalactic social worker.
What? I don't want nothing to do with no social worker. One time back on Earth, I asking my social worker to come and fixing my boiler because it was broken, and he never come to fix it.
Are you confusing a social worker with a building superintendent?
Shut up talking ship. No one asked you.
Just read this and click the green button if you accept.
Wait a minute, wait. Welcome to the Illegal Alien Protection Program. The purpose of the program is to except as provided in Section 5.01, nothing in this agreement expressed or implied is intended to...
Contract signed. Uploading coordinates. Engaging autopilot.
Cornelius, what did you do? I was almost finished.
Hush up, Paco. Time for a space adventure.
Oh my god. This is what I mean about you. You're always doing the wrong thing, pressing the button, getting us in trouble, this and that. And for what? You don't know what you're doing. You don't even care about nothing. You're only caring about yourself.
See, everything's gonna be okay. Just me, you, the vastness of space, and some hideous space demon. Blah. 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 Blah.
Halt! State your business, Plexicans.
Don't look at me. I just wanted to boldly go where nobody boldly gone before.
Please, Mr. Space Alien Man, I know wanting to die. You wanna eat someone? Then eat my friend. He's big and fat, pero yo soy muy skinny and sexy.
Oy veyes mia. Did you two not read the terms and conditions? As the last two Homo sapiens in the Milky Way, I am tasked with finding you a new home. I will hereby take you to a few planets. There you will speak with each planet's ambassador and see if both parties can agree on resettlement. Introduce yourselves. Be cordial.
I'm Paco del Pluto, and this is Cornelia something something. We've been lost in space for over 30 years, and when we're coming home, our planet was destroyed, this and that, and now we need to find a new home.
Do you speak of the illegal alien protection program?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, how do I know you're not a pair of thieving and villainous plexicans?
Mexicans?
Planet Rockalock is the moon, which orbits the nearby shithole planet of Plexico. We have allowed these plexicans to come periodically to harvest moon dust and clean our toilets. But recently, they've been crossing illegally in undocumented cosmic caravans. The only way to keep them out is by building a wall around our entire planet.
Come on, let us enter. We're dying out here. Calm down, don't say nothing crazy, okay?
First, the moon ain't a planet. A moon is an astronomical natural satellite that orbits a planet, you big dummy. Secondly, your wall ain't even finished yet.
We are aware. You see, we Rockalocks are a proud and superior race. Wall building is beneath us.
But how are you gonna finish it?
By hiring Plexicans. And the best part is that Plexico is gonna pay for it.
You ain't nothing but a bona fide spacist.
Spacist?
Space racist.
Space racist? No, you got me all wrong, my brown friends. I got 3 brown friends. One of them serves in the cabinet. Token Brown, I think is his name. I even have an orange friend who mows the lawn. In actuality, I've done more for the colors than the colors have done for themselves, you see? Now I'm saying, my brother. So you see, I'm the least spacist person to have ever existed in the history of the universe. I may not be spacist, but all of my supporters are. And I must uphold my sacred duty.
Oh yeah? Well, let's see how sturdy this wall really is.
Wait, what you doing?
Let's go. Come up, yay! Bunch of lousy alien Antifa.
Space, can you see by the dawn's early light?
Let's go. Come up, yay! Bunch of lousy alien Antifas.
You see what you did? Getting us into trouble again.
What? You mean to tell me that you were okay living down there on planet Plessy versus Ferguson? Planet separate but equal.
Equal. Is that all you think about? We're the last 2 humans in this universe, and you over here like a Mr. Chusi.
All I want to do is live somewhere that embraces equality. Why is that so hard to understand?
I think I know the perfect place for you two to live.
Just remember, wherever we're going, I get to be more equal than you, okay?
Welcome to Planet 99%, the most free and fair planet in the universe. I want to start by addressing the misconception that we here on Planet 99% practice cosmic communism. We don't. We practice space socialism. Big difference.
Talking ship. Next.
Next?
Jess. Next. I know wanting to live here.
And why not?
Because I am from America, land of the free, home of the brave. I know believing in no socialismo.
Paco, didn't you used to collect Medicaid?
Yes.
And food stamps?
Yes.
And enjoy the many valuable perks and services offered through our former government's distribution of public funds and taxpayer dollars?
Yes, but that's different.
Why?
Because I'm okay when it helping me, but not the other people.
Oh, that's my alarm. I forgot that I have a Skype meeting with God and L. Ron Hubbard. Are you two sure you got this under control?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but please behave yourselves.
Okay, Tallahassee.
Alexandria.
Listen, just hush your mouth and let me do the talking.
Oh yeah? Just like last time.
That was then, this is now. Go take a nap, you big old hunk of cranky space debris.
Okay, but don't doing nothing crazy.
So listen, I'm gonna make this quick. My troubles all started a long time ago when I was born. You see, I was the youngest of 17 children. I don't even think my mom knew my name. Can you believe that? So there I was, born in the bathtub in my great aunt Patricia's apartment. Always a great aunt Belinda. Wait, do I even have a great aunt Belinda? Anyway, so some stuff happened, yada yada yada, boom boom boom, and then Earth blew up, just like that.
Wow.
No more humanity, no more great aunt Belinda. And so now me and that there sleepy Spaniard need to find ourselves a new home, like a pair of galactic orphans. Can we live here? Oh, we promise to be ever so good.
Good work. We here on Planet 99% offer universal health care, free college tuition, and a generous pension package for the elderly. And you can move in as soon as today, just as long as you are not part of the top 1%.
Top 1%.
This planet used to be called Planet 1% because it was a playground for the wealthy establishment. All of our hard work went straight into their fat cat pockets until one day our ancestors rose up in peaceful political revolution, brought the 1% to the middle of this planet and blew them up. In that big crater, they renamed it Planet 99%. And now we live in a socialist utopia.
But wait, I'm confused. According to my calculations, wouldn't the richest people on planet 99% automatically become the top 1%?
I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Where'd you go?
I had to take care of business.
Did you just...
Kill the 1%? Yes, over 40 million killed, but they deserved it. Every last one of them.
What are you eating?
The 1%, of course. Yeah, we're cannibals. So what? In any case, your application was approved. Welcome to the newly named Planet 98%.
Planet 98%? But wait, I'm confused. According to my calculations, wouldn't the richest people in Planet 98% automatically become the top 1%?
That's it. We've officially destroyed 99% of our population. Now, we can live in peace, proud to strictly adhere to our ideological principles.
But wait, if you done kill 99% of the population, then shouldn't this planet be called
Planet 1%!
I just got a complaint from our planetary relations department and oh my stars! Did you two single-handedly destroy an entire galactic species?
He did it.
What?
Oh, space, can you see by the dawn's early light?
I leave you two alone for a couple of hours, and when I come back, you're responsible for the extinction of an entire species.
I'm not sure if you haven't noticed, but we're humans. Causing mass extinctions is what we do best.
You see what I mean about this guy talking shit? If anyone should be extinct, it should be him.
What? Your greasy granny should be extinct. Your snaggletooth sister should be extinct. Your stupid dog should be extinct. Your ugly face should be extinct.
I'm taking you two to the most loving and accepting civilization on my registry. At this point, I'm sure they're the only planet willing to take you two fools in.
You just be quiet and let me do the talking, okay?
Hello and welcome to Planet Pansexion, the most fierce and fabulous planet in the cosmos, okay? Where sexual minorities make up the moral and oral majority. Anywho, to whom I may have the pleasure of speaking to?
I'm Space Captain Cornelius Cosmosis, and I'm joined by my intergalactic social worker, Gallipalooza.
Alexandria.
And that there mute mestizo who goes by the name of...
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Just next planet, I know stay here with no Galians.
I'm sorry about my co-pilot's attitude. You see, he is intolerant of everything. The LGBT community, radical thinking, lactose.
It's okay. We are used to being bullied and shamed for simply being who we are and loving who we love. Our ancestors were persecuted on their home planets for their sexual identity and gender expression, leaving the only homes they ever knew. They traveled the cosmos and found refuge in a region known as safe space. In a non-binary star system on the Rainbow Ring, they found a new city, Sharon Shishka. Yes! They created the most diverse and progressive society in the universe. Can you believe that? A place where one could live without fear. Doesn't that sound wonderful?
No, forget it. Take me home.
But Paco, we don't got a home anymore. And it seems like we never will.
That's your problem, not my problem.
Oh, no, you don't!
What's going on?
Shantae, you stay.
Why, it seems like that there alien is going to lip sync for our lives.
If you are a galactic gay in the Milky Way, don't go astray, cause there's a place for you to stay. Pansexion, 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 Pansexion. I spy with my eye someone who likes girls and guys. If you're a boy, just give it a try. Pansexion, 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 Pansexion. If you a trans and you are good hands, cause we are your fans, don't change your plans. I'm sure you'd understand. Pansexion, 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 Pansexion.
No more singing, okay? You know what? Forget it. I stay here, but only because I'm hungry and my arthritis is acting up.
Oh, sweet salvation.
Oh, thank God. I couldn't find one word to rhyme with Luna Lesbian. Anyway, welcome to Minute Pansexion!
How'd he do that?
First things first, okay? Let me ask you some questions, starting with the grumpy one. Name?
Paco del Pluto.
Age?
Old.
Sex?
No since 1987.
Preferred pronouns?
Your Majesty, Your Honor, whatever.
Planet of origin?
Earth.
I know exactly where that is. I've been to Uranus many times. What? It's a little joke, honey. Species name?
Heterosapien.
What?
Get it? No Homo sapien, but heterosapien. You see? I can tell jokes too. I can be the funny guy.
Wait. Are you implying that you only like the opposite gender?
Just what's wrong with that?
You are a bunch of heteros! Don't you know that here at Planet Pansexion, heterosexuality is strictly illegal? Ah! And what about you? Are you also strictly heterosexual?
I mean, there was this one time in engineering school, I built a robot for scientific reasons.
Oh, that's fine, darling. You know what? Robosexuality has been legal here for 400 years, okay? You can stay, but your sinful partner, you need to be cured of your disease.
Disease?
Yes! I sentence you to 5 years of straight conversion therapy.
Talking sheep, get us out of here.
Can't handle it, hetero.
Wait, let me ask you a question, okay? Is this whole thing, is it being televised?
Of course.
And everyone on this stupid planet can see it?
But of course.
Very well. So you figure us out. How did you know that human heterosexuality is a contagious disease?
It is. Of course it is. That's what the scripture says.
Exactly. And on my planet, if you even look at a hetero, you instantly become straight.
Oh no! I can feel it happening. I'm even talking like a flimmy hetero. What happens next?
Your head explodes?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, my female god. Did you two do it again?
It was all him this time.
A straight pride.
Oh, space Can you see by the dawn's early light?
What did you do?
I don't know. I'm telling that alien that I heterosexual man, and then he got all crazy, and I don't know what happened next.
Lies upon lies. Paco done told that gender non-conforming individual that being straight is a disease. And then boom, his head exploded.
Ah, whatever. That alien was just a big hypocrite from planet Hypocrita.
I can't believe this. You know what? You two are the disease. Like a virus hell-bent to... Wait. Virus? That's it. I know exactly where you two belong.
What is this place? It looks swampy and steamy and moist.
Kinda like my first wife.
No, we don't live here. Next, please.
Nope. I'm sorry. Due to all the destruction you two have caused, you no longer have any say in where you can live. You're stuck here.
What?
That goes against our illegal, alien, and alienable rights.
Quiet, you two! Go meet this planet's ambassador, while I go talk to Female God and make amends for what you two have done.
Welcome to Planet Freedom, the most indivisible planet with liberty and justice for all. We believe in freedom, equality, brotherhood, and...
What's that?
Oh, you mean my host body. 7,000 years ago, the original inhabitants of Planet Freedom looked more like you two. Supple and tight, and delicious. Until one day, a small meteor crash landed into this planet. Trapped inside was our distant ancestor, King Cronus, who had been dormant for a millennia. Immediately, he bonded with one of the original inhabitants of the planet, made copies of himself, and those copies bonded with everyone else. And now, we live in a wonderful, symbiotic relationship.
So you're telling me that you done invaded and body snatched those innocent people?
Oh, heavens, no! We've just manifested our destinies is all. Listen, you two are going to love it here. We care about the right of the bonded individual. You're truly free to live a life of your choosing. No one will tell you how to live your... I'm being told by our planetary health expert that a small and minor epidemic has broken out in a remote part of our planet.
What kind of epidemic?
Oh, just a minor outbreak of testicle-eating amoeba. It's probably just a liberal hoax. Nothing to worry about, I can assure. Okay, so now our planetary health expert has upgraded the testicle-eating amoeba from an epidemic to a full-blown pandemic.
Should we be worried?
Not at all. I assure you, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. One day the outbreak will completely disappear. Boom, just like that.
But better to be safe than sorry, no? Maybe we should wear a face mask or something.
Face mask? No, don't be silly. Wearing mask goes against our personal freedoms. You don't need to wear any face mask. This just in, it's highly recommended, but not required, to wear face masks to help stop the spread of testicle-eating amoebas. This just in, it's highly recommended, but not required, to wear protective cups atop one's genitals. This just in, it's highly recommended, but not required, to drink 2 bottles of hydrogenated chlorine per hour.
According to my calculations, isn't hydrogen and chloride toxic and deadly when mixed together?
No, I've been drinking hydrogenated chlorine every day for the past 2 years, and I've never been infected with testicle-eating amoebas. Oh, wait, this just in. I have contracted testicle-eating amoebas.
Ouch!
I know, right? But you know what? It's not a big deal. These liberal scientists are blowing it way out of proportion. The death rate for testicle-eating amoebas is less than 1 in 10 per...
What's wrong?
Okay, I've officially completed your paperwork. Welcome to your new home.
What? No, I ain't no living here.
Me neither, Gassafras.
Alexandria.
I ain't about to lose lefty and righty to no freaky fetish amoeba.
And what about you?
I'd rather die con mis huevitos.
Listen, you two are the last Homo sapiens in the Milky Way. I'm only trying to do what's best for you, for the good of your species. Please, do the right thing.
No.
You know what? I've had it! Fuck you two. Fuck this stupid space shuttle. Fuck humanity! I hope you both die!
Alexandria.
Female god, it's you. That is no way to talk to the last Earthlings in the entire universe. But you don't understand. By the powers vested in me by the Big Bang, I have no choice but to terminate you.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, Galactus. But being terminated can't be that bad. Maybe you can find a new job.
It's not what you think. Beginning termination process.
Oh no! She's going!
Oh my God, we're alive. Ay, Dios mío. Ay, who's that? Wait, what's going on? Hey, who's that? Hey, ay, 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 ay. Wait, what happened? We're alive. We're alive.
Why, I believe we're inside some sort of black hole left behind by the collapsed supernova that once used to be our intergalactic social worker Gravitron after a female god terminated her for her foul language and hood rat antics.
Makes sense. So now,
I'm gonna go check it out right quick. Nothing but vastness as far as the eye can see.
Are you telling me that I'm trapped in this black hole with you for all eternity?
Now, just settle down, Paco. Relax. You know, this reminds me of the one time when...
No more of your stories. If we're gonna be stuck here to the end of time, then I don't want to hear nothing from you. Not a single word, not a single picky, ticky, nothing. No, not a word. What did I just say?
Those aren't words. They're just expressions of my emotional fragility. You know, Paco, in these past 30 years, we've had some really good times together, you gotta admit. Hey, you remember that one time when... Or the other time when that one thing happened? It seems only like yesterday when... And of course, who can forget about... But most of all, I'll always cherish the time that...
No, shut up. All we do is leave behind a trail of devastation, the likes of which this universe has never seen. We're not the last two humans in existence. We're the worst humans that have ever existed. That's it. I gotta get out of here. Oh, God.
Oh, female God.
Oh, my female God, who may or may not exist, why hast thou forsaken me? If you do care, please send me a sign.
Why, I'll be Albert Einstein. A wormhole, a gateway to a different time and place. You know what this means, Paco? This is the way out for us.
Us? No us. I no go nowhere with you.
Well, fine, be that way. I'm gonna go have myself a gander. Wow, wondrous wonders as far as the eye can see. You're truly missing out, Paco. Paco? Dang it, Paco, just come with me. What do you gotta lose?
How do I say this politely? It's not you, it's me. In that I really liking myself, but I really don't liking you. Oh no, the wormhole is closing. Cornelius, leave, save yourself, get the hell out of here already.
Not without my best friend.
Time for some reverse psychology. Oh, you're right. Stay here with me forever, doing nothing. Why would you want to go out there where anything could happen?
Come to think of it, I do prefer something rather than nothing. Maybe I should go after all.
Are you sure?
Yeah, will you be okay?
I think I will survive.
Okay then. Guess this is goodbye. Dang it.
What happened? Go, leave.
I was trying to use reverse psychology on you. But alas, I'm a thermonuclear astrophysicist, not a thermonuclear astropsychiatrist.
Ah! No!
Dang it, Paco, leaving me behind like that. Now what am I gonna do for all eternity? You know, this reminds me of the one time I was fighting a space octopus out there in the Horsehair Nebula. Bang, bang, bang with my blaster as we fought from here to there, hither to the and beyond, everywhere.
What? The wormhole made me go back in time. I'm no longer old man. Now I have the rest of my life ahead of me.
T minus 20.
Wait, what am I? Ay, Dios mío, I'm back in the damn shuttle on the day of the launch.
10.
Oh my God, that means if I take off now, I'll be stuck in space for 30 years with...
Why, hello. I don't think we've met. My name is Space Captain Cornelius Cosmosis. You know, this reminds me of the one time... Blast off.
Or my friends trying to help me find somebody, and they was always looking in the wrong places, calling me saying dumb ish. Tell my girl, you should go up to the dollar store and look at that cute dude that's working security up there. He look good as hell. I'm thinking about saying something to him. I said, I ain't going up there looking at him. I ain't wasting my gas. She talking about, see, that's what's wrong with you. You don't know what his situation is. That could be his second job. He could really be trying to make an honest living. Woo, woo, woo. I said, I don't know what the hell wrong with him if he wouldn't lose his life over dollars-ish. He ain't got no self-esteem. I don't even know what the hell you gotta protect in the dollar store. How much do a person gotta steal out the dollar store for you to stop them? They gotta have like 10,000 pencils. You be like, nigga, I'm seeing you with the pills, you better put the pencils back. I don't even know what you talk about when the person come home from work. Babe, I saw a brother trying to put a broom down his lap, like, put the broom back, put the broom back. You ain't gonna fight nobody, help no dollar broom. They be calling me. My friends wonder why I smoke weed.
Painful being single, ladies. I get it. I'm single and I'm lonely. I do like lonely girl stuff, like I don't pay my bills just so my phone could ring. Yeah, because they be calling you from long distance numbers, making you feel real special and whatnot. Like the other day, my phone rung. It was like, brrr, brrr. I'm like, who's calling me? Brrr, Iowa? He was like, hello, may I speak to Asia Bennett? I was like, this is she? He was like, my name is Dan. I'm calling to go out see a Macy's bill. I was like, stop right there, Dan. I may see the bill, but I'd rather see the Dan. How you doing, boo? Shoot.
Join that website, OK Cupid. Yeah, I wasn't brave enough for Tinder. I don't know. I don't like that site because it feels like it's too close to home. Like it feels like the person is right behind you. You're like, don't swipe me. Where are you? But anyway, I wanted to share a few messages I've gotten on the site. I feel like it is my job as a citizen to share these. And if you're in a relationship right now, you can be like, oh, better get out. Market's hot. Everybody's on there. I want a piece of the pie. Okay, here's the first one. Hi, we should meet up. We are both Indian and live in NYC. That is a good reason to meet up. Whoa, slow down with the charm, buddy. You're like a poet of census information. Getting me all cold and bothered. Mostly bothered.
They got women doing so much stuff. Men are doing stuff too. I snoop. I go on lots of first dates. Meaning I don't get many seconds. But I snoop. I like to snoop. I go in the cabinet and I see the Just for Men. You know what that is? That's hair dye. He's bald. So what are you dying? About that time his robe comes open. You've had over 1 million downloads. You have gone platinum. He says, that is knowledge. That is a tree of knowledge with a low-hanging fruit. Eve would not have taken a bite of that apple. Wish would have been different.
What's up, Brooklyn? This is Jerobi White, founder and chef of Eat Rhymes of Life. We're here at Brooklyn Fair for Chef's Roulette. We're gonna see right now the 5 ingredients you chose for me to cook for you today. So let's get shopping. Okay, the 5 ingredients are lamb chops, white asparagus, graffiti eggplant, cipollini onions, and black plums. White asparagus are white because they're grown underground and they don't get any sunlight, which doesn't give them a chance to produce chlorophyll, so they turn white. Just want to make sure they're firm and not a lot of marks and bruises on them when you're picking them up. Graffiti eggplant, beautiful graffiti eggplant. Smaller than a normal variety of eggplant, high sugar content, very sweet and delicious. Cipollini onions. Again, sweet. They're small, just like regular onions, yellow onions, I should say. The shape makes them great for roasting and doing roasts and things like that. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? How your lamb chops today?
Really good.
Yeah? Let me get 2 of the lamb loin chops right there.
You have a nice day.
Great, thank you. You too, man. Thank you. Last but not least, some sweet black plums. We are at Food Works today, and let's see the ingredients that you chose for me. Lamb chops, white asparagus, graffiti eggplant, cipollini onions, and last but not least, black plums. And for my special dish, this is something I like to make all the time, barbecues and whatnot, grilled fruit salad. The secret to tender lamb, I think, is all in how you cook it, to be honest with you. First, I'm going to season the lamb chops. A little salt, pepper. Both sides. I'm going to clean these cipollini onions because I'm going to saute them for a little while and then stick them in the oven to finish. Growing up, my parents got divorced and it left me with a lot of time in the house by myself. And so out of necessity, I learned how to cook. I wasn't really allowed to watch TV per se, but I was allowed to watch PBS. And on PBS were all the cooking shows. So that's really where I learned to cook. Once I got to culinary school, we started going on tour, and then it always became a 1A, 1B situation. When I wasn't on tour, I was in the kitchen. When I wasn't in the kitchen, I was doing something music related. Just like music, when you're in the kitchen, you're only as good as your last dish. And when you're a musician, you're only as good as your last song. What I'm gonna do with these, I'm gonna take these and put these in the oven, let them cook down. And when we cook down, we're gonna puree them and make a nice little sauce for the bottom of this lamb dish we're gonna make. So now, what I'm gonna do is put a little oil in the bottom of this pan. Throw these in here. A little salt. A little garlic. I'm gonna put these in the oven. So I think now, we're gonna put these in. We're just gonna give them a little toss once or twice, and we're gonna put these in the oven as well. I let them do their thing, so you don't have to think about them. Of the white asparagus, aside from the color, they'll have a much milder flavor than the green asparagus. What I like to do with the white asparagus, I just like to just take some of the end off, just take some of the bottoms off. Since we have our lovely grill there, I'm going to grill these white asparagus. The contrast with the white and the grill marks will be nice. It'll look nice on the plate. Graffiti eggplant, aside from the size and the color, they are sweeter and have, I think, a little bit less of the eggplant flavor that you are familiar with. Okay, let's take these onions out of the oven right now. Perfect. Set those there. We cook the plums all the way down. For a piece of lamb this size, this thickness, medium rare would be probably 4 minutes on each side. I'm not even going to tell you how to cook it more than medium rare because I want you to cook it medium rare. Okay. That's what you want to hear. Can you hear that? Can you hear that? We're going to let those cook about a minute each side before we stick those in the oven and finish. We're going to take our white asparagus, grill these a little bit. Perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. Now, this oven is up pretty hot. It's a convection oven. This is going to go in the oven for maybe 7 minutes. Let's set these here because we're about to plate. Go. Take a little bit, a little smear, a couple onions, a couple asparagus. Beautiful. beautiful, beautiful, beautiful eggplant. And the chops that have been cooked to temperature and let them rest for a little. Always let your meat rest. Just want to finish it off with a little green, because we love green. So here we have like a confit puree-ish thing that I made with the plums. On the bottom is chipotle onions, the graffiti eggplant, we got the white asparagus, and all of these flavors are going to tie in well together. And here you have it. So now we're going to start making my grilled fruit salad. We have yellow pepper, orange pepper, peach, white peach, nectarine, red onion, and red plums. This salad works with any kind of stone fruit. I found this is the best that works with this salad. This grilled fruit salad goes excellent with seafood. Olive oil, some salt and pepper in here. So we're just gonna put these on the grill and let them grill. Not too soft, just to get some grill marks on them. We have this grill here on high. Now I think we should take our fruit off of the grill. I want them to look like they've been touched by fire. See, that's exactly what we want. To finish our fruit salad, place it in the bowl. That looks fantastic. To finish, we have lovely, 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 everybody's favorite goat cheese. Sprinkle that over the top. Pistachios and goat cheese, to me, just go so well together. There we go. Little green onion. Bam. We're done. Hey, Sam,
Hey, Jerobi.
I understand you're tasting the food today.
Yes, I can't wait.
Okay.
Wow, this looks great.
Tell them what you think. Tell them what you think.
All right, we'll see. I'm going to try the lamb first. Oh my God. Wow. The lamb is so juicy and soft. Mixed with the plum, you have that tangy, tarty, but earthy kind of taste with the lamb, which is amazing. Great combination, great balance. Jerobi, you did your thing on this one. I love it. I recommend it to everyone. This is an amazing dish. So now I'm going to try the grilled salad. Wow. The combination of the goat cheese and the nuts is amazing. I think this is one of my favorite salads.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Welcome to East New York. I'm gonna show you the amazing businesses. Let's go say hi to Miguel, the best hot chocolate in East New York. Vito!
It's not like a customer, it's like a family to me now.
Daily Travel came to the community with only one little desk, and now he owns the whole building. This is a community of opportunities. Hello! The health of the neighborhood is also places like the Cypress Hill Senior Center. We have a little bit of everything here, and everyone feels like family here. East New York is family to me now.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me.
Like music, nature provides a rhythm and a pulse that aid our body's function, a healthy body clock that not only helps us to survive, but to thrive. And today's musical guest, Circadian Clock, takes us one step further, navigating themes of loss, rage, temptation, and despair. The band, fronted by badass Melissa Vile, transports us to what a title from their recent album declares as The Bright Side. I am your host, Queen God Is, welcoming you to our 100th episode of B-Side, where resilient artists and their music remind that no matter what, if there is to be a bright side, it is up to all of us. So buckle up, Brooklyn, and keep it locked. This is B-Side, and this is Circadian Clock. I am going to start with a quote about you all from, well, it's actually a quote of yours featured in artsillustrated.com interview. It says, "The trouble with words is that when it really matters, they are not enough. How do you communicate the depth of your love for your child or the pain of losing the ones you've loved most with characters on a lifeless page?" That's Melissa Vile. Words in a time when people are feeling just speechless, and then when some people are not, are kind of like they had enough words and it's time for some action. I want you to start by telling us who you are, where you're from, and how do you, in hearing your words back to you about words, how do you follow up with that? How does music play a part in your response to this idea?
I don't know, I pretty much nailed it.
There you go, I think you did. Give a round of applause, and also for the confidence, yes, thank you. Tell us who you are, where you're from, and tell us about what music means to you.
Okay, well, I am born Melissa Kingdom Folsenlogan. I am a Black and Japanese byproduct of a cult called the Moonies. I don't have any particular faith or following in that or anything, aside from just my love of other people and community and the world. But I'm born and raised in New York, live in Washington Heights, and yeah, I just been doing music since forever. I'd never wanted to do anything else. Since I was like 3 years old, I've been running around my house singing and writing music, and I started at 4 playing violin, and I still play to this day, so I've been playing for 20 years. And music has really always been there for me, and consistently when everything else is not. And I always find myself, I listen to a lot of comedy. I actually really all I do nowadays is I listen to a lot of comedy because it helps me feel sane. But when I need something to feel like something real, like when I said like, how do you express the depth of loss, the depth of pain, the depth of you can't with words. You just can't do it. I could try, I would fail. We would all fail. It's impossible. All there really is a combination. I think you get the closest when you can make someone feel something with music and with sound and with words and with ideas and with performance and with gestures and with presence. I think all of those things are required. And then you get close. Then I have almost all the tools I need to really communicate how badly something hurts, how amazing something is. But you can't do it with words. It's false. It's not feelings. What I want you to feel are feelings, and I can't make you do that with words. You can only decide to do that yourself.
Well, that's a powerful start, and you did nail that quote, and I appreciate that, and I think that this is a good way to talk about these other people who are joining you on this mission to do more than just words, to have more than just words, to connect with people. Let us start with you on this side, and I have a couple of jokes that I'm going to follow up with. I want you to introduce yourself, tell us your name, where you're from, and I want you to finish this statement. If I was not being a rock star, I would be, or when I'm not being a rock star, I am.
Okay. Mike D, a.k.a. Mikey Nice, a.k.a. Mikey Bass, from Brooklyn, 718.
Yep.
Gravesend, where the Gravesend. So when I'm not being a rock star, I'm being a teacher and being a compassionate human being, I think. And I try and keep the creativity and all of that.
I know. And shout out to your students who are actually in the audience.
Shout out.
What school is this?
AFC Academy for
AFC
Software.
Academy. All right,
Yeah.
what up? Yeah, so I'm expecting a lot from y'all up there. All right, tell us your name, where you're from, and when I am not being a rock star, I am.
All right. Hey, guys. My name is Leo Freire. I'm originally from Brasilia, Brazil, South America. I've been living in New York for about 13 years now, so it's been a minute. When I'm not being a rock star, I also teach privately. I have several music students I work with. And I guess I'm just a regular guy, as cliche as that is, yeah. I like to chill at home and snuggle in bed and watch movies.
You have a Snuggie? Do you have a Snuggie?
Of course.
Oh, I know you do.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Of course.
And last but not least.
Hey.
Hey.
I'm Ari.
Ari.
I was born here, but I grew up in Burlington, Vermont. And then I moved back in 2010. When I'm not being a rock star, I'm practicing scales and arpeggios and transcribing new tunes and maybe doing some catering.
Okay.
You know.
I like how you snuck that in there.
Yeah,
Good.
just maybe some catering.
Yes, yes. All right, it works. It pays the bills. It helps us to continue to do this. So we got Melissa, a.k.a. Vile. We got Professor Mikey D, a.k.a. 1,000 other things. We got Leo. We got Ari, together known as Circadian Clock. And we want to hear more from this group. Give them a round of applause as we go into the next two songs. Please and Sick, Circadian Clock.
Cancer with love, believe me, I've tried. It's a miracle Mama didn't die, so why am I can't rest, I can't sleep. Don't know if she still breathes. I said I'm sorry for everything. She said it's not your fault. I'm in agony and I broke down in the emergency room. Said I'm sorry I didn't do more for you. The guilt is killing me. And she smiled and laughed at the irony with the pain I see when the laughter fades. Why does it have to end this way? There's a million questions left. We don't have that many days. I am scared when she's not home. She is scared she'll die alone. She gave me everything she had. I took it all and gave none back. Even now I'm being selfish. But it's not fair, you don't deserve this. Gave me everything she had. Took it all and gave none back. Even now I'm being selfish. But it's not fair, no it's not. Mama, mama, please don't go. Don't leave me alone. Mama, mama, please don't go. Don't leave me on my own. Said I'm sorry for everything. She said it's not your fault. I'm an agony. And I broke down in the emergency room. Said I'm sorry I didn't do more for you. The guilt is killing me. And she smiled and laughed at the irony with the pain I see when the laughter fades. Why does it have to end this way? Mama, mama, I was assured that I had won, and the praise that I might claim could absolve me of the pain. And to that end, dark deeds were done. I sold my soul just to be told your head will fall on hollow bone. Do you see your reflection in flame? But where does that leave me? In the face of coming Armageddon, I can't help feel there's something I'm forgetting. I was told dear as a highway, going nowhere, going nowhere. I'm so sick. I'm sick of you, I'm sick of this, I'm jumping in that black abyss again. But where does that leave me? In the face of coming Armageddon, I can't help feel there's something I forget. I can't help calling out for someone to come save me, save me. I can't help crying out for love, it only hurts me, but as a whole, going nowhere, going
Give it up. We just heard Please and Sick from the recent album called Daydream Disorder from Circadian Clock. You can check out these tunes at circadianclock.com and also find them on SoundCloud. .nyc, circadianclock.nyc. Thank you, Teach, for the correction. He does that a lot, I bet. I actually am going to direct this, since you keep dropping your balls. I'm going to direct this question to you. A lot of the content from your albums deal with really intense truths, like the stuff that's not so sweet, shiny, glittery, and bright, but that are relatable, what you call, Melissa, relatable truths, things that people go through, despair, loss, yearning, the stuff that we mentioned earlier on in the show. And then right before we started this segment, and I have witnesses, you said, can we please lay off the politics because, X, Y, Z.
Copy, yeah.
Right, so I want to know, what is the message that you, particularly in your role in the band, that you want to send as far as so much of the music is like really confronting some dark stuff. We just had a song that said, sorry, but you can't cure cancer with love. And a lot of people's bubble just got busted because, you know, we're holding on to love. Love wins, love heals, love can transform. This is the message that we need. But then you're saying, well, psych, or look at it this way. What is the message for you in the work, and how does that connect with just kind of like how you're living life?
So, you know, I do believe that love can save us all. Big Stevie Wonder guy here. And, you know, I do think that even though it can, it's not an answer. And just because you say it, you need to put an action to it too, right? You know, so you gotta own what you do. Actions are good, but they need to have intent too. So like your intent for your actions need to be good. So like everything's kind of loaded. We do deal with like confrontational stuff. I feel like my role in the band is to support as a bass player. I'm a supporting. I have to support what's going on, and that also means too, as a presence, I have to be confrontational. I have to have energy. I have to put everything into these notes, because at the end of the day, it's music that we are all putting our whole essence into. So I think like a lot of anything you do, like love isn't a cure-all. You can't cure cancer with love. Cancer doesn't have to be cancer. Cancer could be anything that's destroying, right? And cancer actually starts from good tissue, right? So, you know, it's kind of like that love and hate kind of thing. So it's like, as long as you're clear at your intent and you focus your energy, you can be as confrontational as you want, but it needs to be like positively directed.
Got you.
So I feel like that's like my role. My role is to support, and my role is to confront you, and my role is to say, hey, listen to us. And my role is also to support these lovely people.
So it's happening in the music, literally, but then also in the way that you think and live life. So let's relate that back to just, which I hear you and I agreed with this, like, as artists, you know, and many people believe it is our responsibility to speak to the times, no matter how numbing or how frustrating or how ridiculous. And then we started this show, and you're like, can we please just have a break from not dwelling on, you know, what's happening in the world and politics, and particularly tomorrow. How do you reconcile the two? And I feel like there is a conflict there, and I don't mean to get so heavy, but I feel like this is the conflict that's real for people.
Right.
So not wanting to deal with it, but also making the statement that we actually have to confront things. How do you reconcile the two?
Well, so you have to confront things. I just don't like to, my uncle of mine told me that when you're gonna do something, you don't talk about it, you do it. And like, so with the whole politics thing, like I have my opinion, but I don't want to make that public. I'm free to feel how I want, and I'm free to act how I want. I think that having interactions with people every day and just spreading this kind of a message, that's my role. My role isn't to, and power to all those people who gather, and, you know, there's a big march on Saturday. I support everyone who's gonna do it, but personally, I don't want to, because I'm playing my role on a different playing field. So I respect and I appreciate and I support everyone who takes the more active role, but for me, that's not something I want to be tied to.
Okay.
And I just don't want to ever have to be, I don't want to have to be chastised for my opinion, so I'd rather just like keep it to myself and let people have their thoughts and, like, you know, spread my message to the people that I can affect. Because I think that's more powerful than just being like.
Okay, well, so it's echoing the same message from the intro of the show, is about you kind of rocking us into the consciousness around balance, that you know, be clear about what it is, where you stand, and then know your instrument. You play bass, you're not playing drums, so you don't necessarily need to be jumping all over the place. You just kind of stay in the lane that feels good to you, but you still feel like there's some power behind it. And then there's some times when we're just over it. This next song is called Over. Let's go into it, and let's talk some more after that. Give it up for Circadian Clock.
was an emergency that people only joked about. They had no sense of urgency. Illness is a form of social currency until they stop the fact to see what's really actually wrong with me. Now I am property. When it all become a commodity, without my life is gone, I should have known. I said that I wouldn't fail you like I always do. I always lose because I'm a failure. Who's gonna save us now?